Hello. I think we're live. I think we are live. All right. Let's get this bonfire started, shall we? I hope you can hear me okay. See if we can light this bonfire with a lightsaber, folks. I think it worked. I think it's gonna go. Hello, Ray Lucard. Good to see you. Thank you. Glad to have you here, William Shakespeare. Hail, Canadian Spider-Man, Ray Lucard. I'm on the phone at the moment, but I'm here. Glad to have you here, brother. I'm still in another live stream, but I'll be here soon. Any time, Joel. There's no rush. I have a feeling this might be a long one. You never know. I'll anytime. The door's always open for you, Jill. You know that. Hopefully. Whoa, shit. Oh, abort. Wow, that's really not stable. There we go. That didn't go well. That should do it.
Tell me, is this training? No, always training. The universe is.
All right. There we go, folks. Hi, Suzanne Eckstein. Glad to have you here. Thanks for being here. Hello to you. Hi, Suzanne. Hello, Jill. Hello, Ray. Hello, William. Oh, hey. Thank you very much for doing that, folks. Seriously, you know, I truly believe, and a good friend of mine, Cardinal Sin, used to say, you know, a rising tide floats all boats, and he believed that. So thanks for sharing. We, you know, it starts with us supporting each other now, doesn't it? It kind of does. Thanks for being here, folks. Just gonna get this started, okay? Hope you enjoy the fire. That's just a little guy. There's a bigger pile there. I don't know if you can see it. Oh, I just got this a couple of weeks ago. My brother turned 50. Shout out to Murdoch. And so I got him one, and it was so cool. I thought, you know, why not get myself one? But as you can see, it's a big pile. Man, Joe would love this. You don't have to press a button. You can just twist your hand. Fucking cool.
I'm told it's the dark saber.
There we go. It's going pretty good now. That's about 25% lit, I'd say. Let's see if we can turn this puppy on here. There we go. Yeah, it's about 25% lit. So I think we got it going pretty good here. Let's. Thanks for that, William Shakespeareberg. Welcome, folks. Cerveza Revolucion. I'm sure Mexican Iron Man can pronounce that way better than I just did. My apologies to Polly and all other Spanish-speaking friends. That was the best I could do. Cheers. Prost. Compai. Salute. Hey, folks. Thanks for being here. Now, let's see. If you wouldn't mind, share it out to some of your friends, and let's get some cool people in here, in addition to all the cool people that are here already. I appreciate it. Yeah, hopefully that's not too loud, everybody. Hopefully that's not too loud. That's pretty cranking hot, I'll tell you what. I told you it was only 25%. You didn't believe me either, did you? That was only 25%. We got it ripping now. Holy crap and a half. I'm going to have to peel off a layer here. Hopefully it doesn't melt any of the equipment. That's hot. That's a fire. See, I told you it was going to get bigger. That's what they all say, right? Well, in this case, I wasn't kidding. That's a fire. Now that is a fire. Yeah, infinity. Well, yeah, you're my entire audience right now, so I'm on another panel, but I'll be there soon. Captain Raid. Pop culture curator. Good to see you. Yeah, damn. That's hot. That's wonderful, isn't it? That's wonderful. Sci-fi. Good to see you. Uh-huh. This. Good to see you. Jim's Landscape. Good to see you. Glad to have you here, man. Hell of a fire. Sci-fi. I'd love to send you a link, man. Absolutely. But see, I'll send a link to a lot of people, and some of y'all don't get along. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're all friends here, right? I would hope. But I just want to have a bonfire. There's no ulterior motive here. I just want to have a drink, have a fire, and celebrate life. Pleasant Valley, good to see you, man. So you're not far away. So this is less than 2 meters by 2 meters. So our local fire regulations are being enforced, sir. Plus, I got a garden hose right here. So glad to have you here, Pleasant Valley Picker. Greetings, my neighbor to the west. Exactly, Captain Infinity. Can't we all get along? Sci-fi, I know you. I know you will. I know you will. Having fun and hanging out. That's exactly. Hey, here's a fellow Canadian, Mr. Tinkle Trunk. No, that's a different channel. that's a different channel. This is Mr. Tickle Trunk. No, this is my buddy. Let's see if we can hear him. Tell me if you can hear my buddy driving by. Pedal to the metal. Mr. Tickle Trunk. Glad to have you, fellow Canadian. Yep, exactly. You got it. I would also just like to hang out with some friends. Pleasant Valley says, good, you're burning off brush before next summer. Yes. So this can't become forest fire material. The more we burn now, the less smoke Canadians are going to send down to America, right? So I encourage all Canadians to burn like shit. So let's not piss off the Americans. I mean, after all, without them, we would all be speaking Chinese, frankly, right? We know this. We know this. We know this, USA. We love you. Mr. Tickle Trunk. You heard it? Yeah, that was my buddy ripping off. I got a buddy that there's three of us that live on this road. It's about 4 kilometers long. My buddy just lives over there. I can't hit him with a snowball, but I could probably shoot his window out. Our buddy was leaving, our other buddy was leaving from a bonfire over there. I left there early to start this. I'm only Tinkle Truck when I'm in the bathroom. I'm only Tinkle Trunk when I'm in the bathroom. Right. Yeah. So no OnlyFans, I take it then. Daniel's Hot Topics. Hey man, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Glad to have you here. Welcome. I saw you subscribe the other day, man. I appreciate it. I did the same. I returned the favor. Canadian smoke signals. Yeah, exactly. I think I'm getting all the chat. I'm trying. There's more than I expected. Daniel. Yes, Daniel is here. Sorry, caps. Oh, I looked at it and I was like, sorry, cops. I said, cops? Jesus, no, this is legal. Everything here is legal. There's no cops. There's no need for cops. We don't call the cops around here. We have a saying around here. Shoot, shovel, shut up. There's no need for cops. We police ourselves. Good to see you, Sci-Fi. Good to see you, Daniel. Yeah, the fire's going all right. Is the fire overpowering? Is it? Hopefully, you can hear me over the. Exactly, Pleasant Valley. As a public service to all Western Canadians, burn off all the crap you can now, because the more wood we burn now, the less forest fire fuel, basically, there is, so that we're not going to smoke out our American neighbors. And without them, there's no cherry Coke, okay? So just don't forget that. Wow, there's 9 of us listening here. That's fantastic. Oh, here's my other buddy leaving the bonfire. Boo how. Boo how. Yeah, exactly. Yes, we would all be speaking Chinese if it wasn't for our American. See, Canadians know that. I mean, we think, oh yeah, we'd put up a big fight, and I'm sure we would. We'd be like, we'd go all Vietnamese on them. Yeah, absolutely. You know, we'd have punji sticks and everything, using maple spears and shit. But in the end, without America, I don't know if our borders would still look like they do. We have a lot of land and we're ferocious, but you know, honey badger can be killed. What you drinking, Canadian Spider-Man? Ooh, okay. Thanks for asking, Daniel's Hot Topic, and glad to have you here. This is Cerveza Revolucion. So this is a Mexican cerveza. It's non-alcoholic, I guess. It's 4.5%, so that's almost non-alcoholic. But yeah, it's. I figured let's take this a little seriously and try not to pass out while we're doing this live stream. Been there, done that. Don McDouglas, hey, good to see you again. Glad to see you this afternoon, and happy to have you here again. Just have a little bonfire going, drinking a little cerveza revolution. Good to see you, man. Glad to have you here. Sci-Fi Nation. Jaloja Jank. No, it actually tastes pretty good. Tastes all right. 4.5, it's enough to get the job done. Mr. Tickle Trunk says Canadian smoke signals are normally from joints, but we're making do with the old school version tonight. Exactly. We do have some something else to smoke here. That is on hand. Don't worry about that. Dad Man Walking. Hail to you. Welcome to the bonfire, man. Yeah, hopefully you can see it and I'm not blocking the view. Good to see you all. Thanks for being here, man. Can't stay long, but wanted to say hi. I appreciate it, Dad Man Walking. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Crackle is dapper, my friend. Okay, so as long as it's not overpowering what I'm saying and it's lending to the ambiance, perfect. Glad you like it, folks. Sci-Fi Nation says, I have 3 out of 5 Great Lakes filtering the smoke. Actually, that's right. The Great Lakes between America and Canada, they are giant filters. And I'm glad that it's at least in the summer, it's filtering a little bit of the smoke, man. Good. I'm glad. I know they affect the weather a lot around Toronto and Detroit. Any city that the Great Lakes are nearby, they really affect the weather. Surprisingly, or not surprisingly. Dadman Walking says, Jerry Coke. I'm more of a diet Dr. Pepper, but hey, go for it. I like Dr. Pepper. Hell yeah. Absolutely. Bonfire reminds me of a lifetime ago when the air was cold and the sky was dark. Like tonight, it's just above 0. I'd say maybe 3-4 degrees out here now. Meow. Good to see y'all. Canada is America's hat, but America is Canada's pants. We cover each other. You're not wrong. You know what? You're not wrong. They would have a hell of a time get anyone that wanted to attack America through Canada. You think we don't have guns? Okay. You know what, bitch? Not only do we have guns, we got more than guns, bitch. Try us. We got America's back. Yeah. We got America's back. We are America's pants. You're not wrong. Pudgy sticks were very Viet Cong. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, toured through some Vietnam War museums when I was there. Yeah, they were not nice. But yeah, if we needed to defend ourselves in America, yep, we would absolutely go revolution, whatever it took. Love cherry Coke. Pick it up whenever I can at Walmart. New Coke. Haven't seen that in a while. Used to pick it up at Zares. Wow, Zares still exists. Unbelievable. At least Into the Fire, anyhow. Mm-hmm. Into the Fire. That was Sarah McLachlan, I think. Into the Fire. Into the Fire. I think that was Sarah McLachlan. Used to be into that back in the day. Yeah, I'm glad. It's, given time, we can laugh about anything, right? And I'm hoping we all remember that here. Given time, we can laugh about anything. And under the circumstances, yeah, I guess this is an occasion to really think about what's important in life, isn't it? And think about some of the shit that just doesn't matter. Just doesn't matter. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yep. You fucking got that right. Yep. In our last 10 seconds of life, I bet you're fucking, all you're doing is prioritizing shit real fast, right? Good to see you here. Thanks for being here, everybody. Dadman, Mr. Tickle Trunk. Canadian Navy is just 2 old guys in a rowboat. They have shotguns, so we're good. No kidding. No kidding. And the East Coast, because I happen to live on the East Coast, it's 2 lobster fishing boats with flare guns. They used to have actual guns, but there was an incident, so now they just have flare guns. But yeah, we're good. We're covered. You're absolutely right. It's 10:30 here in the Great Northwest. That means whiskey time. You in Seattle or thereabouts, somewhere in Washington State, I take it. Just a little bit below me. Happy to have you here. Deadman Walking. Good to have you here. I'm glad you like the bonfire streams. Something relaxing and cool. Well, and as you're right by the fire. Yeah, it's still hot as hell, or even though I'm 6 feet from it, still hot as hell. Here, I'll get my head out of the way so you can see the fire a bit more. That's why you're here, right? I know it's not for me. I know it's for the fire. I know. Let's not kid ourselves. Out east, it's 1:30 a.m. Yep, that's right. Well, what do you mean? What do you mean out east? Like you're talking like you're the East Coast? Come on. If it's 1:30, I know you're talking Ontario time. And there's a whole other time zone in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia and Quebec, and then another one out in Newfoundland. So it's 2:30 in New Brunswick. Hello, Mom and Dad. And 3 o'clock in Newfoundland, as strange as that sounds. Not a PBR in sight. No, you're right, Sci-Fi. Great Lakes indeed. Absolutely huge. All right. I'm listening into the stream, about to pass out. Well, I'm glad to have you here, Mr. Tickle Trunk. Yep, lake effect. That is a real weather phenomenon, folks. Canada gets us hardware for its military. Yep. Yeah, we're pretty good at that. We have a lot of minerals up here, so we're pretty good at making steel. You know, we've got all those very rare minerals and elements. We've got them all. So, yeah, hopefully we can make a partnership out of that. Oh, hey, glad to see you're back here, Pleasant Valley. NORAD, absolutely. That is important, and we do share that with America. Thank you for saying that. That is a true formula, sir. Yep. Tragic. Yep. Final answer. That is a fact. Basically the same. Yeah, I would say so. Sci-fi, we're basically the same. We might be a little more constrained, a little more reserved, a little quieter, a little more well-traveled, perhaps. But basically, we do share the same culture and the same values, along with Australians and New Zealanders. You know, if you want to go that far. Yep, absolutely. Without laughter, life would be grim. You're not wrong, Pleasant Valley Picker. You're not wrong. And an old icebreaker, Spidey, for our coastal defense. Yep. We still have icebreakers. That's the only reason we haven't been invaded navally. Is you know, how many navies have icebreaking capacity to rival ours? Not many. Not many. Maybe Norway, Russia. Bourbon whiskey. Cheers, Pleasant Valley. Cheers to you. And you know what? Cheers, Gil. Whoever you are. Cheers to you too. William Shakespeare says, New Coke was a poor experiment that ended badly for Coca-Cola. Just ask Max Headroom. Wow, you remember that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, he got sucked into that mess and paid the price back in the 80s. He did. Yeah, we didn't hear much after that, did we? I mean, I've seen him here and there, but not like before. And a half hour later in Newfoundland. Absolutely. We do have great natural resources. Sound is bugging on me. Yeah, sometimes the stream cuts in and out, and I have to re-hit the mute button. It automatically mutes me and shuts off the camera. But I think it's the internet. We're out in the boonies here. We're out in the wilderness. Otherwise, we wouldn't be allowed to have a fire this big. You take what you can. Good night, Jim's Landscape. It's 12:30 p.m. in Thailand. They haven't stopped drinking since last night. Good, man. I enjoyed Thailand. I've been there a couple of times. I taught English in Japan in 2004, saved up money, and then after my contract was finished, I went traveling through Thailand and used it as a base for the next year and a half to just travel through Asia. Thailand works really well as a base because there's all kinds of flights in and out of Bangkok. It's relatively stable. It's civilized. Bangkok makes a great base, and you can just either by bus or by plane. I've done both. Absolutely. Thailand is a good base of operations if you're going to explore Asia. So, Tokyo too, but add a zero to the price, basically. We do have some differences. You're absolutely right, Pleasant Valley Picker. Their football, for example, is a lot slower. It is 33% slower than our football. Football's slow enough to begin with because there's no ice and there's no sticks. But yeah, there are some definite differences. But just as many similarities, I'd say, yeah. Russia has nuclear icebreakers, making new ones? Really? Jesus, we better make friends with Russia then. They're probably still pissed that we beat them in 1972 in the world hockey tournament there. Yeah, that's well, we better get on the ice breaking capacity. New Coke was awful. You're not wrong. New Coke was a deliberate ploy by Coca-Cola to sneak in their cheap version of old Coke. You know what? I heard that when New Coke first came out. Some of my friends were suspicious of that from day one, and we're talking 30 years ago now. Yep. My friends from 30 years ago would agree with you, Captain. Absolutely. 100%. Good night, Jim. The guy that played Max Headroom had one episode part on TNG. I thought he did, and tried to steal technology to sell in the future. Yep. You're absolutely right. I remember that episode. He's had a couple of other roles here and there since then, but that's the first one that I noticed him after Max Headroom. Canadian football is better. Well, I mean, that's like saying red is better than blue. I mean, we all know it is, but you won't have everyone agree to that. Darn right. You were probably there in 70. See, I think I was like 4 days old when Paul. Yeah, I think I was about 4 days old when Paul Henderson scored that winning goal for Canada over Russia in 72. But I know you were there. You were probably not quite old enough to drink beer yet, but maybe you were still. Matt Frewer. Yep, that's right. Yep, he was from the 27th century, went back in time to steal stuff and intended to take it back to the future. Right. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good episode. Excuse me, chat. I'm just going to stoke the fire here. There we go. Yep, you're right. Probably because they still grow sugar cane in Mexico, and it's probably cheaper, I would say. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. We didn't start the fire. No, I certainly did. You're goddamn right I did. Bill Clinton's revenge. Good to see you. Yeah, you're gonna need those sunglasses. Yeah, absolutely. Good safety advice. I'm still pissed Vancouver Canucks missed winning the Stanley Cup to New York in Game 7 by 1 goal. Yep. Well, they got the shit kicked out of them. Some penalties should have been called. I mean, we can all whine about stuff that should have been called. But yeah, I'm not happy about that either, buddy. Sci-fi. You miss having a yard. I had bonfires 360 days a year. Damn. In Manatee. I've heard of Manistee, Michigan. I have a 2-bedroom apartment on Main Street. Well, you could try lighting a fire on your roof. I mean, see what happens. Give it a go. What's the worst that could possibly happen? 1992. Yep. I remember the one Pleasant Valley picker when I wasn't in BC in '92. I was still in New Brunswick at that point. I didn't move here till '99, so I'm talking 2010 with the Canucks and Ryan Kessler when he was in there with the Sedins. The Canucks have been robbed a few times, guarantee it. But I mean, we don't have a lot of money, so it's not really profitable for us to win. So who's hosting a panel next? Good question. Saw the 72 run over Russia in school. You were 13. Oh, yeah, okay, so not quite drinking age. Control V, and there we go. William Shakespeare says, a few years ago, Coke was made available in Seattle at least, with real sugarcane syrup in bottles for a premium price. It was nice. Maybe still around somewhere. Well, take it from someone that has been to Central America and South America, where they do drink a lot of Coca-Cola, and it is made from real cane sugar. It does taste less artificial, I suppose. It real cane sugar, man. You can't beat it. You know it when you taste it. Oh, hey, Antidote Jill. Hey, the link is in the chat if you wish to join. Love the fire, listening to the crackle. I'm glad you like it. Glad you like it, Jill. Yeah, hopefully you can still hear me. But I thought it was appropriate, for today. Glad you love it, and I think Gil would like it too. For those of you who don't know, it was a celebration of life for Gil Bavel, Cardinal Sin. today.
Spidey,
Sci-fi.
how you doing, bud?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You sound just fine. Can you hear me? I'm sure you heard the missus back there. She's okay.
Wow. I can't hear you.
Wow.
I
What?
don't know why that is.
What?
Can you hear me?
Yes. 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 What?
Okay, something's going on here.
Is it my end or yours? I think it's
Yeah,
yours.
I don't know what you're saying. That's bad. I can't moderate what you're saying.
Uh-oh. What?
Chat, can you hear both of us? Because I cannot hear you, Sci-Fi.
Can
But
you
I'm not
hear?
sure you can-
Can you hear
you can hear me.
Sci-Fi and Spidey? We can't know.
Sci-Fi, I don't know if you can hear me, but I can hear you. I mean, I can't hear you. I can hear me. Can't hear you. You both sound great. Pleasant Valley Picker says we both sound great. Hey, that's fantastic, except I have no idea what he's saying. So it's going to be hard for us to converse. Huh. Okay. I'm going to pop out and pop back in.
Hi, everybody. This is the Canadian Spider-Man channel, and Spidey is back.
Hello.
Hey, Spidey. Can you hear me now?
Still can't hear you.
The host has muted my mic. What the fuck?
All right.
What? The host muted me?
Try
What?
something else here.
Oh, wow. Hey, how you doing?
Oh, hey, I can hear you.
Oh, now you can hear me. Oh, your headphones were effed up.
Well, I'm gonna restart them here. Thanks for being here.
Okay. Oh, no problem, bud. How you doing? Okay. Can you hear me now? Awesome. Okay.
Is the fire overpowering?
No. It's fine. It's total fucking awesomeness in the background. I said that the crackle is like the legendary tackle. The crackle is on point.
Okay.
It's in the background. It's awesome, right? So
So
no, the crackle of the fire is not overpowering you. It's like the perfect background for what you're doing.
awesome. Yeah, this is to anyone who's new, this is a bonfire chat, fireside chat, and this is today was Gil Bavell, Cardinal Sin's celebration of life. He passed away.
Yes, I like the
ago.
way that was put. By the way, because I've always said to my family as a joke before this even happened to Cardinal Sin, may he rest in peace. But don't
Yes.
celebrate my death; celebrate my life. And I am so glad that today is a celebration of his life. Celebrate who he was.
Yep. And let's be clear, this is for everybody. Whether you get along with everybody or each other does not matter. This is not about that. This is about Gil Bavell and Cardinal Sin. And
exactly.
we all can agree he was a good man, I think, right?
He graced us with our presence. He made his presence known. And I think, he had a great deal to say. And, we were fortunate enough to have him in our lives that we could hear what he had to say.
Absolutely.
Whether we agreed with what he said or not,
Welcome. Welcome,
were
Captain.
fortunate enough to have him
Thank you,
say
Spidey.
what he said. Yes, welcome, Captain. Hey, bud.
Welcome, Sci-Fi. Thanks for being here.
No problem.
Yeah, this is. I don't want to pretend that this is some sort of celebration of Gil's life. The celebration took place earlier today in Lawrence, Kansas, and I'm just acknowledging our good
Absolutely.
friend. And I just want to have a fire and a beer. I have no intention of making this anything more than that. And
Let's
I miss him.
Amen.
I miss him.
Yeah, I never actually got to really talk to the guy, but let's just celebrate a life that was cut way too short.
Yes.
For whatever reason.
55? 55.
My dad was 55 when he passed in 2005. So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I can. Well, it's okay. It's been a while, but I can understand where people are coming from. Right, 55 is a young age to pass on. So.
Dude, that's 4 years from where I am, and Captain Infinity even less for you.
And I'm 47. I'm 47 and a half, right? So I'm looking at myself like, where am I going to be in 6 and or however many and a half years, right? So.
Anti-derivative Jill still has decades to worry about that, but
she does, and yes, thank you for that link, Jill.
Yes, thank you, Jill. She's the preeminent wrench. Watching 1931 Dracula with Bela Lugosi just last night. I've only seen clips. I have not seen the whole.
How is he?
Oh, I'd like to know.
He was thirsty for blood. For blood. He was thirsty for blood.
Please welcome a neighbor of mine and someone that also knew Cardinal Sin, Pleasant Valley Picker, in 3, 2, 1.
Hey,
hello.
Welcome, sir.
Hi, guys.
Hey, PvP, what's up?
Well, I had a Halloween party earlier today for about 4 hours.
Yeah.
Got invited too. Ate some good food, had a beer. Yeah, it was fun. So
nice.
Cheers.
Nice to get out of the old dingy apartment once in a while, you know.
Well, you kind of got
Thanks, Jill.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jill.
Well,
it's
you know,
like
it's
like I was telling Spidey here. I used to have 10 acres up in Manistee, Michigan, and I used to have bonfires 360 days a year. Yeah, even in the middle of winter, I was like, "Fuck it, I'm enjoying my backyard." Right?
That's great. Wow.
And now,
especially,
I live in a 2-bedroom apartment over Main Street. I have no yard.
Yeah, I got a 2-bedroom too. So tell me about it. I know exactly what.
Yeah. So when Spidey says, "Hey, get out there and enjoy that weather," I know exactly what it means.
Oh yeah, I love the bonfire. I mean, it's like the virtual fireplace you put on YouTube at Christmas, right? Because I don't have a fireplace either.
Exactly,
but
I don't either.
Put that crackling warm fire on the screen, you know.
Yeah, we use electric heat where I live, and we don't even have to use it in the middle of winter. It's that hot up here, so yeah.
Yeah, well, years ago, I was, I rented a place that actually had a real fireplace, which was great at Christmas because you get the wood,
put the log on.
You'd stock it up, and you'd get the good roaring fire going, and it was just like you'd put the Christmas movies on the TV, and it was wonderful. But those days are long gone, so
yeah.
Virtual fireplace is cool.
That's what I miss about owning my own property, right? Because I own my own property way up there, so I am I was a property owner. I know what it means to live the so-called dream, right, and have my own property and all that. And that's my goal, to get back there again. The problem is the way things are going now. I don't know if it's going to happen, but hey, this isn't what this stream is about. So, Spidey, I appreciate you doing the fire. It reminds me of times gone past, and I love it, man.
Yeah,
great job with that.
Well,
and it's got the perfect ambiance. It's not overpowering your voice at all. It's got the perfect background crackle.
Yeah, you got a good balance in the image there, actually, Spidey.
Thank you.
It looks good.
Thanks.
But there's something about a fire, right? It's like a primeval kind of caveman thing or whatever in the back of our minds, I guess.
Captain, do you have bonfires in your part of the world?
I've got a mountain behind me, but it is a primal thing. You just want to make sweet love under the stars, don't you?
Or
that wouldn't be bad.
Or set shit on fire. One of them.
I wouldn't say no to that.
Yep, set shit on fire. Absolutely.
You can You can set a few things on fire. They don't have to be all bonfires.
Exactly.
A remastered soundtrack on CDD. And while watching last night, I love the native soundtrack too, so I do need a test. Yep. I agree. R.I.P. Cardinal Sin. He will be missed by all of us forever. I'll speak for myself, but I'm sure many of you would agree. Absolutely.
I would tend to agree, even though I never got to actually debate the man. I'm sure, if I had, I would be missing him. I never actually got to debate the guy. So, but I do know that he was a man that said his piece. Okay. And that is something to be said.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people on YouTube would just be like, oh, well, and just go with whatever was being said at the time, but not Cardinal Sin. He had his own take on things, and that's something to be, recognized.
Yep. He didn't necessarily go along with everybody else. Oh, holy shit! It's summertime where Cap Infinity is.
Some summer
spring,
time.
close enough.
Yeah, it's that warm time of year compared to we're going into the cold time of year up here. So.
Yes, well, that's what he gets for being halfway around the world, eh?
See, the Earth might be flat, but it's still got two sides, folks. Even the flat earthers can otherwise explain this.
Yeah.
How can it be flat without two sides?
Well, I'll tell you, with the mountains around here, it's definitely not flat.
I had a debate with people around my bonfire tonight whether man actually landed on the moon or not. And
what?
Oh God!
Yeah,
seriously, Spidey?
They're still talking about that. Oh.
They don't see how it's possible. We understand that we thought people did land there. It's such a stupid idea, right? It's impossible.
I mean, is it impossible that we're still getting data back from Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 and they were launched 47 years ago? Like when I was born in the mid 70s, it's like, come on, man. Right?
Yeah, really. Eh? It's like, yeah.
People that's what the powers that be wanted it so that no one believed anything anymore, and they've succeeded.
Yeah, they succeeded into making dumbasses out of people that could have been made smart. So
flood everything, put doubt in everything, and then you don't know how.
Well, I can remember about back around the turn of the century, right? I could tell the media was starting to dumb everything down like really badly.
Oh, they started to do that with Tesla when Tesla was doing his experiments. But go ahead.
But this crap's been going on for like almost a quarter century now when the powers that be want everybody.
Well, it went from 100 to 25 years.
Well, I remember the late 90s. That's when the news started to go to crap on some channels.
Gil would love this conversation. Keep it up.
The media started going to shit back in the 70s, my friend. Even farther back than that.
Depends on the news channels you had, I guess.
Okay, we do these things not because they are easy,
but because
they are hard. I promise you, Spidey, by the end of the decade, President PvP, I promise you that we will put a man on the surface of the sun.
And its life expectancy will be how long?
Yeah.
All you have to do is dream.
That's detailed.
I've seen Star Trek. I know it's possible.
Actually, I can answer that. How long was his life expectancy be? It'd be less than that if he were to go to the surface of Venus. Actually, longer. Actually, longer. You would survive longer on the surface of the sun than you would on the surface of Venus. You know why? Because on the surface of Venus, you'd be at least on Earth, squashed like a bug.
Either way, you'd probably be dead pretty fast. So.
Yeah, you'd be dead pretty bad. You'd be the big squish.
you'd be going like, why did I volunteer for this mission? Oh shit. Bam.
No, you wouldn't even get the thought out of your head before you got fucking squished. So
I don't believe that.
Just going for a bit of cheap comedy there.
I don't know. Photos didn't happen, I guess.
Well, the Russians did land scientific things on Venus back in the 70s, and we do have the data from that. So that's what I'm going on.
Is that a documentary?
No, it's a fact. But yes, I'm sure there's a documentary out there somewhere.
Seems like there's a documentary on just about anything these days.
Yes, the Soviets did land probes on the surface of Venus, like 3 or 4 of them, if I remember right.
How long did the probes last?
30 some seconds. If I
Longer than
remember
you.
right. No, the first one is 30 some seconds. They got them up to 60 some seconds before they failed completely.
Seems like a lot of cash being spent to get a 60-second window.
Well, yes, but you got to remember this was the Soviets.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a bad neighborhood in Venus. Those probing landers were gone in 60 seconds.
Exactly. Why do you think girls come from Venus?
Yeah, the moon lander, that was up on bricks in about 2 minutes.
I hear the land values in Venus are really cheap, though. That's a really great bonfire, I gotta say, Spidey. I'm really
it is. That's a good bonfire. I like
really
it.
loving it, man.
It's not too crackly, not too loud.
It's just right. It's like porridge, right? It's just right.
It's like a Mr. Rogers welcome to my neighborhood bonfire.
It's a Mr. Rogers
Mr.
bonfire.
Spidey's neighborhood. Look, it's Mr. Fire.
Right.
Welcome to my neighborhood.
Howdy, neighbor.
How you doing? Let me put on my sweater for you. Oh, except Spidey don't put on sweaters like that because he's the alpha male.
He might need a sweater if it gets too cold, though.
Well, he's already got the long sleeves on. You see that coming out? He's got the long johns on already.
There you go. Long johns, of course. Good move. Good plan. Yeah.
Yep. I planned ahead. I'm no dummy.
Really good.
Well,
I'm impressed.
I mean,
I'm
impressed.
Well, he's from Canada. They need long johns in the summertime. I'm sorry, PvP. You're from there too. Shit, my bad.
Spidey sees a neighbor walking up the hill. What are you up to there, neighbor? Hey, what are you? The cops say, mind your own business.
Yeah, it's not like you can say Jack and Jill walked up the hill. What if it's Jack and Jack or Jill and Jill? Fuck, who are you to say?
You know what? Sci-fi PvP and I had a hot summer. It hit over 100 degrees Fahrenheit on multiple days here.
It often does, actually.
Yeah.
There's a myth that Canada's cold all the time, but man, we're actually in the semi-arid region where we are.
I actually get that. You had like because we had like that cyclone thing over the lakes this summer, and that came back up and gave you guys all the humidity that we normally get. So we were cool this summer while you guys had all that extra humidity and got fucking dumped on.
Do you remember humidity spot? I don't think we get humidity too often out west here. It's more of a dry heat.
Not like the East Coast.
Yeah, like the East Coast is like sauna. Basically sauna time. Like, don't even bother taking a
but
shower.
you got Michiganius.
It'll be wet anyway, right?
You got Michiganius heat though, because the Great Lakes had like a cyclone thing going on.
Wait a
minute. Time out.
We're thousands of miles from the Great Lakes.
Time out.
Yeah.
Time out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why did you say that? Bill Clinton's revenge.
Jill and Bob drug up a hill.
Jill and Bob?
No, those are my mom
Jack
and dad's
Jill.
name. That's my parents' names.
What the hell? Do you got a stalker?
That's my parents' names. That's weird shit going on right there.
Weird.
That is weird.
Nah, that's beyond weird.
On you.
That's beyond weird. That's fucked.
That's getting into creepy territory, actually.
That is creep territory.
Yeah, well, Dad knows how to do.
Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Scotty R37 showed up, said, what the fuck's going on here?
Oh, don't worry. I know how to send my bolt action 7.62 to Spidey if he really needs it. Internal load,
Dad's got more shotguns in that house than
you go.
I'm allowed to say.
More shotguns at one of your weddings.
By the way, do you know what I keep next to? Do you know what I keep next to my front door, Spidey? For people that I don't know that
I
show
got
up
what you're saying there, Cam.
You know what I'm talking about.
I do. What's that, Sci-Fi?
Do you know what I keep next to my front door for people that I don't know who the fuck they are when they fucking knock on the door?
A large carving knife?
Yeah, pretty close. I keep a fucking razor sharp machete.
Nice.
No,
and
you don't want to.
That should handle it.
And it will sever arm bones in half, by the way.
No, you just want to bruise them. You don't want to go to jail.
Oh, no, I'm fucking you up.
You just want to...
No.
You just want to sort of fuck them up a little bit.
No, exactly. I'm going to lightsaber your ass with my fucking real-life machete if you come through my door.
Literally, I keep that next to my door, next to my slingshot.
No, except I got the real thing, and it does real damage.
Hey, Tiger Stripes.
Hey, Tiger Stripes.
Tiger Stripes.
You got a door into this chat somewhere? I do, Tiger Stripes. Right here.
You can have the back door.
Right
You know
there.
What's
There
good
you go.
too is
Help
if you got
yourself.
a really noisy dog, anytime it barks its head off, if somebody knocks on the door, that's a good warning device too.
Or just say Downser Lassie and then fuck them up.
Holy shit, Tiger Stripes. 1, 2. There you go.
Hey, thanks. Neat.
Buckle my shoe.
It's good to see
You're
you.
using what was
Hello,
the
Tiger.
Nice lightsaber.
Thank you. Yeah,
It is
it was.
cool.
It better be for the price. That was 350 Canadian.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Holy
I
shit,
had an
that's-
opportunity at a convention like over a decade ago to pick one up that had all the whistles and bells for under 100, and I still regret not doing it. I really do.
Oh, why didn't you?
I don't know, because I've got toy ones, but this one had the light and the sound and the whole thing.
It
was
does.
gorgeous.
Yeah, it's yep. It has all of those
Yeah,
things,
yeah.
multiple colors, multiple sounds. Bill Clinton's Revenge by fluke named my parents. So hail to Jill and Bob. Yes, hail to Jill and Bob. Yeah, without them, none of us would.
Spidey, the one you have, does it have like the special crystal thing you got to replace in it to make it a different color and do all the different stuff? Like the one from actual Disney, or is it just like a?
No, it changes colors just by well, if I do this, for example, if I hold this button on the bottom and then
Okay, so you don't actually have to replace the crystals like Disney tried bringing out a few years ago. Okay, good.
nope. And then it has different character modes as well.
You know what I mean, though? Because Disney had one where you actually had to replace the crystals to get the different effects of the different lightsabers.
Prepare a boarding
that's
party.
The one that you spend a commensurate amount of money for, and you build it there in Disneyland or Disney World.
Yes, and then you can buy the other crystals.
Yeah, and so you're paying for the experience as well as the actual toy itself.
That's right.
So they say. But yeah,
So they say.
and you have to get all the
Purely
kyber crystals.
because yes, this is a different one, and I bought it purely because it has wrist activated motion.
Yeah, it's really swell. Really nice.
Yeah, it is a really nice lightsaber. I gotta say, Spidey.
It is.
Very cool.
Yes, to do that on screen
Mexican
like that,
Iron Man.
yes.
Mexican Iron Man was the one that tipped me off on that. So thank you, Mike. Thank you very much for helping out. And I'd like to introduce, if I can, in 3, 2, 1.
Hello.
Jill, it's so good to have you here.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello, Spidey. Thanks for having this stream. I've been waiting for you to have a fireside chat, and
Yes.
not only that, you have a lightsaber.
Oh man, I've been.
It's a twofer.
You know what? I don't know. Believe it or not, but when I wake up in the night and I have to go to the bathroom and I don't want to turn the lights to wake up.
You use it as a nightlight.
Yeah, I hate turning the lights on in the middle of the night for that. Yeah.
So
yes.
you-
So I just because it's next to my bed, you know it is, and I just reach over.
So the
That's
official
hilarious.
name,
That's hilarious.
name should be the Geologia Saber.
Oh, by the way, hi, Jill.
Yeah, hi,
There's
Jill. How
a
Yes.
you doing?
moment.
Yes, hello, guys. Hey.
Hi.
Hello, Tiger Stripes, Sci-Fi,
Hello.
Captain Infinity, and PvP.
Hello.
Everybody in the chat.
Doctor,
Mhm.
doctor,
Chat,
doctor,
chat,
doctor,
chat.
doctor, doctor. Exactly.
We're nothing
Thank
without
you,
the chat.
everybody in the chat, for being here.
Oh shit!
Absolutely.
Yes. Jill, did I give you control of my channel yet?
Are you an alpha mod, Jill?
Uh-oh. We've lost the sound.
I can't hear Jill now. What?
Oh, I don't need to control the chat. I'm
No,
a moderator.
I gave it to someone, and maybe it was Tiger Stripes. I gave it to one of you.
No, there's the difference between a moderator and an alpha moderator.
I can
So,
go check.
yes.
Tiger Stripes,
So
can
I
you
have
click
to-
on the chat?
I'll go
So if
check.
something happens to me,
I've got to log on.
someone else has control over my channel. I sent it to my brother, but I thought I also gave it
But
to
I
you.
am not a good person because I barely know what to. Yes, I do have a wrench. Ooh,
Yeah, I
wrenchy
wouldn't
power.
trust. I wouldn't trust my family as far as I could throw them. So there goes that idea.
My brother's good. His kids love me. Bill Clinton's Revenge says, I keep a machete on each wall. I told my kids if someone breaks in, grab the machete and run to the corner of their closets. Yes. Or around here, it's not someone, it's something. Like most likely, if I'm cooking bacon, in the morning and then the afternoon, I come home and there's a friggin' bear in my house. I mean, that is,
Yeah,
PvP, you know where I live.
Yeah. I used to have rabid coons that used to come into my daughter's bedroom window at night because they used to smell me cooking at nighttime, right? And
Wow.
so instead of coming over to the kitchen window, they'd try to get to my daughter's window. And I used to go outside and fucking hack, slash. Hi, raccoons. Hi, how are you? And here's the scary part. We had badgers up there, right? Because I live in Michigan. So we had badgers out there and shit. And I'm like, holy fuck, I hope it's not a badger.
Badger. Sorry.
No, we had actual badgers, right? And wolverines because I live in Michigania. So I'm like, oh, I hope I don't get one of those rabid wolverines or rabid badgers. But no, it was raccoons most of the time.
I got a question for Captain Finity. And PvP afterwards. Captain Finity, do you have badgers where you live?
Badgers? No, the possums killed them all.
Ah,
How about PvP? How about you? Is there? I know where you live. Is there badgers in the city where you are?
Nope. Actually, the wildlife is pretty tame here. Probably the most aggressive thing we got run around the park across the street here are the squirrels. So they're pretty laid back most of the time. So
yeah. So you never actually seen any like wildlife that were staring teeth at you.
You got me AFK there. I was just repositioning my enterprise. You know how it is.
Actually, when I lived in Vancouver, though, we did have a lot of raccoons in the downtown area. And sometimes I think those suckers are rabid because they could get very scary and aggressive with folks. So I usually would keep my distance. If
Standard YouTuber.
You'd see like a family of like 5 of them walking down the street. So you just cross to the other side of the street to just keep away, right? Because you never knew how the little buggers were gonna.
Well, see, when I lived up north in Manistee, right? If I didn't chase the raccoons away, I already knew that the badgers and the wolverines would be up next.
Luckily, we don't. Yeah, we got no.
I had to chase off the raccoons because
PvP. It's not a documentary. Space, the final frontier.
Oh, that's nice.
All right, I got to figure out how to make you big.
Nice.
That's what she said.
Bigify it, baby.
Wow. Nice.
As you wish. It's now above the TV. Oh, now I've got to put in a space background. Now look, we're on the planet. We're in the tea leaf star. We're surrounded by boxes of Twinings tea. I don't know what's going on. There's tea in that nebula.
There's tea in that nebula. Hey, my missus drinks Twinings.
That's
hey, how you doing? Clearly, so do I.
That's
well, you guys should come over. I've got to get through this stuff.
I know, you should, right?
That's like what, a 10-year stock of tea you got there, Captain?
Pretty much. Well,
he's prepared.
Wow,
I'm prepared. I'm not saying the world is going to end. I'm just covered either way.
At least he drinks a good brand Twinings.
Hey.
Bill Clinton's Revenge says, Canadian Spider-Man says, something. All I'm imagining is a great hairy Nick Nolte running through the trees. You know what? That could happen around here. Or Gary Busey.
Actually,
Busey.
I thought they were the same person.
Bill Clinton's Revenge.
I use Gary Busey and Nick Nolte synonymously. They are synonymous.
Bill Clinton's Revenge. Isn't that called The Beast, the original Beauty and the Beast from the 1980s TV show? Or yeah, wasn't that him or is that Gary Busey? I don't know. It's one of those messed up.
Ron Perlman.
Yeah, well, he's
Ron Perlman. You know what? I was a sucker for
Ron Perlman.
Beauty and the Beast. Back when I believed in romance.
Which one was he?
Beauty and the Beast, man.
It was
a nice show.
It was nice, yeah.
With Linda Hamilton.
Yes, Linda Hamilton.
Was she the Beast?
Before Terminator.
No, after Terminator.
It was after Terminator.
I thought it was during Terminator.
Oh, okay, well,
no, I think after.
I'm mistaken.
It was after.
Linda Hamilton from Terminator might have been able to kick the Beast's ass.
Yeah, well, she was
Yeah,
in
you
Beauty and the
should've.
Beast after Terminator. Because Terminator came out in what, 82, 83, and Beauty and the Beast, the TV show, was in 85?
82? Ha!
I don't know.
No,
84, come on.
So a couple years.
82 was Star Trek, Blade Runner, and The Thing. Oh.
Okay, well, the Beauty and the Beast show was 85 or 86. So
Well,
Beauty
you
and the Beast
you
TV
could have
show.
gone with early to mid 80s and gotten away with it. You're the one that
Well,
broke
I
it.
tried to, but you didn't listen.
This is you. It's just you wait till I get you
Well,
home.
there you
hey,
go.
there's none of that on this channel tonight. I'll moot y'all. I'll moot y'all in a second. Don't think I
Yay.
fucking won't.
Yeah, no,
Exactly.
There's
That's-
none of that tonight.
None of that tonight.
That's why I'm agreeing.
None
with
of
you.
that. Come on
No
now.
kids
That's
stuff.
it.
Yay.
No
That's it.
sarcasm.
You've all done it. You've all
No
done it.
banter.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Masters of the genre.
All right, we're gonna get that every time that we get a little out of control.
That's good.
Arr, arr,
That was my
arr.
favorite show of his.
Rest
I
in
thought that
peace.
one he did with Captain Infinity was particularly good.
Well, yes,
know
I
what?
did like I'm Not a Number 2.
That was awesome. I got the T-shirt for that somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember.
Collector's
I remember
item.
talking on some of his streams.
Reckon.
I was lucky enough to even chat with Gil like maybe 3 or 4 times, over the months, and it was always
He
a
was
fun
happy to-
conversation.
He was happy to have you, man.
I had a great
He
time
was happy
talking
to
to
have
Gil. Like when
Yep.
I heard he passed, passing away suddenly like that in your sleep, it was just like I was
Yeah, well,
devastated.
what
I
was he in
just
his-
so shocked.
Was he in his mid-30s? He wasn't all that old.
55. He was 55.
Oh, he was 55.
No,
Yeah, okay.
He's
Yeah,
older.
he was my daddy's age back in
Yep.
05 when my daddy passed. Yeah. That's-
The thing is, I'm 10 years older, and I still feel like I'm too young. I wouldn't want to pass away in my sleep, right?
Joe,
Yeah,
did anybody ever
You know,
did his
so-
brother ever talk about what he had
Really tough.
passed of or anything? Do you know?
Yeah, did he have any
Uh,
issues? I didn't hear of
No.
any.
No, I haven't
that's
gotten any extra information
not
than
really
anybody
any of
else
my
has.
business, and it doesn't really
No,
matter.
and
but
it's
I-
not mine either. And if
Yeah.
his brother wants to share it, he will.
Yes.
Right, right. I was just wondering if anybody knew. That's all I was asking.
I did hear Gil say a few times on the streams. I can't remember if there were ones that was actually chatting or just listening to. He did mention he had some health challenges that he was dealing with, and
Yep.
he did have some days that were very bad with some pain. I remember him mentioning a couple of times.
Yes.
But I had no idea that anything he was facing was as serious as what it was, right? So yeah.
Yeah,
That's
that
all-
reminds me of
all I
when
can say.
I don't know if you guys remember JJ, but JJ, a guy
Yes.
in the community back couple years ago, passed away just all of a sudden out of the blue, and we were like, "Holy crap, JJ!"
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Jill looks like
It's like
she has
on
something to say.
Thanksgiving.
yeah,
Jill.
it was. It was really surprising to all of us. I don't think any of us had a clue, and yeah, so
Go ahead,
Well,
Jill.
I think Cardinal Sin underplayed the pain he was in because he wanted everybody to have a good time when they were on his
Yeah.
live stream. He wanted everyone to have fun, and he was always an entertainer. So
Yes, he was.
Well,
he
Gil-
brought up his ass as best as he could.
I think he
was-
died of having a too big a heart. His heart was too big.
Well, he was a very thoughtful, intelligent man, and I don't think he wanted to worry any of us, right, with his health issues, which is probably why he never, talked about them at any length. And so, yeah, I can't add anything else, I guess.
No, and I commend the guy for that because I do the same thing. I take care of so many issues here at home, right? When I do a show, I don't want anything except for the audience to sit back, laugh, and enjoy themselves.
Yeah.
And the panel, because you know what? At that point, that's all that I care about is everybody enjoying themselves. And if he felt the same way, well, good on him. You know why? Because that made him feel good being able to do that.
Well, Gil's streams were always fantastically fun, I got to say. Any time I ever chatted with him or even just went in the chat, side view and just texted stuff. I mean, he always had really good quality channels, really interesting stuff that he was talking about. And yeah, I mean, I really do miss him not, posting new content anymore.
Right. I never got to talk to the guy. He sounds like a great guy from everything I've heard, That's something I missed out on. And, will I regret it? Yeah. But you know what? I wish him nothing but the best in the life that he has now compared to where he was. So there's that.
Yeah.
I guess I can't really say anymore.
I think we all feel the same way there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you know what? He brought a lot of us together. He's the reason why quite a few of us are here right now.
Yep.
I really didn't go down Gil's rabbit hole until after he had passed, and he was so accomplished. I was just kind of surprised at what I found when I looked him up, when I did a search on him.
Yep.
So accomplished.
Isn't that amazing, though, how you never really pay attention to something?
I know, I did pay attention. I had read some of his work, and I had checked, watched his shows, and spoken with him on live streams. Okay. But I never really Googled him, and there was a newspaper article on him, from a local newspaper. There was information going back. He was just accomplished.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, right. He'd done lectures, and he was an author.
Written, put on Subgenius Devivals, clearly was really deep into the science fiction community for decades.
I understand that, but for those of us that didn't really follow his channel, and then we find out what all he did in the past, it's kind of a revelation that, he did do all of this, and we didn't know about it.
We have to say hi to Rod. Hi, Rod.
Yes.
Haven't seen you in ages.
Yes.
We do need to say hello to Rod Thunderheart. Because
Hi, guys.
He and Cam were on my mind in terms of people who should be here for sure.
Hey, Rod. Hey, Rod. You're on their minds. How you doing?
Pretty good. This is Grumble. What stream? This isn't on YouTube, is it?
It is on YouTube, and I have to figure out how to link my Rumble stream to YouTube, Rod. I tried it for half an hour.
You have to use StreamYard and Dualcast or Simulcast.
Okay, well, yeah, I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, you got to make a custom connection, just like you connected to Facebook and Twitter. You have to click the custom one, and on Rumble, you've got to go through and create the live stream, and then I'll give you these little codes, and then you plug in the little codes.
Ain't that
StreamYard
just freaking awesome how they make you do it 5 different ways for 5 different systems, even though it should be the same way for all the shit that's done the same freaking way.
Yep. Okay.
Welcome to
it's one
Interface
stream. There's no
Design.
reason why you shouldn't be able to just link it up to all hey, I'm on this. I'm
on this one. Let me stream to that. Exactly.
Bang, link it up to here. Link up to here. Link up to there.
Today,
exactly.
We're looking at the broadcaster graphic user interface.
That's what you get for streaming.
I gotta say, Rod, I have been concerned about you ever since Gil passed.
Oh, thanks.
How are you taking it?
Well, I mean, like it sucks because I was one of his more prominent guests, and like I don't know why he chose me, but I mean, like I've been just burying myself in.
Well, he wanted you as a guest. He clearly liked what you had to say, right? And you added to his show.
Yeah. And I've been just burying myself in work, really,
Well, that's good, right?
Yeah,
that's
and I'm feeling a little bit better in terms of like my. I just had a. First off, Polly Latino Slant. He's actually almost done my book, and he's so excited. He wants to do a review of it and big live interview with me on it.
That's awesome.
Oh, wow.
And
I'll do that.
Way to go.
That's big time, man.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Latino Slant? That's one you're talking about?
Yes. Yeah,
is it another romance?
Yes.
Neat.
Oh, no. Well, it's the same thing. See Through Love.
It's a sequel?
Ah.
I'm working on the sequel, actually, but no. Polly's now read most of the original, and and that's the biggest thing is I mean, like, I know it's been a long time, but it really has more to do with I'm trying to get more people exposed to it. The more people can get exposed to it, and like Mexican Iron Man read it just about 2 years ago now, and like. This is no fault on him. He was so excited when he first read it. He was like, I want to get a review out and all this and like that. And like a year and a half later, and like I love the guy. I don't, and I'm not faulting him for that. I'm just so glad that he read it. That's the biggest thing, because he had the exact reaction that I wanted. Well, I want all of the audience. What
have you published yet?
My second book.
Yes.
My first book, yes. Not my second book. Yeah,
so
my second one. No, I'm still working on.
Mike, you're saying that Mike had read the first one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's read the first one. Yeah, he's read the first one top to bottom, and yeah, that's what I'm saying. And like that's what I said. It's a long thing trying to build an audience, and really, honestly, I'm just trying to get somebody notable out there to review. Well, not just read it, but then finally get a review out there with it. And it looks like I'm finally getting it with Polly. With Polly,
Oh, Spidey always catches himself on fire.
That's a great branding idea. Do all the sneakers come like that?
On fire?
Wow,
yeah, that's awesome.
Are they all flammable?
Well,
what's he trying to protest? Like all the NFL rednecks, where they're trying to burn their Nike shoes?
No, he's just trying to protest people that run too fast.
Is he protesting shoelaces?
He's protesting
Is he
people that
protesting
run
shoelaces?
too fast. That's why the Nikes are on fire. For fuck's sakes.
I'm just guessing.
Is he protesting
if Spidey sets himself on fire,
is he protesting shoelaces?
Yeah,
might get more views.
If Spidey sets himself on fire, that's because that's what he gets for thinking. Okay, let's just leave it at that.
Rod,
is he protesting shoelaces? I mean, is that why he's trying to say something about Velcro?
No, because he's a redneck, and that's what he gets for thinking.
I'm making a joke.
One of the biggest supporters of your book was Cardinal Sin, Rod Thunderheart.
Yeah, there's a link.
He was three quarters of the way through it. Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah. Yeah. And the other thing is I actually I'm a huge supporter of Script Doctor, and I actually had a hour and a half chat with him today. Actually,
Script Doctor.
Oh, that's good. About your story?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the group chat and the one with the fucking writers. So yeah.
And
and he. Very, very actually, and he was actually really impressed with the fact that while I'm like about halfway through the second one, and I won't say writer's block. I just simply have ideas that are just burning in my head, and like I've got ideas down the road. So I've already plotted out 3, 4, 5, and 6, and I'm working to interweave them together. Yeah, and I'm working to interweave them together because, like, I'm planting seeds in 2 and 3, to make 4 better and that sort of thing,
Good.
And like when Script heard about this, he was just kind of like, he was just floored. He was just like, "That's amazing." He said, you're not just, and I mean, because I'm not just writing, like, for example, this isn't like James Bond. Like there's 20 different books, and like each book is self-contained, and that's the thing. My books, they're all going to be self-contained. The stories, they're all going to be self-contained, However,
good.
So there's no crossover from any story ever. Is that what you're saying? No crossover from any story.
He hasn't actually gotten to the end of his sentence. You have to let him complete the sentence before you know where he's going to say next.
Okay, that's why I was
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. No, see, that's what I'm saying is you get rewarded because if you have read the previous stories, you're kind of like, oh, this person, this happened, and like each character, they're still going to have like a minor story arc in the previous book, but then like in the next book, they have a bigger story arc, and then you're just kind of like, holy shit, I can't believe what it, and then like, that's why I say like it builds on each other story, but they're still each book is still going to be self-contained, so that you're not completely what? Why didn't I know this?
So you've got a
like it's
sizable
like what
cast
I'm
of
saying
characters?
is yeah,
Oh, yeah.
and they're not built on. I can't. Well, like there's the characters inside the agency, and then there's all the characters inside the school. I mean, a good example is in book 2, the one I'm writing right now. Julian is reputedly like he's the hot new gym teacher.
Give us a short version, man. Give us the short version here, buddy.
What you're saying is that you have the opposite problem of a writer's block. You've got too much
writer's vomit.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a fair point. Yeah.
Is that really a thing?
Yeah, but
well,
what is
kind of? I invented it, so no. But if Rod has it, then yes.
Well, it is a thing. I mean, you can say too much in a story. Yeah.
Means your story can
hardly,
go in
because
so many
like I
directions
can
you don't know where to go.
Well,
or you do know where to go,
not,
but you don't know what to focus on.
No, I know where to.
I always go
that's
with the French maids.
That's probably most of it. Yeah. See, like for example, in book 2, Julian's a hot new gym teacher, and then one of his students develop one of the students, the girls, develop a crush on him, and then like she just kind of quietly keeps it to herself, and then like just I'll bide my time, and then all of a sudden like at the end of the book, Jules and Carolina announced to the rest of the school, "Hey, we're married. We got married actually shortly a month after we met, sort of thing." And then we got married a few months after we, and then the whole school's like, "Hooray! Oh, hey, good for you!" Yeah, right. But then like, of course that really upsets her because she's like, "Oh my God, I can't take a shot at the gym teacher now because I thought he was so hot," and and then she gets really mad at Carolina, and then she actually goes into a little bit of a depression. And then becomes a goth girl. She gets into gothic and all that. And like that's the end of book 3. And at the end of the book 3, it's shown that she's delving into witchcraft, and then that is what sets the stage for See Through Love 4, The Craft, where she starts to collect Carolina's nail clippings and hair, and then at one point even steals her sweater, and then tries to put a curse on Carolina because these pieces, anything personal of somebody. And by the way, that's a mental thing to keep note of. By the way, it's a very real thing that even crosses over into Qigong meditation, which I know. Yeah, like if somebody can get something. Yeah, it's
paranormal,
which is absolutely true.
Loved paranormal. So yes or no
and
question.
I was talking.
Rob. Yes or no question.
I was talking to Gil about that. Yes.
Do you feel that you can write legitimately? How can you write the character of a high school girl? Because you are clearly not a high school girl. What gives you the right to be able to write the character of a high school girl? Because you're not one.
Why would you think that?
You're playing devil's advocate here. He's a writer. Writer's right. You're playing devil's advocate here.
Thank you.
I got a big massive costume book on The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, which God, I love that series, and I was kind of just flipping through it. And I was just thinking, Rachel Brosnahan. I'm pretty much certain that she is not a Jew. But I didn't hear anybody shrieking that she couldn't play a Jew because she wasn't a Jew. Thank God.
That was my point. Point. Thank you.
Yes.
PvP.
Yeah.
How are you doing,
That's right. You don't have to look like the character you're writing about. You just have to have interacted with the women in general.
If you're a good writer, yeah.
But somebody mentioned
Here's the other thing too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Would you mind reading this from our friend West Kegel?
Well, I
PvP,
can give it a try. Hail at Canadian Spider-Man. I guess that's a peace sign. Glad to see the campfire ban up in BC is lifted.
Yes. And our people, because PvP, for those of you who don't know, you're what, an hour away?
I'm in Kelowna.
Yeah, so you're in. Yeah, okay.
So you're what? You're around Vernon or a little north?
East of Vernon. East of Vernon, half an hour. So
yeah, like Enderby.
About an hour and a half away. I can get to the airport in an hour if I don't care about speed limits.
I'm guessing Enderby because my grandparents used to live there and they were 30 minutes outside of Vernon.
Enderby's great for tubing.
Every Christmas we went out to their big house, had the huge
Shuswap River.
We had like the 15-foot table with all the
titties. There's so many titties. It was
and
awesome.
me and the kids, of course,
titties.
Me and my cousin would be playing on the floor because we were little kids.
Not to be crude.
Great times, great turkey and stuffing.
It's a lovely
potatoes. Yeah.
I mean, it is a fascinating question, really, from Spidey to Rod. I mean, a lot of people say write about what you know, unchallenged. It's like, well, I'm writing Texas Chainsaw Massacre over here. What do you mean, write about what you know?
Bill Clinton makes
good point. I'm glad you brought that up.
The other thing wasn't Cuban nor Puerto Rican, but played the part.
I can see both sides of the argument. Is what I'm saying. It's fascinating. Basically, I'm fascinated, and yet I have no opinion, Jill.
Well, it does help if you do know some things. Obviously, if you've experienced something, the writing will be more fuller and more three-dimensional if you've experienced it rather than just read about it. But you can.
But I'm writing about an oversex secret agent.
You can still experience things in your imagination, and so that's how you can get around it.
I'm here to hang out and have fun, so therefore I'm not going to tell everybody what I like to read.
Jill, could you write a Vulcan character? If you had to, Jill, could you? Do you believe you could write a Vulcan?
Is that even a question, Spidey?
I almost guaranteed
I knew the answer. Of course, it was rhetorical.
Jill's probably doing that right now.
All right, but as you're saying though, like I'm glad you asked that though, Spidey, because like no, I'm just saying I want to again rebuff on that question too, because like as you mentioned earlier, you know, like because here's the other thing too, like well, what gives you the right to write about grade 8 girls? Right. Yeah, well, guess what? It may surprise you, but I've known a few like that in my own surprise.
That gives you family. To start the same sentence 3 times in a row before you actually say the sentence.
And here's the thing. Well, partly because I keep getting talked over too, but okay, that's another thing entirely.
We're keeping it all good here, right?
Thank you for the sentence. Right on. So here's the other thing too, because like here's the other thing too, because like here I am writing. I mean, like, because honestly, the main character of my story, you know, I mean, like, while Jules is her love interest / lover, you know, the main character is Carolina, adult Latino woman. And you know, I'm just like, well, what do you know about being a Latino woman? I don't. But on the other hand, you know, I mean, we all we're human. We all have the same needs. We all put our pants on one leg at a time. You know, we all, you know, go to the bathroom at the same time, and like when we need to go. But as I said, it's basically the same. It's visceral.
It's important to think of people as individuals, and that anybody could have a particular experience as you represent them in the book.
And I will tell you right now, I have not that I have like physical like best like girlfriends, but I have a lot of friends that I've talked to personally, and I've said too, like I've had a lot of things too. Like, don't get me wrong, you're you know, this is where my male mind came into thing, and like I would write something from what I felt like was a female perspective, and then like I was told, oh no, a woman wouldn't do that. You know, I was like, oh okay, no, thank you, I appreciate that, thank you, I want that. You know, and like that's the other thing. I've had a lot of my girl friends read and critique my manuscript beforehand, and then they've corrected me and said, well, no, you know, a woman wouldn't do that, she'd do this, you know. And I was like, oh, okay, awesome, thank you, you know. And like that's just it, you know. I mean, like, research, people, do your research. Don't sit there and just like write the story and then it's like, here you go, hand it in. I mean, because this is what's happening in Hollywood and Disney today, is people are just writing it and handing it in, you know. And like, and then they think just because like you're LGBTQ, you know, like you hand in it, and like, you know, no, why don't you just be a good writer and like go to a good writer, you know, and like offer your perspective and then get them to hand it in for you. No, but that's not what they're doing. They're doing diversity hire, and that's the problem.
Receive constructive criticism, and
yeah,
and it actually will help your work.
Again, like I said, I wanted criticism. I wanted people to help me out and make my work the best work that it could possibly be. You know,
also, Sci-Fi Nation had to leave. I put his link in the chat. He had to
say, I thought it went a bit quiet.
Just a bit.
It did. Yes. That's man, if I could have one-on-one with each of you to talk about Gil, if I was that talented, I would. Thank you for being here, Sci-Fi. If I may ask, Jill, what's one of, and I know there's many, and I'll go around the table. What's your favorite stream that you either saw or did with Gil?
Well, the stream that I always mention, I was
hard.
Well, personally, for the one that I enjoyed being on the most was the first Midnight to Midnight I ever did with him, which was really cool because I didn't really know him much yet, and so it was a lot of fun. I knew I just wanted to come back to that show over and over again. But my favorite live stream that he did that was more professional was his interview on Masters of the Genre with Terry. What's his name? The guy who did Sliders.
Yes. Shit. Yeah, that's impressive. That's
Mel
really
Torme Jr. Tracy Torme.
Tracy Torme, thank you.
Answer.
I couldn't think of it. Yes. Thank you so much, Captain.
Mel Torme Jr. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
I talk about that stream all of the time, and that name escaped my brain. But he also worked on TNG, and he has some stories
Tracy
about
Torme.
that.
Yes. Yeah. I remember those. And Tiger Stripes, I'll go around the panel. If I might ask you next, what's your favorite either stream that you were a part of or stream that you watched?
I was on one with Jill where Cardinal had a quiz show. We were answering his trivia, and that was a blast.
Oh yeah, that was so fun.
On a Sunday. Yeah. I bet you that was on a...
Yeah. You did so well on that one.
I'm old.
Yeah.
I've been around the block. I just know stuff because I'm old. I don't have a really particularly good memory, but I just sometimes you just know stuff.
When you're old, you have really good. I'm not saying you're old, but you have really you have better long-term memory.
We're in the same category.
No,
here.
Age. There's
age is the state of mind, not body.
But you held your own on that.
And
one.
The age
you had some good answers too. I thought we were really kind of blowing the guys out of the water there. In that particular, we were.
I didn't know how that happened.
I know. Yeah, it was good. It was fun.
Experience really speaks for itself.
That's it. I can't think of a single stream with Gil where I wanted to end it, where it's like, oh, I can't wait till this is over. Like I need to go. I got not a chance, Gil. Not
I
a
wanted
fucking
to be
chance.
able to stay up all
Excuse my
night with him, and
language.
I just couldn't. I just at some
Right.
point I just fell over. I wish I'd managed the whole
It
night
would be.
like
Pleasant
like
Valley.
Rod did. Rod was there through thick and thin.
Yeah,
He used to say it's not a Cardinal live stream until you can hear Rod snoring. So,
That's
yeah,
true.
exactly. He would stay on the live stream even when he was tired.
yeah.
Or when
And
Canadian
Pleasant
Spider-Man
Valley
passes
Picker.
out in the snow, and we have
Well,
to
that
send the
was his
police
own.
to
That was his own
see if
live
he's
stream.
okay.
That was, and it wasn't the police. It was the Mounties, which is just the best
It
thing
was
ever.
the Mounties.
It was
It
a
was the
Mountie.
Mounties.
I went back and watched that. At some
Mm-hmm.
point somebody kind of reached out to me and said he's okay, and I said, is the
Yeah.
stream still up? And they said yes, it's still running. I said, oh, I have to see this. I ran
It was
back,
him.
I
Okay,
don't
yeah,
know.
yeah,
rewound it.
yeah.
I had to see the
Yeah.
Mountie.
The last 3 minutes of that stream before I closed the laptop, you can see the Mountie, and I don't know if he knew he was on camera.
Oh
I
no,
don't think he
you
knew.
were so out of it, man, because
Oh,
the
dude.
Mountie leaned over and he said to you, "Say goodnight to all your friends. They're worried about you." It was the best thing
Wow.
ever.
Yeah.
I
It's like,
love
I
that.
was woken
stream.
up
Well,
from
I
my
learned-
bed from a Mountie.
I mean, it was
It's like,
it was the
that's never-
scariest. It was the scariest
Yes, it
thing
was
because we
frightening.
didn't know.
We were very worried.
know what-
well,
and
Help
when
me.
I think I said, I went back and I kind of traced my messages on Twitter. Yeah, at the point that, and
Wow.
you were the inflection point,
you laughing.
Canadian Spider-Man. That was the point where I reached out to people and said, "Do you have a phone number for him? Because we're all worried." But I had never done that before. I had never reached
And
out
you know what?
to Gil
Well-
or Doomcock or anybody personally via Twitter before. I'd never
And you know-
DM'd anybody, so that
This
made
man-
all the difference for me.
This man would not
Yeah.
give out my phone number, even if it meant I would die around this fire pit. This man would not release my private information, and I don't know whether to commend him on that or not. But Cardinal Sin would not give Darius Munchausen my private phone number, and but Darius figured it out with a bunch of other.
You know
made it
what?
happen. Yeah, I know. The next few days, people are like,
You know
"Well,
what?
Tiger
I
Stripes
think he
did it." I'm like,
did.
"No, I really didn't do it."
Joe would not
No.
lend.
No,
any
actually,
secrets.
Spider-Man, I think he actually did, because I do recall hearing that, because Darius contacted me out of the blue and then in a panic, and then I happened to mention, I was like, no, I'm pretty sure Cardinal Sin does, but I mean, like, I'm not sure if he would give it out, and they said, okay, well, I'll try him, and then I was like, he did, and then a little while later, then I heard, hey, the Mountie's caught up with you, and he was okay, but actually, now that I think about it, I was really talking about the street.
Cardinal
But
Sin
no,
is your guy.
But I do.
Well,
now
we
that I
did
think about it, I
learn
do.
very.
I do.
Hi,
sorry.
Dalek. Good to see you.
Oh, hey, Dalek.
We did learn very important
um,
information not to send the Mounties, to send the fire brigade.
Thank you, Jill. Do not send the Mounties. Send the fire department. And
Yes,
on that
yes,
note,
yes.
PvP.
I was thinking.
Send the fire
Yeah.
brigade, because they
Rod,
have
we'll get
actually.
to you, sir. Let's have PvP. I'd like to hear from
Fire
him, please.
brigade are kind of like paramedics. They do have paramedic training, so they can
Yep.
restart your heart if necessary.
Mm.
Better than
Anyway.
the RCMP. Trust us.
Yeah.
Have you seen
yeah.
the Ottawa
The
RCMP
RCMP would
with the
just probably-
horses and the
They'd probably just make a note, DOA.
right? I do not want to get stumped by horses from
Pop-
the RCMP.
Was there a question though, there, Spidey, you wanted to ask me?
Yes,
Because
PvP. You've been quiet for a
I've
bit.
been trying to keep my mouth shut today. to listen
You've
to all
done
your great
so
advice.
well. You've done so well,
Commendable.
and don't think we haven't noticed. Could you please tell me your favorite stream that you either were part of or that
Whoa.
you watched?
You know, the
with
weird
Cardinal
thing
Sin?
is,
And I'm coming all around the panel. Captain Infinity and Rod Thunderheart, you're next.
I am on standby.
Oh,
I'm,
also,
yep,
good-
red followed.
you know, they're very.
Good night to Pop Culture Curator
Oh, good night, Pop.
in the chat.
Stay well, man. Stay
Good
well.
night, Paul.
Good night.
We'll see you Monday, man.
Good night. Please
Night,
go ahead,
brother.
PvP.
Well, you know, the weird thing was, Tiger Stripes mentioned. I think Jill mentioned it as well, probably. That night when we were doing the contest with the trivia game or whatever the hell it was, and we were all answering questions, and we were if we didn't want to answer the question, we could bump it to somebody else on the panel.
Yes.
And
Oh, yeah.
So that was such a great
trivia.
I'll always
The trivia SmackDown.
Yeah, SmackDown. I always remember what a fun, enjoyable stream that was with Gil, though, because he was asking really good questions too, like really tough stuff, right? And I had
it
to
wasn't multiple choice.
Oh yeah, and I had to pull it out of my brain from decades earlier that I'd learned this stuff. But it was a lot of fun,
and
it was great.
Yeah.
It was great fun slamming other people on the panel. it's kind of fun to slam your friends, right? You know,
he could host. He could host a show.
Oh,
he could host.
Yes, it was so good. I'll never forget that stream. I mean, I went on some of the Into the Fringe stuff and listen to that and talk with Gil too. And there's probably one or two I'm totally forgetting. But that game channel when we were playing that trivia game, that's the one I'll probably always remember with the most fondness, because I think I think Tiger Stripes and Jill and whoever else was on there, I can't remember everybody. I think we had a lot of fun, entertaining fun that day, just challenging each other, bumping the stuff to the other people and trying to answer questions that we're kind of like, oh God, what's that? Oh God. But it was such a great it was a really great fun stream.
And I remember that Gil said at some point that he had a certain number of trivia questions. He'd written them all himself, and he had them all codified, and it was in the thousands.
It was incredible.
I told him there are some best-selling books there. People love trivia.
Oh, yeah.
If you just want to go put one together and stick it on Amazon, that's a big seller.
It was very incredible.
He did some amazing research.
So many irons in the fire already.
I was so impressed, Tiger Stripes, with the amount of work Gil put into that stream, because usually, like a game stream, people don't put that much work into it, right? But I could tell he'd researched probably for weeks and weeks before he put that stream up. So I was thoroughly impressed with his effort, and I thought, wow, this guy is really this is an amazing guy. And I don't really have much else to say, so I'll probably shut up now. But that was a day I'll never forget, because you guys were awesome. I loved having fun with you guys. And yeah, that's a really great memory.
He put his research into the Canadian side too. He didn't just it wasn't just the trivia. Like he went into the Canadian stuff, and he had stuff that I was really racking my brain. I was just like, how does he know this? And I'm just kind of like, this. He knows his shit. Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, I always respect people that can do their research on anything, right, when they're going to talk about it, Rod.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Dalek. We wake up. Dalek wakes up, and we're here. Imagine waking up to us every morning, Dalek.
Probably mid-morning.
It's like
mid-morning for him, I think.
Bedroom.
8
a.m. Imagine all of
UK.
us in his bedroom. That'd be funny. There should be a movie about that.
At the end of Wizard of Oz.
Mornings, but
I think it's like midnight for Spidey, but for me, it's like 1 o'clock.
It is midnight. Sorry, Tiger Stripes. What did you? I caught part of that.
Oh, I said like the end of Wizard of Oz. He wakes up and we're all leaning over the bed.
Hello, Dalek. Hello, Dalek.
He makes his morning tea, and then half an hour later, we all pass out from sleep.
Captain Finity.
Hello there.
Hi, sir. Now, you have a special relationship with Gil because you were part of a show with
very long
Gil.
ago now, but yes.
Well, I better to have had those times than not to have had them at all, right?
Exactly. Because that's my favorite.
Do you have a particular stream that you remember with Gil, Captain?
It was just the entire run or the half run of I Am Not a Number. I think that was our finest hour. Deconstructing the Prisoner.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I don't know if you know this, but the last I mean, Gil sent me 2 things during our friendship, and the last thing he sent me was an action figure still in the plastic case, and I swear to God, it's from the '60s. Of I Am Not a Number. It's
Oh,
it's the
wow.
action figure. Yes.
Holy crap!
Yeah, I'll go and get it. I swear to God,
I got the T-shirt,
it's
but
not
the action figure.
That's
no.
very
This is
cool.
the
Oh, I got the
actual
mug
action
toy.
figure, and it looks like it's from the '60s, and I don't know where he got it.
That must be worth a fortune, man. That's
Huh.
very, very cool. Jeez. Wow.
I'm impressed. So
Yeah.
it's funny you say that.
Gil
It's
was
funny
so
you say that, Captain Finity.
Gil was very generous
It's funny
that
you
way.
say that.
Was it a action figure of Patrick McGowan?
Magoo.
Awesome.
Well, and the prisoner. It had the prisoner on the type. You know, the old 1970s. Well, Jill, you don't know, but the 1970s action figure came in a plastic, and the plastic was like this big, and the action figure was like this big, and the cardboard backing, and it has the prisoner on the back of it. Yeah, I'll go get it. It's in the house. But that was the
cool.
last
I bet it
thing that
probably only
Gil
had like.
sent to me.
Man, that's very cool.
Well, I'm betting the action figures back then was probably only 5-point articulation, i.e., arms that go forward,
right.
back, and legs that go forward, back, and head up and down, and that's it.
They're probably very
I like the
simple back
prisoner.
then.
I like the prisoner so much. I got
Not
the
that I'm
chair.
putting it down. I'm just saying. I'm just explaining. Like action figures of
No,
the time. That's all.
That's the way toys were back then, right? They were pretty basic
Yeah.
compared to later stuff. Yeah.
And we
I
were
really
happy
enjoyed
to
that
have
live stream too.
And Captain, please continue. You didn't finish. Please continue.
There you go. Look, I liked it so much. Hello. I like the show so much. I got the chair. You are number 6. You can't really. I've got to zoom out. Anyway, the big. I'll go back into the internet. No, it's a great lesson in writing. We specifically covered what makes a good twist in a story. What a great lesson. Some people think the trick to writing a good twist in a story is to completely surprise the audience from out of nowhere. But through doing that show with Cardinal Sin, with Gil, we went through it, and the trick to writing a good twist is actually to give the audience a bit of a clue. So that was a very important lesson in writing. So that was great.
Huh. So not subverting the audience's expectations is...
It's a fine line. You got to surprise the audience, but you don't want to surprise them too much. You can't go from out of nowhere, because that's just some Daenerys flying crazy off a dragon shit, isn't it?
Right. Your surprises have to keep within the story's character and universe. Have to still make sense.
Right. It's got to be surprising, but it's got to make sense. Yeah, exactly what Jill said.
Yeah, I'd say you've got to set up an interesting premise that's, at least somewhat believable. And then you can throw a twist in later in the episode, right? Or maybe,
Dalek, I saw
maybe
7 people
wrong,
on this panel. I think you could probably join if you want to try.
Get up here, Dalek.
We lost Tiger.
I've upgraded the plan, Dalek. I just upgraded the plan for this stream. I put it on my credit card. Fuck it. So I have unlimited. I'm now on the StreamYard
credit card
professional. I mean, it's for Gil. I mean, fuck that. So, Dalek, you come on. You bring your family. You bring your grandmother. You bring whoever the fuck you want on, Dalek. Because I got room for everybody.
She left for Dalek, but she didn't have to leave because
Tiger Stripe.
You didn't have to leave. Come back, Tiger. There you go. And you, Dalek. There's room enough for everyone.
Come on board, buddy. Come on board, Dalek. I upgraded if you go back about a half an hour, you can see me typing and not really paying attention. And that's when I was upgrading my plan. So we can have 40, 50 people on here. Come on, Dalek.
Come on in. The broadband's lovely.
Dalek thinks you have the free one because you still have the duck in the corner.
Well, because he knows I'm not a professional YouTuber like Anti-Derv Jill or the rest of you, because I'm just here for fun.
Yeah.
But
no, I'm far from professional.
Exactly, right? I mean, if
you're sponsored by eggnog.
If you're talking construction, I'm professional.
They should take the duck away though if you paid some money. I would think.
Well, yeah, you just have to click on it. If you click on the duck,
come on up,
away.
Dalek.
Quack,
All right,
quack.
you know what? I'm gonna
Get the duck.
I'm gonna send you a personal Twitter message, Dalek, if I can find you.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I see a lot of class 1s out there. Very few professional drivers.
I was gonna ask you about that, Rod. Because you're a professional driver right now. What do you think? Like, have you confidence in people's driving ability, or what?
Well,
or has it?
If anyone has seen Paul Chato's, Call Me Chato's, I'm in a car. That's pretty much the traffic out there right now. And again, I kind of have, as a class 1, and I'm humble enough not to say professional, even though everyone says, okay, yeah, you're a professional driver. And okay, but I will say that I'm just a class 1 better than most who are out there. But that's why I posted on Twitter photos of it. Just simply it's like, and I just titled it "Me Looking at Traffic All Day," and it's just 3 different photos of me going.
I saw that.
I think I get the feeling that Rod's talking about. It's like what?
Yeah,
what am I seeing?
Well, as a class 1, you as a truck driver, when you're out there, you're driving all day anyway, and you see a lot of crazy shit, and you see so much crazy shit, you're just kind of like you just become numb to it. You have to, because otherwise, if you sit there and you're like, or if you react to it, like in Paul Chato, oh my God, I can't believe terrible times that no, like if you do that, well, then you're not going to make it as a professional driver. That's
I totally get it. I totally get it. Like I have seen so many accidents, smashed glass, mangled cars in the last 9 years where I lived here. Over and over again, I've seen idiots and they decide to turn into somebody, right? And it's like it doesn't end well.
Yeah.
And I actually almost died like 5 months ago going to work, right? When I was not working at home. And so one day I'm driving in my usual, I've driven it like 300-400 times over to work, right? So I get to the intersection, light turns green, I proceed, and this a-hole in a big black truck decides to like totally run the red light, right? So I got to slam my brakes on to avoid T-boning this clown by like 3 feet. Thank God there was nobody behind me, or they would have totally rear-ended me and my car would have been ridden off because it's an old car, right? And I'm thinking, oh God, I can't believe this. So, yeah. There's some really god-awful drivers out there.
Yep.
Yeah.
And most of them live in Canada, I think. Around Toronto.
Well, there's a lot of bad ones here, that's for sure. Yeah. That's one good thing, though. Working at home the last 2 months, I don't have to drive those hours every week. So the only time I go driving is on the weekend to get groceries and stuff. And otherwise than that, I just park the car.
Good for you.
Right?
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I read somewhere that I read somewhere that we actually spend, well, depending on how far away from work you are. I've still read though, like we spend approximately 1/3 of our lives driving to and from work, which is the whole reason why I've always tried to keep my where I work within half an hour. Okay, like the worst for me was 40 minutes home hardware, and that was but like aside from that, no, like honestly, I've kept it inside half an hour from like where I live to where I work. Half an hour.
Mine was 15 minutes, Rod. So it'd be like half an hour a day times 4.
Yeah.
So I was basically driving 2 hours a week. But when I'm thinking of I'm saving like $1,000 a year on gas now because gas is that high here in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm saving
That's the insane thing.
$1,000, and I'm saving probably, I don't know, like what's 2 hours a week times, 50 something weeks. Like that's a lot of hours that I'm getting more time. So instead of having to wake up like 2 hours,
104.
instead of waking up 2 hours before a shift, I can wake up like half an hour before a shift, make
Are you
some tea,
factoring
and
holidays?
get right to it, right? And I'm saving
That's
hundreds
right.
of
That's
hours.
right.
So
yeah,
that's about it, I guess.
Yeah.
Captain Finity, how much is gas where you are? And Jill, I want to ask you next.
You don't look. You just fill up the car and off you go. You don't look.
What? Oh, Mr. Moneybags!
Are you
I don't know how much
crazy?
gas I've got unlimited money.
Wealthy.
Well, no, excuse me. It doesn't make it cheaper by knowing, does it? You just buy the most. You must know. I decided to buy a reasonably fuel efficient car, but I don't want to know.
Yes.
$3 a litre. Are you crazy? Can we have another war?
Really? Wow.
Well, first of all, I mean, no, I started. Do you know what I was going to do? YouTube. Don't ask Jill about the difference between cookies and biscuits, because first of all, the US dollar, the Canadian dollar, the New Zealand dollar, and the Australian dollar are 4 different dollars. Second of all, a litre ain't a gallon, and third of all, shut the fuck up. So, what was the question? So, I don't want to know. It's too much.
Gallon.
Well, first of all, your money is worth quite a bit more than ours. So, I mean, like, for example,
that would be like $10 a gallon.
Well, currently, right now,
pounds,
a gallon is 4 liters, actually, and like we up here right now in Canada, but at least in Alberta,
Australia or New Zealand. No,
New Zealand, no, Australia. That's not even the same continent, madam.
Money's worth less there.
The money
exactly,
is
it's worthless there. Exactly, you might as well just throw it in the gutter and get it over with.
Yes,
as dollars go.
Yes,
it's approximately $1.28
$40
a liter
for a pack of cigarettes.
Jill, how about you?
You got the
$40
plus matches.
Your
and
gas
let's
is
let
much
Jill.
cheaper.
And I believe a US gallon is 3.8
a liter here in BC.
Yeah. So for me, gasoline is $3 a gallon, which is way cheaper than Captain Infinity.
It'd be like $7 a gallon here in BC, Joe.
Don't ask me about the eggnog.
$3 a gallon?
Hey, I love eggnog.
Eggnog's a gallon?
It'd be $7 a gallon here, I believe, approximately.
Of eggnog?
What the fuck is a gallon?
Gasoline. Oh Christ!
A gallon is 4 liters. Canadian Spider-Man.
Depending on where you are, it's 3.8, I think.
That's like $1.79 here right now.
More or less, but it's approximately
for a liter.
Imperial gallons, yes. Yeah, basically we need to all start buying horses, I suppose, or kangaroos, depending on where you live.
No, you know what we need to buy? We need to start buying like these damn electric scooters. I was at my friend Dusty's, and his roommate, his parents died and left him a fairly sizable, and as a result, I went, sitting there and he actually was, looking around, how do I get around, and he bought. I'm not kidding you. And look up electric scooters. You should freaking see what they're doing now. I mean, there's there's some knobby, the electric scooters. They're now like two wheel powered, as in the front wheel and the back wheel are powered, and they have suspension, and they have incredibly grippy tires that work in the snow, and get this, they can and they can go up to 99 kilometers an hour. I'm not kidding.
Oh, that's a terrible idea. That's a terrible idea.
It's a great way to break your head and never be the same again.
Yeah. See,
but I mean, you can set. First of all, you can set limits. You can set limits
for having these.
Well,
PvP.
You can.
Yeah, I just want
they have those where you are.
For about 6 months now, we've had these scooter things, like two-wheeled, like Rod's talking about. And they must have gyroscopes in them, right? Because I see people spinning around everywhere the last 6 months, and sometimes they do provide helmets if some people don't leave the helmet with the scooter is the problem though.
No.
Some
But they
people
get
have
Right.
the helmet on like they should.
It's hard to, yeah. No.
But these things are fast. Like, and you know the sad
They
thing
are.
is they're on the bloody road though, so they're like another traffic hazard, just like cyclists, right? Where you got to try and avoid them. I guess it's great if you got no money and you got no vehicle, but they seem
That's
like
the thing.
bloody
I'm thinking about that.
dangerous to me, you know.
Well, I mean, shit. I mean, I'm a class 16, and
Captain.
Any kind of two-wheeled vehicle is extremely dangerous.
It's I can't believe it's.
And
Well,
it's not even
especially a penny farthing.
It's
The
not
crazy
you
thing-
on the two-wheeled
first of all,
vehicle. It's the other people on the road with you.
The crazy
Extremely
thing,
dangerous.
though, there must be some
The point
gyroscopic system because they never seem to fall over. These crazy people running all over the place. I mean,
No.
they're always upright and everything's good, but I'd never get on one of the damn things, to be honest. Like never.
Yeah, here's a driving public service announcement from the captain. If you don't like my driving, get the hell off the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
Well, on the other hand, yeah, okay. Yeah, but I mean, like, here's the thing that makes you think. I mean, like, I'm half an hour away from where, well, 32 minutes away from where. I'm 32 minutes away from my job, and I'll tell you one thing that would make you really start thinking about electric scooters is a vehicle which is more or less a bike that can do 95 kilometers an hour to work, and that costs nothing in terms of like, well, aside from electricity, that costs nothing. In terms of insurance or gas or anything else or tire, well, okay, you do have to replace tire. But the point is that it's something to think about, because like if you don't live too far away from work, and then like, you know, I mean, dress and you dress for the weather.
No, thank you.
Well,
There's nothing you could ever say that will ever make me invest in any sort of electric vehicle. No, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. No. How'd you like a nice explosion?
I mean, I like you, Rod. You must do what you feel is best for you. However, no, thank you.
You must do what you feel is right, of course.
I'm only suggesting. I mean, like, I'm not saying I'm not going to turn around and run around and buy a scooter right now. But I mean, like, I'll tell you something though. Like, it's given me food for thought. Because like my best friend who's his roommate bought that scooter, and like it's light up, it's everything. It's got like it's got signal lights, it's got everything. It's pretty much almost like a motorbike, just really honestly. And like, you know, and like as somebody who, you know, I mean, for example, I mean, and like I'm licensed to drive pretty much anything that has wheels. You know, I've got a class 16. Well, no, well, it's a class 1 and a class 6, which is like a class 1, which is like you can drive like a tractor trailer, you can drive a bus, you can drive a taxi, you can drive a car or truck or a small personal truck, you know. Or
this is
you know,
like
and
the
a class 6
speech in Forrest Gump. I'm sorry, but go on, dude.
Yeah, and a class, yeah.
No, but
and a class 6.
It's a lot of money.
The point
to
is
get
that I
is
can
like
drive
a
anything.
box of electric batteries.
It's a lot of money to get that
I can,
certification.
Yeah, and well, it wasn't that much to get a class 6, but the class 6 was pretty easy. But like the class 1 was the one that cost me.
Right. Anti-derivative Jill,
Yeah.
Are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I'm just hanging out.
Is it true that in Texas, there are horses in Texas still, right?
Yeah,
I've never been.
Yes, we all wear cowboy hats and we ride our horses to the library every day.
Yeah, well, no, we ride our horses.
Oh, that's exactly what's like up here in Alberta.
Mr. Ed.
We ride our horses to the Whataburger and go to the drive-thru.
If your horse, question, and Tiger Stripes somewhat to YouTube, if you're in Texas and your horse knows where you live, can you get a DUI for riding your horse drunk home from the pub? The horse knows where he's going. You're drunk. Can you get
The horse is sober. You're fine.
The horse is sober. The horse is fucking sober.
I think you would get public intoxication, like a public intoxication charge, but I don't know if
you can. No, you're right. You can, Jill.
Better than a DUI.
Up here too.
And it depends on where you are in Texas. Here in Austin, the police no longer give tickets for anything. They're no longer arresting anybody for anything, including murder and assault. So it's kind of carte blanche. Yes, you can do anything you want these days.
Sounds like the Wild Wild West.
Yeah, if they catch you smoking a jazz cigarette up against the wall.
I just looked it up to be sure, and yes, you do have to be riding a motor vehicle to get a DWI. But like I said, you can get public intoxication or also animal endangerment.
Oh shit! Oh my goodness!
Yeah. Exactly. That's
tonight.
what I was.
Thank you, Jill. I actually learned something again. I love learning something whenever.
Now let's get this clear. Up here in Michigan.
Speaking of animal endangerment,
it's the return of Sci-Fi.
Okay, so let's get this straight. Up here in Michigan, no, on a horse you will not get a drunk driving, but you will get an endangerment of an animal. Now, if you're on the side of the road and you're just mowing rocks into the ditch, you can get fucking pulled over for drunk driving. That's how it works, okay?
What?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not. But the horse knows where he's going.
Exactly. And all they're going to say up here, because of the DNR, Department of Natural Resources.
Dalek.
You are
451. You are said a word tonight.
Endangering an animal. That's what they'll say up here.
Hi, Dalek.
Dalek.
Hey, Dalek.
Exterminate.
Morning, everybody.
Morning,
wakey, eggs and bakey.
Are you awake?
Wow,
wakey 420.
Ooh.
No, 420 was a little while ago.
I'll mute you all if I have to, but can we please let Dalek answer this question? Dalek, if I'm, are you awake, Dalek?
Have you been at the cocaine again?
Does it make your teeth numb?
Hey, I'm gonna mute you all. I swear to God, Dalek. Can I hear from you, please?
Please, guys, no, don't tease me right now.
I'm already muted, so go for it, there, Spidey.
I'm not feeling that well right now.
Oh,
sorry to hear, brother.
Oh, that's not good.
Sorry, Dalek.
I think it's it's nothing serious. I just think I think it's just because I ate too much yesterday. That's all.
So you got a fat belly.
That's a first world problem.
What were you eating that you wanted seconds and thirds of? Do tell.
Or fourths and fifths.
It was second breakfast or third breakfast.
Or fourth or fifth.
Hey, the Dalek got a fucking hobbit.
It was those 10 pancakes with maple syrup.
You know you're a dwarf. Hey, you know you're a hobbit or a dwarf if you're wider than you are tall.
I think we shipped them maple syrup, but okay.
I'm starting to feel. No, I'll be fine.
This is too good.
Hey, Dalek, did you feel wider than you did tall that day? I just got
it. Serious question.
Oh no, he left us. Oh no.
But he did ask not to be teased, and then it continued.
Oh, way to go, man.
We were just having.
Way to go, man.
I was having fun.
I
Really?
wasn't trying to tease you. It's like I wanted to listen to what you had to say.
I was being quiet until letting him talk, and you had to do all that.
I was being polite because if I don't make fun of you, then you know I don't like you.
I've been quiet for most
Sorry,
of the
Dalek. I was just laughing
well,
at the
then
release
don't
of tension.
I thought we were doing really well there. I thought we were behaving.
I won't make fun of anybody then.
I held back. You should have heard what I thought.
There's a reason why we have 2 ears and 1 mouth. It's because listening is more important than talking.
Oh, that's so good.
Wait a minute. If smell it. Here's my question: if smell is so important, why only you got one nose? I can't know.
You have 2 nostrils, though.
That doesn't.
Not the point.
There you go. Yeah, but the point is too.
Unless you snort away your septum.
And so
Even
anyway,
if one nostril's plugged, you can smell through the other
thank you
one.
for being here. I did want to hear what you had to say. I didn't think we were that.
I hope you feel better, Dalek. And I'm sorry.
Yes, we all hope you think.
Yeah.
I
Come
think
on,
you
man,
have,
Dalek.
I really hope you come back, brother, man. This is why I always pop in on your streams there, Dalek, man. Don't listen to these other bums, man.
Please come back, Dalek.
Yeah, don't listen to this guy because
Okay.
even though
Hey,
I haven't said
Dalek,
nothing bad.
Don't say
Shut
that.
up!
Wait, I'm getting
Shut
told
up.
to shut the fuck
I
up.
will
and
mute all of you.
bad
Shut
about
the fuck up.
I've never
Thank
said
you.
nothing bad about the guy. Why am I getting told
Shut
to shut the fuck up?
up. Shut up.
Why?
Shut up.
I've never said
Thank
nothing
you.
bad about him. What the fuck?
Shut. Thank you.
I still don't understand. I've never said
Yay.
nothing bad
Okay,
about him.
I swear to
look,
God, I'm gonna.
Thanks, man.
I'm
Brother,
sorry.
this is why I always pop into your streams.
No, it's
You're a nice
look,
dude. I love.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. I think I'm getting over it. I'm fine. I'll be fine.
Okay, Dalek, I have muted everybody except. No, I know. Hi, PvP. I accidentally made you solo layout.
You don't have to mute everybody.
Hey, PvP. Oh.
Okay.
Am I still
Dalek,
here?
so
am I muted?
can you please tell me, Dalek, what your what's a stream with Gil with Cardinal Sin that stands out in your head?
Oh, okay. I think, and I have streamed with him quite a few times, either on his channel and sometimes on mine as well. And and one that definitely sticks out to me was when he was a guest. Yeah, he was on one of my streams, and then he started showing me all these really cool Doctor Who, all this great Doctor Who memorabilia that he had. You know, he had models of all these different models of Daleks and lots of other things. That was really, that was really enjoyable. So I think that's definitely a great memory between me and him. And also I think there was this one time when I might have gotten into a bit of an argument with him or something. I can't remember what that was about.
I'm
was
sure
it about Deckard?
Well, wasn't he? Did you know he was also building a TARDIS? Like he was getting pieces together for it. I don't know if he
What, a functioning one?
No,
that wouldn't surprise me.
No, I didn't know he was doing. I didn't know he was doing that. No,
Jill, how did you know that, Jill?
Well, he was doing an unboxing, and he was showing off some pieces of it that somebody had made him.
Right. I've seen some of his TARDIS unboxing. Didn't realize that. Well, he
was showing
what
off.
Would they build, Rod? What would they build? TARDIS pieces. I'm like, yeah. No, holy crap!
That's so cool. That's very, very cool. Thanks, Jill.
Do you know why he was doing it, Jill? Was it for a convention?
Or was it for the
lab? It was a model, so it wasn't huge.
It was a model, Jill, so it wasn't for the hi, how you doing? It wasn't for all that.
Wow.
No, I will. Well, inquiring minds want to know.
So what was the rest of your story there, Dalek, if you want to continue?
There's not much to tell, really. I think
that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, Dalek was on a lot of Midnight to Midnights, right?
Yes.
That's great.
I was definitely on a few of those. Yeah, on the Midnight to Midnights. Yeah.
Did we meet each other, Dalek, because of Cardinal Sin? Maybe.
I'm not sure if.
Or was it in Doombox?
You mean you can't remember?
That's a good question. Was it?
A long time ago.
You specifically, Spidey? I'm not sure.
A long time.
I'm pretty sure I met most, if not all of you, because of Doomcock.
Think again, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what you get for thinking.
I remember that.
He did qualify it. With
Look, I did say most, if not all of you.
Doomcock Dalek 451 has a super chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how many of you have a beverage, but raising
tea, old bean.
Cheers. I
Cheers.
say
Cheers, Cardinal Sin.
cheers.
Cheers, Gil.
Wait a minute.
To Gil.
I do have.
Cheers, Gil.
Is there a tea?
Oh, nice, Jill.
Oh, nice, Harvey.
Nice knowledge, Joe.
Hey, Jill. I have a question. Is there
Oh,
a tea?
wow.
Jill,
wow.
I have a question, Jill. Is there a tea minimum for the amount of alcohol that goes in that? Hi.
I don't think that there is any such thing. I don't quantify my liquid consumption based on a YouTuber.
Yeah, don't mind Wi-Fi, Jill. He's conflating his numbers. The Teague minimum is your standard viewing minimum, and it's 15 listeners.
I think
it's called standard minimum on YouTube. It's called a Teague minimum.
Good, strong coffee. That's a joke.
It's a good minimum to have.
Everybody's kosher here, right?
Yeah, it's a catch-22, folks. Until I get 15 listeners, I am phoning it in.
I'm all right.
There's no. Well, we've got 6.
No business like show business.
I do remember that Dalek was there when we were doing the quiz on Gil's show.
I
the
remember
trivia
getting
quiz.
I remember getting Dalek to over 100 subs.
There
hey,
was
Dalek, how you
a
doing?
particular question that I thought Gil had phrased very well because it was a simple, basic question. And let me see if I can paraphrase it. And it was to Dalek. And it was something like,
what?
These 2 immigrants created one of the Golden Age's greatest comic book superheroes.
Laurel and Hardy?
And there was this pause. And I kind of leaned in. You know, I mean, I don't really like to interrupt people when they're thinking, but there was just this pause, and I just leaned in. I said, "You got this, Dalek." And Dalek just kind of, he sputters a bit, right? And he says, "Oh, I don't know. Batman?" And of course the answer was Superman. And then Gil says Superman. Then Dalek says, "Son of a bitch." And I'm like, "Who you calling bitch?" And then there was general mayhem, and it was pretty hilarious.
Well, they probably I can see where you're confused.
I said that.
It was so funny. I laughed my ass off. It was the best. Oh, man. It was a great moment in that whole trivia contest for me. I really loved it. But I do wish you'd gotten the answer right. But it was just, again, very classically Gil, very classically Cardinal, really well phrased, really intelligent, but simple question.
Sometimes getting the answer wrong can be as much fun as getting it right, though.
That time it was.
I mean, it can be crazy, I know, but sometimes it doesn't matter if you get it right if you're all having fun, right?
And
that was a great fun.
Cheers,
stream.
Gil. Cheers, Gil, to fun. And to your, I don't have any other trivia streams to go to, so we miss you, Gil, and we miss your trivia, and that was fun. That was fun for everyone.
Yes. You had a great buzzer.
I agree. Take care, Colonel Sin. Even though I never got to stream with you, take care, but wherever you.
Yeah, I missed talk. The few times I did get a chance to talk with Gil, he was always intelligent, welcoming, heartwarming, a real cool.
He was funny,
cool guy,
and he was self-deprecating.
Oh wow, yeah.
Hey,
that's
Tony.
why I probably loved him so much because I could identify with him. Right?
Tony, how you doing?
So, yeah. He was such. The thing was, he's such a smart guy. Like he had so many different things going on.
And he didn't brag. He didn't brag about it.
No, he didn't. The thing I got about Cardinal was he was so sure of himself, right? And I think that's what turned me off on him. Like, how can this guy be so sure about himself? without having an ounce of humility. I never saw him having the humility, but now that I'm talking to y'all, I realize he did. He had that humility. So,
well, that's what I kind of enjoyed about him, because he was a man set in his beliefs, and if you wanted to go on this channel and engage in what he was thinking, that was great. If you disagreed, well, it's like maybe just go watch something else, right?
Right, and I'm the same way. I'll admit I'm the same way. But from having watched his channel a few times, and I did watch his channel a few times, and he did put on a great show. He really did. Bless him.
He had a very, very good channel.
And the thing I got though was he was like so proud of himself, this, that, and the third. He didn't know humility. But listening to y'all tonight, he did have humility. But I didn't see.
He very much did.
I didn't see that, and that's why I didn't, turn myself.
Well, the thing
tune into his channel.
If you spoke with the man a few times and engaged in some of the discussions with him, you soon realize that Gil was a very personable and really very nice, genuine man. And
right.
Well, at the same time, he was proud of things that he had done, but he was also more proud of things that you have done, and he wants to hear about what
he had every right to be proud, right, Jill? Because he was a really quality content guy, right?
And also, I want to say hello in the chat to Stark of Iron. Tony's in the chat.
Yes, Tony.
Hello, Tony.
Hey, Tony.
Hi, Tony. Good to see you.
Yeah, I
get that tin ass in here.
I'll just probably mute.
Get your tin ass up here, Tony.
Tony, yes, Tony. Tiger Stripes want you to get your arse up here, buddy.
But Tiger, not
your
Tiger.
tin arse.
Oh man, I need to mute. But he just was the kind of
PvP,
guy.
go ahead, man. You
push
go ahead.
through PvP.
I'll just finish it off, and maybe I'll mute for the rest of the night. But he was the kind of guy that you realized he was a very intellectual, intelligent man. I loved his punk rock songs. That was fun because I'm a big punk rock fan myself, and so I love it when he'd played those tunes for us. And when we get into a discussion, I always really enjoyed talking with him because he was always respectful and he was always welcoming, and we'd get into some really interesting conversations. And then other times, like probably my favorite was when I mentioned with Tiger Stripes and Jill and others when we had that crazy, game, we had that crazy game show, right? I can't even remember what it was now, but he had some amazingly quality.
There'll be a SmackDown.
Questions. It was great. Yeah, it was
That's exactly what he called
it. He was very curious and inquisitive, and he did his research, and we got to reap the benefits of that. One of my favorite streams he did was he did a Lovecraft Society stream where
he
gave away
that one. I missed that one.
A book. That one was really awesome. Somebody got
oh my god,
all of the audiobooks of Lovecraft that the society had
H.P. Lovecraft
because it's public domain, but they made their own performance of the
H.P. Lovecraft.
I gotta.
No, Billy Lovecraft is less known brother.
But anyway, I just wanted to say that stream that day with you guys, you know who you are. We had so much fun.
Who you are.
We had so much fun answering Gil's awesomely, very, very well researched questions. I remember, I will always remember how in depth his questions were, and I mean, I'm a bit of a history buff, but often I was puzzled, which is why I passed it on to you guys because I like
1812. The answer is 1812.
Exactly, man.
Anyway, it was really
I think that Tony's on deck.
I'll go.
Get Tony in here.
I'm gonna go. So anyway,
you don't have to go.
Don't let him leave here. Yeah, Tony, get your iron butt up here.
Have a
Yeah.
good one,
PvP,
guys.
PvP, you ain't got
Yeah.
to.
Hey,
You're
wait.
going nowhere.
No, I'm going to hang out. I'm just going to mute myself. But
You don't
Yeah,
have
sure.
to.
Sure,
you guys
Janice.
continue. You guys continue.
All right. This is for Cardinal Sin. This is for Gil Bavel.
Oh, Jesus. We don't need to see who's the shine here.
We are all friends here. That is undeniable. We are all here for Gil.
Yes, we're here for
Let's be very fucking clear here.
Yes,
we're all here for Gil.
Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting replicants.
There's weapons here.
CSM, I think Tony's on deck. Can you get Tony into the room?
He's in the backstage.
Yeah.
Tony.
Hi.
Hi, Tony.
Hey, Tony. Did you just get off
Hey,
work?
Tony, you made it.
Hello, Tony.
How is everyone doing tonight?
We're thinking of Cardinal.
Real good, brother.
Yeah,
Thinking of Gil.
Yes,
Unfortunately, wasn't able.
You know, this reminds me of something I said years ago to my family. I said, don't celebrate my death, celebrate my life. And now the fact that Spidey's doing this just reaffirms that I didn't have a fucking dumbass idea back then when I said this. So, yes, I like it.
Do you mean that, Sci-Fi?
Yeah. Yes, I absolutely do. Don't celebrate my death, celebrate my fucking life.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Cheers,
agree
Gil.
I agree that celebration of life is the way to go.
I wasn't able to.
And I said this 20 years ago to my family, or if not, after that. My daddy died back in 2005, right? I watched him die in front of me with fluid filling his lungs.
Man.
And I said, you know what? I had all my family there. I said to them, don't celebrate my death. Don't give me a big ass fucking funeral. Just fucking bury me, burn me until I'm fucking ashes. Do whatever the fuck you're gonna do. But celebrate my life. I don't give a fuck what you do with my body. Celebrate my life. That's what I said back then.
Yeah.
So when I saw you were doing a celebration of life, I had to come and contribute to this stream because fuck yes. Celebrate the life.
Yeah, I agree.
Tony. All right, everybody, please let Tony to say what he has to say. What do you have to say with your interaction with Gil? In whatever capacity, or you don't have to say shit, Tony.
Well, I apologize for not making the Facebook broadcasting of the wake. I haven't had a Facebook in years, and
it wasn't live streamed. It wasn't live streamed.
It's recorded.
It is.
I'd like to point out, by the way, Tony, and Tony, I love you. I'm sorry to cut you off. I just simply wanted to say that, remember, I introduced you to Cardinal, when you were starting to get out into the YouTubers, and I said, hey, Tone, hey, Cardinal Sin's having a stream, pop in, and then I told Cardinal Sin, hey, this guy's a good shit, let him in. And Cardinal Sin's, are you sure? I was like, yeah, of course. I mean, you know me. And man, you came into the circle.
I appreciate your being the welcoming committee, usher, and good friend.
Nice. I'm sure everybody knows somebody here from somebody introducing them to the other person. So that is awesome, Brad. Yes.
That's what that's how it works.
But I would
here.
I would like the recording of the event, if at all possible.
I can get that to you, Tony.
Thank you.
So do you
Me
have a
too,
particular saying, Tony? Do you have a particular saying or any advice or anything in particular that Cardinal Sin said to you, or any moment that is special for Gil? We're all still processing that Gil's not here.
Well,
it doesn't seem real that he's not here.
Well, I am. I didn't know the guy that well.
Man,
Yes, his loss is a big tragedy to the community. That's all I got to say.
It is.
Man, it's been 3 weeks.
Gil.
Yes,
it
agreed.
hasn't even been 2 months yet. It's only been like 6 weeks. It's just the other day.
Yeah.
Well, is it 3 or 6?
No, 3.
I can't even agree on that. Okay, 3.
3.5.
You're in the middle. It's
about
4.
a month.
It was the end of September.
Closer towards the month now. It's the 22nd already.
Yeah, go ahead, Tony. Finish the question.
The one quote that Gil always stuck out with me, and he inspired me to actually send a sizzle reel of my Rick and Morty into Adult Swim.
Yes,
and by
that's right.
He twisted my arm to send a flash drive to a studio, and
I hope you've got it.
Well, no, they got some other impersonators.
I hope you got a sense of humor because all I heard was scissors.
Sizzle reel, not scissor.
He called it a sizzle reel, as in a sample package of my Rick and Morty lines.
He did.
How do lesbians put their legs together? Like a scissor reel. What?
Hi.
Let's keep it clean for Gil's. Come on now. Keep it classy.
Keeping it clean, keeping it classy.
Keep it classy. We're capable of it. At least 2 of us are.
Tony, did you send your reel in?
I did. I sent the flash drive to Adult Swim.
Did you hear back from them?
You know what? You did?
Your ex doesn't keep it clean and they're sending shit to Adult Swim. What the
Did you send them a cover letter as well?
I sent a cover letter as well as some history. And unfortunately, a resume that is too small, given that my experience in the
That's what she said.
You know, that's sometimes these days, if you have a presence on YouTube, that's a calling card right there. People get work that way all the time.
What presence?
But how
exactly.
Well, you had a channel before you quit it, as I recall, that had a sizable number of subscribers.
No, I still
Hi. She's calling you up, buddy.
Rod Thunderheart, has your YouTube presence helped your book sales at all? Do you think?
I got a question. Is this the same Rod Thunderheart that used to know Anti-Trekker back in the day?
Probably. The name sounds very familiar.
Yeah, he goes by Salty Trekker nowadays, so I just had to...
Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so I had to ask that just to see if this is the same Rod Thunderheart that he was talking shit about on his channel.
Well, probably not.
He was?
No one talks shit about Rod Thunderheart. Rod Thunderheart's a good guy.
No, I can't talk for other
I'm
people.
serious.
I'm just saying what I heard. That's all.
Well, Anyway,
well,
Rod
okay.
Thunderheart,
What you heard is okay. Thanks.
Question,
go ahead.
Rod.
No, go
ahead. Were you there for the 15-hour-long live stream that Cardinal Sin and I did for Midnight to Midnight? I think you were for most of that.
See, I'm glad you asked that because that's what I was trying to get at earlier. Because at first I thought it was I thought it was like the one that you passed out in front of the fire, and then the cops / Mounties had to show up at your.
That was a different.
That's on this channel.
Wait, why do you keep bringing that up?
Yes.
Get that up, folks.
Yes, but no. Okay. All right. Well, we've already talked about that once. All right.
Yes, we have.
But no, this right. But what we're talking about now is when, when on the Midnight to Midnight, well, like the record-setting Midnight to Midnight, where we were all, we joke 15, wasn't it 16 at least, maybe even 17? Because I know,
And Coach from Echo
I think it might have.
Oy, fucking bay, the fucking inconsistencies on that live stream by itself.
I think it might have even been like I think it might have even been 18 hours. I know it was literally like even just literally hearing them like 18 hours. Like I think it was like 18 hours. But then
y'all
because
didn't even know how many
at one
hours you're gonna
point
go live.
That's a lot of freaking hours. I
the
just gotta
point
say.
being is that
Point being.
skills. Well, no, he didn't mean to set a record when he started, and then when he got to like the 12-hour mark, he was just kind of like, "Hey, I think I might be able to," And then he managed to
And
make it
that's
to like
it.
14, and
I'm glad he did
14.
because I know other YouTubers that did 24 hours, 36 hours easily. So the fact that he got to 12 even
Thanks,
was like
PvP.
okay in my book.
Right? Anything over 12
That
hours,
was
and that's
very nice of
insane.
you to cut that down and make the other somebody passed away that make their accomplishment not so good. Sure, yeah. As I was saying, he made it to 16, possibly even 16, possibly even.
I haven't even fucking muted. You gotta get snacks. Go ahead. Get
No.
snacks. And you're the fucking missus. Go ahead, get your snacks.
Oh, I heard her voice. Hello, Mrs. Sci-Fi.
You did. Oh, hold on. Let me unplug the headphones here, Tony.
Hello, Mrs. Sci-Fi.
Okay, Tony,
But
go
Rod,
ahead. Say hello.
No, you had a good point, Rod.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Mrs. Sci-Fi.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm Mr. Sci-Fi.
Good evening.
Mrs.
So
here you go. Hi, guys. Did you hear?
So, Rod, what do you think the sweet spot, and this might be a moot point, but for Midnight to Midnight, for Cardinal Sin, should we get the opportunity to do this in another lifetime? What's the sweet spot for Midnight to Midnight? Do you think it's 12 hours? Do you think it's 8 hours? Do you think it's 15 hours?
I think 12 hours for Cardinal Sin would be fucking awesome.
Right?
Thanks for answering for me. I really appreciate somebody else talking for me.
Yeah, okay.
That was nice.
Rod, let's hear. Sci-Fi will be quiet now. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you. As I was saying, thank you. You can keep talking then. I will shut up.
I have a very quick question, Rod. I'll keep
Hold
it
on.
very
I gotta hit my mute button. Hold on.
I just want to say, should we not ask Gil's brother about how long a stream on his channel should be in the future?
See, Ari, I mean, as you'd imagine, he's pretty emotional. I think it's gonna, I mean, personally,
yeah, exactly my point, right? I don't want to piss
take
him
a
off,
long
right?
time, right? Yeah, exactly.
Come off about what?
Yeah.
I want to be respectful
Exactly. What are you
to
talking
the
about?
memory of Gil.
Ari is not quite ready to
do
any type of live streaming at the moment.
Nope.
And it's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, and Aria is not ready to do any kind of.
I was just trying to warn you that I was.
That's why I just say maybe we should give it a month or two.
Oh, I know you're not.
My personal opinion.
I said I was trying to warn you that I'd be using all the wrappers and stuff.
Oh no, you're good. You're good, baby. No, you're good.
I love you.
So, Rod, back to you. What was your favorite? What was your favorite? I don't know. Your favorite show that Gil did, was it the Into the Fringe? Was it
no,
the
because apparently, I don't know, because apparently, according to the last guy who made a comment, I can't talk. We shouldn't talk about Gil because of the fact that it's disrespectful to Gil because we're all talking about our memory.
What PvP was talking about exactly. We can totally talk about.
We
Cardinal
can totally,
shows.
and that's my question.
I'm with you 100%. That's my point.
I did not say that at all.
Good.
You were basically implying that because I was talking about the length of, and yes, I agree, but I mean, I'm only simply implying. I didn't say that was. I'm just simply saying because,
said out of respect for Gil's brother, we should maybe give him a little bit of a break. That's all I said.
But
no, you
was
also went on to explain that because I was talking about the length of. You went on to say that because of people, yes, and yes, I know too. Yes, Mahler's done his 24-hour streams. Yes, I'm 100% with that. But like,
let's not do that.
Oh well, if people want to misguide my thoughts in their own head, that's fine.
Nope, we're not going to do that.
I've been there before on other streams, and I respect Rod greatly. I think he's a cool guy, but whatever. I'll just shut up now.
Nope, there's none of that here. Well, hang on. There's none of that here. PvP. You definitely don't need to shut up. Let's rephrase the question. Rod Thunderheart, which did you like? Midnight to Midnight? Did you like the unboxing? Did you like the longer formats? Which of Gil's did you like the most? Completely different question. Midnight to Midnight, I suspect, is your favorite.
Oh, I can talk now? All right.
You can talk as much as you want.
Well, thank you. Well, I'll tell you that first off, number one, I would really appreciate the fact that way back in the day, I mean, like, I just simply, he invited me on once just out of the blue, and then suddenly after that, he messaged me afterwards. He was like, wow, I really like what you had to say and all that. And I want, I said, I want you on my next show. And then, like, I don't even remember what that one was. I think it was like, actually, I think it was probably Trivia SmackDown. That's right. Yeah, it was. And
that was a good one. That was a good one.
He brought me on for practically every successive Trivia SmackDown that he did, and then one of the very first things he asked too was that he said, well, what would you like me? What kind of questions would you like to be asked? And then he happened to mention like what it was related to, and then I said. I said, okay, well, what about a Canadian aspect of that? Like a Canadian comedian, who have moved on to Hollywood, or other things like that. Canadians who have had an impression on Hollywood, and and like that's what I suggested. And he was like, oh, okay, and then other times too, like what things that he knew about. Things that he might have known about the Canadian government, which I mean, like, he straight up admitted that he didn't know off the bat, but he said that I'll look into that, and like he clearly did because like the stuff that he asked, I'm just kind of like the average American would not know that, and that just like I was just kind of like I just gobsmacked. I just sat there and just like, how did he know that? And like, and I mean, there were some questions that he asked that I knew, not because I'm trying to like brag about the conversation, just simply because like I'm more knowledgeable than the average person, on A, Canadian history, and just B, just Canadian stuff in general. So, I mean, because I'm just one of those guys. I'm a history buff. I absorb all things, like Canadian, and so like I'm just, a lot of times I was kind of, how did he know that? And like, which like you had to do a lot of reading to know what he knew.
That was, that was the kind of guy that Gil was. I mean, he took interest in what you were doing. I mean, Dalek, did when you were talking. I mean, I know you live, on the other side of the pond, but when you were talking to Cardinal Sin, you guys had a special kind of relationship, I think, and he, I mean, he related to you as if he was a next door neighbor, and I'd like to hear what you have to say.
You really think that between me and Sin?
Yeah, because he
It
was a
felt that way,
huge
brother.
Doctor
No, I felt
Who
that too.
fan. Yeah, I was never a Doctor Who fan, and Rod, I don't know if like,
me
but
either.
he was. He was.
But he made me
maybe
something of a
Yeah, Dalek. Maybe you don't realize that, perhaps.
Yeah.
Well,
he like literally said Dalek, which is why we always say, "Hey, Dalek."
Yeah, I know. He had this odd, kind of special way of introducing me whenever I came on to his shows, or how he talked to me.
Dalek 451, yo.
Yeah, he always yeah. He always did that. That's the way he always spoke to me, and he says, and he always says like, Dalek, what is the great? We both know what the greatest story of Doctor Who story of all time is, and I was like, yeah,
it's called Dalek, not the what we went. Hey, how you doing? What?
The greatest Dalek story.
Not just greatest Doctor Who story, not just greatest Dalek story. Genesis of the Daleks.
Have
the
you
one
been
starring Phil Collins.
All the Janice, none of the Jackson.
No, Phil Collins. No, wait. I get it. I know why you said that because
he hated
Phil Collins, Genesis. Yeah, I get it.
He did. So
I'm coming in the air tonight.
Right,
Dalek. What do you know?
No, that was
about,
solo material, so that wouldn't work.
What do you know about Kansas? What do you know about where Cardinal Sin lived? Do you know anything about Kansas? Have you been?
The only thing I know about
Kansas
is what I see on District Court on YouTube right now.
Kansas
in Greenwood County,
the state. You mean the state Kansas?
Yes, the state Kansas, Dalek.
I don't know. Not that much.
I know we're not in Kansas really anymore, kind of crushing me. The World Fantasy Convention is there, and it's always, close to Halloween. And so I wasn't aware that it was going to be there, but I think he must have known. And that's something that I definitely would have been willing to travel to meet him had I been hit to that.
Yeah, there's a judge that would have made the money.
Oh, me too. Yeah.
If he fucked up.
And Halloween was his favorite holiday.
Hi, how you doing?
It's been interesting.
It was.
Hello to Shake Spielberg.
Yes, hi, Shake Spielberg.
Yeah, he's been here for a while.
You know what I like about Halloween? I don't even need a mask. I look that scary. How you doing?
Well, he's on the panel. Yeah.
William Shakespeare. I wish I could have all of you individually. I mean, I want to hear more from Sci-Fi. I want to hear more from Tiger Stipes and Jill, PvP, Captain, Tony. I want to hear from all of you. If you could just, one by one, come on, that'd be great. But so we're going to have to equalize and balance it here and everyone take turns.
All right.
But let's hear from William Shakespeare. Spielberg. How are you?
You want me to quote Shakespeare? I can. I memorized Romeo and Juliet back in high school. I can do the part.
Are you a fan of Cardinal Sin? And if so, please cheers a drink to Gil Bavell.
Well, you know what? I'm going to cheers a drink to that motherfucker, even though I didn't know him that well. Cheers to his fucking life. Life means everything.
I got a fresh drink right now.
Life is everything. Life is everything.
Life
cheers, Jill.
Is everything. Cheers.
Cheers, drunkie.
Cheers, Gil.
Wow, for someone, Jill, that was never on camera before, you're on camera tonight.
I'm on camera because I'm gonna be on camera for another show, so I'm getting.
She was on camera on a sci-fi show a few weeks ago. Believe it or not.
I was.
Who's she? The cat's mother?
No,
well, I'm going to need to be on camera for Cinema Gulp show, so I'm starting to try to.
Yes, and
be
I
on
equated
camera a little
her.
more
I equated her
for
with
that.
being akin
Get over
to,
it.
not Jadzia Dax, but the Dax after that, Ezra.
Oh, Ezra, I don't look like I do not look like
Well, you
Nicole
look
Kapoor, but
adorable, Jill. I'm
you.
envious of you. The day may come where I show my face too. We shall see, but I don't know.
I'm
But
just saying, I might not have been right,
Most
but that's
women
what I
on
equated to it.
YouTube are wearing, an entire drugstore worth of makeup. So good for you for being barefaced as well.
No, I know.
When I show my
it's
face
not
on
for me.
YouTube, it just crashes StreamYards,
I don't. I just don't wear makeup.
Let me just say this: Jill
Good.
is the hostess
You're
with
absolutely
the
flattering
mostest
me.
when it comes to dealing with sensitive topics.
Yeah,
All right.
right.
So
And one of my favorite things about Midnight to Midnight, I know this was a topic earlier, but I'm just
it
catching
is.
up, was that
It is, and we're gonna get organized here.
I would.
Starting with Jill. Let's get organized.
I still
Jill,
want to
go
get
ahead,
back to
and we're
that
gonna
actually
go around
myself.
the panel.
Like the UAW.
One of my favorite things about Midnight to Midnight is when I would spend a few hours enjoying myself either on the panel or in the chat. I'd go to sleep, and I'd wake
Yeah,
up,
you could
get my
fall
kids
asleep no
ready to
matter who was
school,
talking. What?
and he'd still be on while I was driving my children to school.
No matter what time you woke up, right?
Yeah, that was pretty hilarious.
Thank you, Jill. Okay, moving clockwise. We're gonna do this orderly. William Shakespeareberg. Did you see any streams of Gil Befels? Are you?
Well, my opponent's turn's going to go on for a while. So
How are you going to go
talk to you
clockwise?
guys.
There's 3 rows and 4 columns.
I know, right? We're gonna go real quick here.
Time's the MC Escher clock, MC Escher clock.
There's like 2 clocks going. It's
Yeah. Agreed.
Go ahead, Spidey. You're good.
This is all for Gil. This is all for Gil. I miss him. God damn it.
I never met
Yes,
the dude,
I
but
really get it. I miss him so much.
it'd be like if I disappeared, y'all be like, where the fuck is that dink at?
What I miss about
Not
Gil
all
is,
about you. Not all about you.
Go ahead. It's not about anybody but Gil.
Well said.
PvP, go ahead. What were you saying?
what I really miss about Gil was his extreme intelligence and the way he was always focused on every stream I ever joined with him when I chatted with him, and he was a very, very, very smart guy.
I shouldn't say
And I miss him. I miss him too much. I'll shut up now.
I literally saw him dumb and never see my go on for a reason.
Yep. Nope. You're well done. Well done. Tony, what interaction with Gil do you remember the most?
We've discussed this before, but I'll pull up it in my private chat what I wanted to say earlier when you asked me the question.
Yes.
The quote from Gil that I wish to submit. Gil
Please.
said people should come to your channel for you to be yourself and to do your best. He suggested I got a metronome and I practice songs alone, and inspired me to try and be as good of an entertainer as possible.
And he meant that for no other reason, just to wish you well.
All of us small channels have been supported by him in one way or another.
He had no alternative
I wouldn't
motives.
be here right now. I would not
He
be
was
here
just
right
trying
now
to help.
if it wasn't for Gil.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Gil
that was
helped
the
me
thing
stay
with Gil. He
Same.
wouldn't. He encouraged you. I kept saying I didn't have a channel, but I'm happy to be here. And he said, "Why not? Why don't you have a channel?"
Right.
And so he would goad
Right?
me into
Why
it.
don't you have it?
And the best
now you
part
have a
about
channel.
him was that he was honest. He didn't just tell. He would tell you you're great, but he'd also be honest if he thought there was something you could improve on, and he wasn't afraid to tell you what you could do to improve.
There's
Like,
something wrong with that
he's given
motherfucker.
me-
I don't care
he's
who
given
you
me
are
some
and what you think, but there's something
advice
wrong with that.
that I haven't taken yet that I probably should, which I've been thinking I should, which is to add mathematics content to my channel given
Yes.
and he makes
linear
want to see more of that
algebra. You're
too.
trying to do linear algebra, Jill.
Yeah, why
Jill,
not?
you and I should
Why
have
not?
some mental math competitions where we do simple area.
no, but I don't do math in my head, so you would win. I do
I
math
don't
on
do
paper.
math. Math is hard.
I do math on paper. I
Can't
do
do
it.
simple areas
I'm a
with
problem
curves
solver.
with me.
I have to write it down.
I'm a math moron.
I have to
so
draw it.
probably would
I have to
skip
draw
those,
the
but-
area under the curve. I have to draw those little bars, the little summation.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe
All right,
Jill
quick.
could educate
Yeah,
me
but
on math someday.
Yeah, but
math is hard. Okay.
See, if you're going clockwise, I
I'm
would have gone to
awful at
tiger
math.
stripes
I'm
next.
Yeah, but-
So this clockwise thing, I'm not convinced.
Well, I was going around in a spiral
Yeah, but
circle.
Cardinal
so I was
Sin
gonna
was
do
Yeah,
like
but you
PvP
said
Wayne
clockwise, so
Gretzky
that clearly
in
after
We're
Spielberg,
like
it's tiger
cats. You gotta
stripe.
herd their
Just
stream.
saying. I mean, it's
You
your
know what?
system.
Hey, that's
Well,
what you get for
You're
thinking.
not wrong. Tiger stripes.
Yeah, but Wayne
you have
Told
Gretzky.
you.
Yeah, but
Tiger stripes. Do you have a favorite moment or a favorite saying that Gil had? Any thoughts about Cardinal Sin?
Oh, so many. You know, we did message on Twitter and we DM'd, and at some point I reached out to him because he had mentioned on one of his Midnight to Midnights, I think, about his personal life, and so I thought, well, if he's going to talk about that publicly, I can maybe send him a private message about it and about my concerns for him. And he really told me so much at one point. We really just exchanged so much information about our lives and our experience. And
So he was asking. He said, "Hey, this is what goes on in my life," and you said, "This is what goes on in yours." Yada yada.
Hey,
So,
oh, please shut up! Please shut the fuck
no,
up!
I'm just asking. I'm asking.
Shut up!
I'm just saying,
Shut up!
What the?
Shut up!
What the fuck?
So-
ever.
Shut
Y'all
up!
shut the fuck.
And
Shut up!
Y'all
Moving
shut
it.
up.
Please,
No,
please.
Moving.
you
I
shut
asked a
up.
valid
You're
question.
the only person who's
I
drunk
asked a
to the
valid
point
question.
of
Don't tell me
inebriation
to
and
shut
being
up.
obnoxious on this entire panel, and you need to
Please,
give
please.
people a little room to talk and think
Please, please.
before
let
you
Tiger-
jump
I
in.
take care of a disabled woman. Don't
Thank
tell
you.
I've
me
done
to
this
shut
to
the
agree.
fuck
PvP
up.
before.
let
I've done it to
Tiger-
everybody here
let
before,
Tiger-
and I'm saying, I'm
let
telling
Tiger
you
stripes
now.
talk. Please let Tiger
Right.
Whitey.
talk. I've purposely tried to shut up tonight. Please, Tiger.
You're too darling PvP. That's hilarious.
I'm
Okay.
really trying hard not to be.
In the
I
name
know
of
you are. I know you are.
in the name of all that is holy.
Whitey,
Yes.
please jump in.
Please
I
finish your
like
thought,
how
Tiger.
somebody
Well, I
all
was
of a sudden
going in a
Right.
particular
Oh,
direction,
fuck,
but
it's
I'm
my
afraid
turn.
that
Shut up,
my
you don't know
train of
nothing.
thought has been derailed. So somebody else will have to talk, and I'm
Sci-fi.
sure it will come back to me in a bit.
Sci-fi, you're out of line, dude.
Okay.
Not really.
Yeah,
Because I take
absolutely,
care
brother.
of a disabled
Yes,
person.
yes,
What-
you are.
Yep. Okay. That's handled. All right. So we're moving on. We'll get back to that. We're just gonna side table that. We're just gonna side table that. Everyone involved is muted. So we're just gonna side table that, and let's move on. Dalek, you're
You
the
realize
bright light.
tabling it means you're bringing it to the table.
Dalek. Let's hear from Dalek. Please, for the love of all that's holy, Dalek, please say something.
What would you like to hear?
What's your thoughts on
A brief
on-
surmisal of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang in 20 words or
yes,
fewer.
Gil, I mean, what do you think your best
Favorite
stream
memories?
with Gil was? Your favorite memories with Gil Bavell? Because that's really all we have left at this point is memories of Gil. And we don't want those to fade away. So
No, of course
what
not.
do you right? I mean, I think you were there from near the beginning. I remember you from a few years ago, sir. It's
Well,
been
it's-
at least 3 years
it's been
ago.
It's been at least.
Well,
I
then
know
sing
I've been-
some Buddy Holly not fade away
And
song.
I know I've been
It's
doing
been-
this. Been doing this YouTube thing at least over 2 years.
I can't be to be not fade away.
Yeah, I think it was.
Can the Dalek man talk?
Please go ahead. No, he's gone now. It's okay.
Yeah. So yeah. I've been at this YouTube thing for a while. I'm not sure how a while. At least a couple of years. At least is it my this is probably my 3rd year doing this now.
I think it has, yeah. That I've been with you.
Yeah, it's been one of the first. Like I'm not sure where exactly I first met Gil, but it may have been.
Hello to Kip Ellis in the chat.
It may have been during my. I remember I'm still remembering the very first time I it wasn't no sorry. I'm not sure if this is too. I'm not sure if he was there or not, but I remember my very first Arch Villain live stream, which is the very first time I did something like this, and we're not. Man, I was so nervous at the time.
You did well though.
Listen,
and
brother,
Dalek, if I recall,
just so you know, Dalek, I know you. I know him because of, first of all, Doomcock, but then like also because I know you mostly because you popped on to Cardinals streams, and then we got to know each other, and then you started doing your own streams, and damn it, man, I thought it was so damn cool that you started doing your own streams, and I popped on.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to because simply because the time zones have crossed over. But like, man, just want to say thank you. I'm glad your streams exist too. When
when I actually do them, yeah. Which isn't which these days isn't very often because it's been at least 2 weeks since I did my last one.
My notifications are turned on, motherfucker. Yeah. Anytime you go live, I'm notified.
I'm sure you are, Spidey. And thank you very much.
Love it, Dalek. I love it that you're across the pond. You're in the future, 8 hours. So I need to know what's going on there. I mean,
8 hours. What's the time?
8 hours,
you
sir.
Are? It's not. It's almost 9:20 in the morning where I am. What's the time for you?
It's 1:19.
You're 7 hours ahead of me.
It's 1:19 in British Columbia.
No, I disagree. It's 4:20.
That's 1:19 here in the morning.
I disagree.
Well, maybe for you.
It is. Yeah, it is 1:19, but
it is for me.
Yeah, so you are 8 hours in the future.
Currently 4:20 Scotty time.
Yeah, the UK is generally 8 hours ahead of us.
Captain Infinity is ahead of us all, really.
Oh, he's in the next day. He's
the
a
next
time
season.
traveler.
It is tomorrow over here.
Yeah,
also 6 months in the future.
That's true.
So you're not celebrating Christmas in 3 months, Captain?
Well, yeah, because it's in June, obviously.
It'll be a New Year's by then. Oh God, I can't imagine Christmas in the summer. Like that's.
You never watched Star Trek: Bread and Circuses? Get the hint.
That's very weird, though.
Yeah.
Weird.
I like Christmas when there's snow on the ground, if you know what I mean.
You know what? Halloween is Gil Bavel's favorite season, as far as I've ever been told. So can I ask Antidirt of Jill, what's your favorite Halloween costume? What's your number one? You nailed it. Halloween costume.
I gotta hear this one.
That I wore.
Yes.
Well, I don't know if I nailed it. I think I'm wearing it right now. I guess I actually got my profile pictures of Vulcan, so I've got Vulcan ears here, and I've got the eyebrows done, and it was done professionally by the people. Since I don't do makeup, I had
an actual Vulcan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was an actual Vulcan.
So you
do look really good in that photo.
Thank
Beautiful. Rod Thunder, Go.
They suit you.
I tried an Andorian. I didn't say
do like the
Andorian because I
ears.
did it myself, and it wasn't as good. But
I think
Jill, I only have one question to ask you, Jill.
Jill's ears look great.
Jill, I only have one question.
Andorians, they're blue, right?
Is your
That's very
blood
difficult
green?
to do.
And they have
Is
those
your blood
horns too.
green? Asking for a friend.
I haven't tried to be green.
No. Rod Thunderheart, going around. What's your best Halloween costume, Rod?
Orion slave girls don't wear enough clothes for me.
Rod, are you sleeping? I don't hear snoring. Okay,
Rod.
Captain, we're gonna move on from Rod. Captain, let's go. What's your favorite Halloween? Or do you even celebrate Halloween in New Zealand?
Is that where I am? Confederate soldier. I'll tell you what, though. I went to a concert once. True story. I went to a concert and I thought I'd really like to meet the pop star doing this concert. She's great. And then after the concert, she beckoned me over. I thought that's a bit weird. And turns out I'd won the first prize in a fancy dress competition. I didn't even know I was in that thing. I was wearing my actual clothes.
Good.
I can't picture you in a fancy dress, Captain.
PVP,
I didn't know what I was. In fact, I was just wearing a leather jacket, which I had admittedly painted.
It could be quite beautiful, though, I imagine.
Well, it was quite
moving
nice.
around
I
the
thought it was
circle,
okay.
PVP,
It won the competition.
What's your favorite Halloween costume that you've either worn
or
made?
That's
easy.
Worn? When I was at art school 30 years ago, I found some great. I found green pants and a purple jacket at the dollar store for like a couple of bucks, and I had the white makeup, so I painted my face white. You know, I went as the 1960s. I went as a 1960s Joker. You know, like
nice.
The Cesar Romero version
with Adam
Joker.
West.
Oh my
with
God!
Adam West. Beautiful.
I still have pictures somewhere, but I look so good. I just blew everybody.
Nice.
I went to a couple of parties that night, and people were like, "What the F? What are you doing, man?" And they loved it. Everybody loved it, right? So that was my best Halloween costume ever.
Okay. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay. Moving on. Shake Spielberg. What's your best Halloween costume that you've worn or made?
Well, I'd love to answer that question. Can everybody hear me? Because I haven't got a word in tonight at all.
Nope.
You sound good. No. You sound good.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, wonderful. Well, you guys have lapped me. I haven't had a chance to say anything about Cardinal Sin, so I'd like to start there if you don't mind.
Go for it.
You have the floor, sir. You have the floor.
Oh, wonderful. So there's really two memories that come to mind with him. I'm pretty sure that I first learned about him through Friday Night Frolics in probably in May or possibly even April. And but the first memory I have was late June when Stark of Iron was running one of his after hours parties, and we were doing a Doomcock raid, and so it was really having a good time. And I had a few beers, and so I was having a really great time. And once he finished, Cardinal Sin started up an after party. And so a bunch of us migrated over there, and it was just a really kind of a jovial time. And it was the season was great. And I remember I joined as a member on his channel that I just out spontaneously, and I didn't really even know him at all, really. I mean, I knew of him and I'd heard of him, but I'd probably seen maybe a few shows of him at most. And I just thought, the hell with it. I'm gonna join this panel because this guy's really interesting. And so that's the first memory that stands out. Yeah, he is. He's got a broad spectrum of things that he was interested in, and peculiar and interesting and not very common. So the second one, though, that is really even more impactful to me was his was actually a similar incident where it was in August, as I recall. And again, we were at a Stark of Iron after party, and we were just going strong. I mean, it was crazy. And he ended it around 3 a.m. Pacific time. And then Cardinal cinches us. We're moving on. We're moving over to my place. Everyone come on over. So we did. And you know, and I'd never been on a stream before. I mean, I'm sitting here in the audience the whole time for months on end, just kind of absorbing everything and watching what's going on and learning all the characters. And I mean, characters meaning all you here on the panel tonight. Everyone is a character, and it's fun.
We all started that way. We all started that way.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
We are definitely characters.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. And that is part of what makes this a lot of fun, is that we can be characters and we can be part of who we are and part of who we would like to be and fantasize about in our minds and whatnot. And, you know, bring to life the characters. Yeah, bring to life the characters that we idealize in pop culture and make ourselves part of that, and, you know, and live that in this way. And it's a lot of fun. And I was enjoying this, but yet, I'm just an audience member, and so out of the blue,
just an audience member.
Yeah.
Nothing without the chat.
We're nothing without the chat.
You know, I love it when you guys say that. I really do appreciate that, because I completely agree with you. And
you're one of us, brother.
As an audience member, it feels like you want to be part of the show, but being new to it, I was very nervous. Out of the blue, he just invites me on the show, and I just was stunned. And I thought to myself,
nervous.
Well, yeah. If I don't go,
that's how I felt.
Me too. Me too.
Right.
Me
yeah.
too.
Well, that's
good.
I mean, I'm glad.
The first time,
know I'm not alone there.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
What do I do?
Yeah. And Rod. Yeah. That first show, Rod Thunderheart was there.
Yeah, Jill.
You were there. I mean,
I
remember, like,
yeah.
So I come on and nervous as hell, not knowing what to do, what I'm going to say, whatever. So I was just trying to be kind of quiet and polite and maybe make a few lighthearted jokes here or there. But I remember that episode the whole time I'm with Rod Thunderheart. And we would be talking about all kinds of stuff, and I was trying to interject and just be nice and figure out how the dynamic works with people speaking over each other and whatnot. And he would jump into playing his punk rock, which I always loved anyway. You know, or by that point I'd seen plenty of it.
Way of shutting you up.
Yeah,
he was shutting us up just playing punk rock.
Yeah, maybe sometimes, sure, but I liked it. You know, I mean, I'm a musician myself, so he'd go to these breaks and we would do this. I'm like, all right, we're taking a break. Yeah,
what
and
do you play?
He kept it right.
What do you play?
His band, all of his bands.
Wait, he was asking what you play. What do you play?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I played piano. I played piano since I was about 10. And I've been a singer.
I bet your hands are tired.
Yeah, and I have not come out of the closet with my singing yet. So I've thought, and so here's the thing: he has. At the end of that first show was where I really learned something about him as a person. He kept Rod and I there till I swear to God it was like 8 o'clock in the morning Pacific time.
Probably.
We kept going.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, remember that? And Rod
was that
like,
a midnight to midnight or an unboxing?
Yeah, well, no, it was not an unboxing. It was not an unboxing, but it was.
Hi, Jedi Bill.
No.
Party.
Hello there.
It was, and we were just.
That was one of the first ever. I think that was the first. Yeah, that was the first time I ever watched one of his streams. But the first stream of his I ever watched was an unboxing.
You were there, Dolly.
Yep.
Unboxing.
I remember too, Gil kept keeping us awake with like more videos of his punk groups, but they were the songs are so damn good they kept you awake. They weren't like ballads that would put you to sleep.
Yeah,
they would keep you up.
Exactly.
You know, and like
I think I could fall asleep to 11:11.
Yeah.
And
it was like a shot of coffee, and then you're just kind of like, you know, and then like Gil would come back on, and I'm like, hey man, you know, blah blah blah, you know, and like, you know, and they're like, oh yeah, you know, and like, and like, unlike me and you know, William and brother was like, oh man, like we didn't say it, but like in both of our minds, I think we were both kind of like, man, I really gotta pass out, you know, but then also like we're like. Listen,
and
how
I'm
gonna play this Yeah, and then also, yeah, like also like he's like gonna play this, and like,
yeah, one more.
Okay,
one
sure,
more.
and like I'm like,
and one more.
yeah,
Yeah,
and he dragged his on to like I think 11 a.m. my time.
I
Yeah,
can't
11
remember how
a.m.
many
my
times.
time.
And yeah,
I can't remember how many times Gil's punk rock kept me going on a stream when I was ready to
Yeah,
crash.
Gil.
Right? It was like, oh, this is too
Cheers.
good. I can't
yeah.
crash. I gotta
Cheers,
listen to
Gil.
all this, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say cheers. I'm listening to my beer too.
Cheers.
Here.
Cheers,
Cheers to
drunkie.
Gil. Okay, the next one,
So,
and I really want to get
what-
everyone
can I-
talking here. Tony Stark,
Spidey?
it's your turn.
Spidey, can I
Yes.
say one
And the
last
question that you're
Yeah,
presenting
sorry,
me
go ahead.
is the
What-
Halloween
sorry,
costume?
William
one last
Shakespeare,
thing, sorry.
go ahead. Yes, sir.
Sorry, Tony. One last thing I just want to say is that I experienced the same thing that so many of you
Yeah.
have said about him. At the very end of that show,
Thanks,
that
Will.
first show that I was on, at the very end of that first show that I was on with Rod, when he ended the stream and then we were backstage chatting, and that was I didn't expect that, and so suddenly the three of us are talking backstage, and right there, Gil was giving me accolades and support and
Advice.
just all kinds of advice. I mean, and I just thought, my gosh, I really did just meet this guy maybe in the last couple of months in the chat, and here I am in person with him, and I saw the same thing that so many of you have spoken about him, and it really reinforces how genuine of a person he was. And when we lost him, I mean, I honestly lost it. I couldn't believe it, and I'd only known it for such a long time. It was surprising to me how much it affected me for a long time. So, and that's all. Thank you, guys. I'm gonna let Tony talk now.
Wait a minute, though. You didn't ask Shake Spielberg. You didn't answer the Halloween question, though.
The favorite costume that I've usually dressed up is as a undead pirate. I'll usually put on leather pants, and I have a Renaissance men's shirt, and I'll throw on a vest, some kind of an old looking vest, and then I'll just make up my face to look kind of scary, and then don an accent of some kind or another.
Nice.
And some boots, and go out and have a good time.
Nice. That's fucking awesome. And thanks for being here. And it doesn't matter,
for having
folks in the chat, folks in the panel, no matter in what capacity you saw or knew Gil Bavell, no matter if you knew of him or you directly knew him, or if you've met him in person, we are all here right now to celebrate his life and whatever contribution he made to us. Maybe it was small, maybe it was large. He personally, I don't think I would be on YouTube right now if it wasn't for him. So I would consider that fairly large for myself personally. But
thanks for keeping the stream going.
Whatever reason. So Tony, you're up. I'd like to hear from you. Jedi Bill, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here.
Oh, Jedi Bill. Hey.
Right? I mean, Jedi Bill's here. Hey, Jedi Bill.
You installed the 32K?
Hello there.
Hello there, good fellow.
Jedi Bill, we're moving as quickly as it's like herding cats here. I'm an amateur. I'm not as good as Cardinal Sin. I invoke whatever skill Cardinal Sin had to help me.
Welcome to Vague Invoking.
Thank
you. Jedi
Captain.
Bill just finished his karaoke stream.
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
I did.
Tony,
oh wow. That was a long one, man.
Let's hear, Tony, please. Can you please share with us any thoughts you have on Cardinal Sin? And if you're not comfortable with that, you know what, man? Say
I
whatever
believe we've already crossed that bridge. I should be on the inquiry about Halloween costumes.
Yes. Please go ahead.
We're on
Are you
we're on
going to be
YouTube.
Iron Man?
Okay, so
Just
with
talk
that
about 'em.
stated, give me approximately a minute and a half, and I will acquire a few pieces of my armor to display for you all on camera. 1 second.
Ooh. All right.
Oh, awesome. Oh, yes. Let's see it.
Right?
Crumbs, Thunderheart's woken up. You said the magic words, Tony.
Should I go get my Spidey suit? Maybe.
Your fucking helmet rocks, man.
What the hell? Go get the spice suit, man.
It's 4
Orange whip,
degrees
orange whip.
Celsius. You're gonna
Three orange
freeze my
whips.
ass up. Do you want to see Spidey
Yeah,
nipples?
more armor?
Nobody
My
wants
God,
to see
I need to see
Spider-Man
this.
nipples.
They're probably better than
Are Spidey nipples better than bat nipples?
That's one of the midnight to midnights I remember pretty well. Is when
better than anything in the movies.
you lost your shirt and you drank maple syrup and liquor on midnight to midnight. That was fun.
God.
So, all right, I have
Yeah,
a got
you
one
did.
here.
Maple syrup
You don't
and
remember
liquor.
I think
Which
Luke
liquor?
might drink that. That sounds too gross.
Which liquor? I mean, you brought her. You
Maple
liquor,
syrup
Captain.
Yeah, well, no, I was going to do a liquor joke, but you just did.
Do that. I can't
I
do that.
did.
Lick yours. Mind your own
It's
business.
not often. Not often I can beat you to the punch, but
That's what
Beat me
she
to the
said.
punch?
Oh, nice.
I
She's
would-
done it again. You guys.
Okay, are we ready to
Yes.
show this particular
please go ahead,
piece,
Tony.
or-
Yeah, you've got the
give me
stage,
solid,
sir.
blow my screen up,
Let's
thank
get this
you.
cat farm down to something.
All right, here is the gauntlet that I made.
Nice gauntlet.
Nice.
Gauntlet.
Now this is
What do you mean
3D
you
printed.
made it?
It's 3D printed high polymer plastics.
Holy shit.
Now if you
Damn.
look inside here,
I'm
let me
impressed.
open this if you don't mind.
Oh,
You
my
see-
God.
That is the repulsor node, and I wired and
Whoa.
hot glued all of that myself.
Damn.
It runs
Holy shit.
I'm very
separate
impressed.
LEDs. There's the repulsor light.
Ah.
And then if I'm putting my palm in,
Oh, Iron Man.
now hold on.
Oh, God.
Now hold on.
Ooh la la. Someone's going to get laid in college.
Well, I think I know.
You're
who's
not
going
wrong,
to-
Captain.
Oh,
You're
wow.
not wrong.
That is
Fuck.
fantastic.
I think I know who has his Halloween costume.
Holy shit.
That
That's
is
awesome.
absolutely incredible.
You must admit that's pretty
Oh,
fucking cool.
God. I'll just shut the
You
I'll
just.
shut up.
Fuck,
No,
man.
PvP, what?
You- what?
Come on, PvP.
That
Let's
is
hear from you next.
overwhelmingly good. I have nothing to add.
Tony,
Not
why
even
weren't you
eggnog.
making a video of that?
That was fantastic, man.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, Tony,
because-
the resin printing
was.
means
It
that
was
you don't
great.
have to sand it to get it smooth, right?
Correct. I sanded it all with my Dremel before I painted.
Yeah, yeah.
God,
It's
I'm so
gorgeous.
impressed. I'm
Wow.
Thank you. This is gonna
Thank
be
you,
a
Tony.
piece- now I'll show off my helmet
Wow.
in a little bit. if you
Amazing,
want.
Tiger. I didn't know that.
No,
It
let's
is a
okay,
matching
moving
Mark
on.
32 piece that I made in 2015, and but since we're on the subject of Gil, let's get back to that.
Yes, moving on.
particular piece,
Good
this
man.
particular piece here is a tumbler that Gil sent to me. This tumbler
Can I make
here.
you big?
Oh, I remember that.
That's cool.
And I'm about ready to go ahead and cheers everyone one last time.
Hold it up. Hold it up. Hold
What
it
the
up
hell?
against
Yes.
Oh,
This
nice.
is
Oh.
a bottle of Black Label Weller bourbon. It is a $221 bourbon. for the
Holy
fifth.
shit.
So
Damn,
if we're
man.
going to honor
You're-
Gil, if
Better
we're
watch-
honor
better
You know
Gil
how to
in a good
toast
way,
him.
Damn.
I will pour 1
Alcohol.
ounce.
The
Quality,
solution to
quality.
and cause of all life's problems.
Well,
Pretty much.
alcohol
I
is,
post that off,
ironically enough,
Captain.
alcohol,
That's-
ironically, is a
That's almost
solution.
a quote.
But yes, cheers, everyone.
Yeah, cheers. That's quality hooch.
And I'll show off my helmet if you all have time, but we want to expedite this process.
Too many
after.
jokes.
Yep. Cheers.
I'll show my
Good
helmet
man.
up if anybody wants to see it, but Most don't.
No, no,
an
PvP,
Iron Man
not that kind of helmet. We're not allowed that kind of helmet on you.
Okay, sorry.
No PvP.
I'll just stick with Tony's Iron Man helmet. Thank you.
Bad PvP.
I'm just being my usual naughty self. Sorry.
I'm kidding. Dalek, please go ahead. If you're still with us, if you've not gone insane, are you having brunch? We
haven't driven poor Dalek insane by now.
Dalek's insane. He's left us.
I'm not. No.
Here.
Oh man,
what's your best Halloween costume?
I'm glad you're here, brother.
I suppose you're kind of right. Maybe I could have been driven insane by all of you by now because you're all insane yourselves.
I'm surprised you haven't been.
Man, you're Dalek. You're one of us.
Hey, Dalek, are you going as a Dalek?
You're one of us,
Halloween?
Dalek.
I just had to ask.
So, what's your favorite Halloween costume, or do you celebrate Halloween?
Honestly, I don't think I've ever really celebrated Halloween. At least not in that kind of way. You know, not the like putting on costumes and going out trick or treating. No, I never really did that. But I don't mind. But I've always had I suppose you could say I like celebrating Halloween in my own way, where I like I might go and watch or read something really, really creepy to get that's really, that's because it is Halloween, there's loads of
right. Yeah.
Yeah, but honestly, I've never since I was a very little kid, I don't think I ever went trick or treating. No.
Is Halloween not the big deal over in the UK like it is here in North
Oh, it
America,
is.
Dalek?
Halloween is definitely a thing here.
Okay.
It's definitely a thing.
Okay.
Just because kids want the candy.
Well, because it's huge here. Like every kid has their little, their sack, their potato pillow sack where they put all the candy in, and everybody goes door to door.
Actually, since we're talking about Halloween, maybe I should just do a little switch of avatar here.
There you go.
Oh.
Hooray. Also, hello in the chat to Daniel's Hot Topics.
Hey, Daniel.
Yo.
Daniel was here earlier, then he left us for a while.
Maybe he had a hot date.
I hope so. Hey, I wouldn't mind a hot date. No bad things about a hot date.
I like hanging out here.
It's good that you're burning off a lot of that dry wood before the cold season.
That's what she said.
Burn that dry wood off, yeah. Yeah, that's what she said.
Well, in Canada, that's just it. We got nothing but dry wood up here, so.
Well, I think dry wood is not as preferable as more damp wood. I'll just put it that way. I don't want to get too graphic.
Well, you wouldn't believe how much wood we have slashed up here, so.
Well, Canada is a land of wood, so what can I say?
Well, here's the question. While Canadian Spider-Man is away, how much wood would a Canadian chuck if a Canadian could cut wood?
Is that a woodchuck cutting wood?
No, a Canadian. I didn't stutter.
No shit. I have no idea. I'm too tired. I'm gonna probably crash in about half an hour because I'm just about ready there. So.
Hopefully you've been well, PvP. I haven't spoke to you in nearly an epoch. I hope you've been well, my friend.
I'm much too tired for any kind of puzzle tonight. So. Yeah, I was 4 hours at my Halloween fun party and chatting with people. So once I got home, I was like, okay, the party was good, but I'm just gonna have a few. And it's a Saturday night.
Oh man, you're right, man.
The weird bit was then she actually said to me, "Those are your normal clothes, aren't you?" I was like, "Well, you're the one that fucking picked me as a winner, motherfucker." Anyway.
Interesting.
I know, right? It was the weirdest thing.
Day tomorrow. I heard it was wash day tomorrow. Nothing clean, right?
I got actually my laundry all done a couple days ago, so I'm really good.
Nothing clean, mate.
I have
clothes, give them to me.
all my laundry good for the next week. It's all washed in the basket, and I'm a happy puppy. So.
But the really weird part was that I
like
forgot about the
I'm a
fancy
happy
dress
puppy.
competition. But before I went to the concert, I really wanted to meet the singer, and then it happened. That's the weird part, Jill.
You can meet the singer if you pay an extra $100, I hear.
Not at a concert, you can't. I don't know what kind of shows you go to, you weirdo.
Oh God, here in North America, you pay like $200 or $300, you can meet the whole goddamn band. I wouldn't pay it though. It was like, fuck them guys. They already made enough millions. I don't need to give them any more money.
No, that was the weird part, PvP. She chose me.
Well,
I mean, it was a
that's
fancy
cool.
dress competition. That does explain it, but still.
That's good if she shows you. That's nice.
I always stick out like a sore thumb.
Was she also part of the band?
If a woman chose,
She was the lead singer. That was the weird part.
Ooh.
It was just like I wrote it in the book, and then it happened.
Whoa.
It was really weird.
That's pretty cool.
And then it got even weirder. And then I said, "Do you want to be in my comics?" She's like, "Yeah, sure." And then she's like, "How about in the story, you confuse me with the other character?" I'm like, "That's brilliant."
All right. As Jedi Bill, hello, welcome.
Hello there.
You know,
thanks for being here.
I'm incredibly impressed that you still got that huge bonfire going. You've had that sucker going like what, 6 hours now?
Yeah, 4. We're approaching 4 hours.
That's incredible.
We have a lot of
3, 4, 8, 1.
You are a dedicated Canadian
because
man.
we're trying to honor a fantastic life.
You're a dedicated man. Try me.
Gil, the man we are all remembering.
Jedi Bill, may I ask you, sir?
Yes.
What do you have a particular stream that you interacted with Cardinal Sin? Do you have anything? Any
Oh, I
words
went.
that
I went
say?
lots of times to his midnight to midnight and other streams. Guardians of the pop culture. So yeah, I interacted with Cardinal Sin quite a lot.
He only had one of those, the Guardians of Pop Culture. I thought that was going to become a series.
No, he did a bunch, and I was on like the first one. Maybe it got deleted. I don't know.
You were. Yep.
I remember
The old days that before I met him, you were there. Whenever he reactivated that series, yeah, I was at the very least was able to join the second pilot, as it were. But I know what you're talking about, Jedi Bill. I went back through his archive earlier in my morning of guilt.
And Jedi Bill, you're a fairly fairly large YouTuber, and I'm glad.
Nah, I'm small.
I'm glad that you.
It's still small.
I'm glad that you.
You're 100% larger and some change than me. So
we aspire
it takes time to get there.
To be as humble as you. But what do you remember best about any of Gil's? I mean, were you a big fan of the Midnight to Midnight? Did you like the Into the Fringe?
I was on a lot of his Midnight to Midnights.
You were there for a few of the Midnight to Midnights.
I was there for a lot of them. Yes.
Yep.
I like when he did his impression of what's his name, the actor. Who I can't think of right now.
No, Christopher Walken.
Christopher Walken. Yeah.
Walken. Yes.
Christopher Walken.
And do you like my Vogan poetry? Yes, he was.
That's right. Every time we play his music, he would say that. He would ask everybody that.
How do you feel about my Vogon poetry?
Because, of course, he had to make the hitchhiker reference. And I think Jedi Bill, you were on Cardinal Sin and Friends pop culture shows, because I'm sure there was only one Pop Culture Guardian stream.
That sounds more like...
Well, I was there. I was there for a bunch.
Yeah, there were a bunch of Cardinal Sin and Friends. That was his old show.
Yes. Man, Jill, I don't know if it would be wrong of us to keep doing that, but fuck me, I'd like to keep doing that.
Wait, well, yeah, anybody can do trivia.
Like, I don't know
to do a trivia
if that's
show.
wrong or not, but fuck me, I'd like to keep doing that.
Spidey, you'd be if anybody one of the most appropriate people to do that if you wanted to carry it on. Who else would be as appropriate?
Only out of respect, only out of respect.
I think you'd have to get the blessing from Gil's brother to continue.
Yeah, or maybe make it something new and just it would be something new, but we'd all just know.
What I've heard is Gil's brother is still having a tough time, getting through all of this. So I think maybe in a couple of months, maybe it might be a time to ask if
anyone that knows Gil, like, you're not gonna get over this in just like a fucking week or a month.
No, I'm not saying a week. I'm saying a few months.
Yeah, well, call me in 2030.
Oh, whatever. Whatever.
But
we're five.
I hear what you're
weeks.
saying, PvP. Yes, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you, PvP.
Well, I had a coworker who just lost her husband to cancer like a couple of months ago, so she's not coming back to work for another 6 weeks, and I can totally understand that, because that must be the shittiest time of your life, right? And
absolutely,
I'm at the age where I've lost most of my family, I've lost some of my friends. I totally get what mortality is about, so I can say if we have to give Gil's brother a few months to regroup, I'm totally cool with that.
Yes. Yep.
I was going to answer the question, not to steal the show, but this is my Halloween costume. Many years, 9 seasons at my local haunted house as Uncle Boris. And here's a message from Uncle Boris.
Wow.
Pickles, should have kept going. You really should have kept going.
That's my Halloween costume.
Thank you.
Did you make that mask? That is
nice
really
job.
good. You did.
No, that's a bot.
That is awesome.
Prosthetic.
It reminds me of the Gamorreans from Jabba's palace.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it looks like that was a lot of work. Well done. That's
Green
it's really scary.
Facade.
And you only get that from people that really like the holiday, don't you?
Yeah.
Quickly, go around the table, and I'm looking for one-word answers. Jedi Bill, favorite holiday of the year. Go ahead, please.
Oh, it's always been Halloween. It's always been Halloween.
Shakespeare's favorite holiday of the year.
Halloween.
Nice. Tony Stark, favorite holiday of the year.
The anniversary of the 30 Years' War. Wait, what? No, Halloween.
What?
It was a joke.
It was a wonderful war. What are you talking about?
You're not with the program here, Tony. Go ahead.
I said Halloween.
Okay.
He said
Darling.
Halloween, Spidey.
I've been smoking.
That's why I love you, Tony.
Give me a break. Dalek, go ahead.
Quit smoking and drinking, Tony. Give him a break.
That's not a break, brother.
My favorite.
You made the right answer.
My favorite holiday of the year.
Yes.
I'm guessing.
Look at that dialect. He's got the pumpkin on.
Would you all? Are you all gonna leave on me if I don't say Halloween?
No, man, we love you.
I'm not going to say Halloween. I've got a different answer.
Man, your answer is your answer,
I'm
and
looking
like
forward to
honestly,
saying something
Christmas
different
is
than Halloween.
All right. My favorite holiday of the year, Christmas.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Honestly, that's one of mine too, brother. Man.
Christmas Eve.
Ooh. European.
Agreed.
I get it.
Fucking agreed.
It's the anticipation. You know,
Antiderivative.
the anticipation. You love it.
It just happens to be Halloween, and just because I enjoy the capitalist exchange that
Night.
kids do with the candy and stuff.
Yeah.
My favorite holiday is Christmas. It just is. It's all it has been since I was a kid. I remember back in the 70s when my parents would, probably crimp and save to give me some great toys, and I'd unbox them. It was always like, oh my goodness, this is so cool, because they always would really be good parents that way.
Nice.
And,
Captain Finity.
Yeah, I've
One word answer. Sorry, Spidey, you were
I've
saying.
always loved Christmas, so I guess I don't have much to add. So.
Nope, fair enough. That Christmas is awesome. I do love Christmas. Captain Finity, what's your favorite holiday, sir?
I thought you'd never ask. Well, it's my favorite holiday of the year is my birthday. Yeah.
Well, somehow I'm not
You
surprised.
bastard! You just
know what I'm
stole
doing.
my goddamn answer.
It's Captain Finity Day, of course.
That's
all day, baby.
You bastard!
I'm so sorry to say, but I do have to go, and I gotta go now because I gotta. It's 4 a.m.
Really, Jill?
Take care, Jill. Nice to see you. My God, we don't see each other enough.
All right, party's over, folks.
Great to have you, Jill, and you have a great night.
The party doesn't have to be over just because that
No.
doesn't make sense.
But you are the party.
She'll be awake in 3 more hours, folks.
Yeah, I'll be awake in 3 hours. I'll see if y'all are still going.
Yeah,
right.
Thanks
See
for
you.
stopping
I'll
by.
see you next time. Yes, indeed.
We'll see you soon, Jill. Bye
Mm-hmm.
bye.
Bye bye.
Have a great night, Joe.
And I also have to go. It's 4 a.m. and it's
Oh
time
shit!
to go.
Exactly.
Yeah, me
Good night.
too.
Yeah.
Tiger Trips, thanks for being here.
No.
Thank you for having this lovely live stream to remember
nice.
Cardinal.
It was actually nice seeing you, Tiger.
Same
And
here.
I tried to shut the fuck up for once.
Thanks,
so
Tiger. Yeah.
You did
I
a
hope you
lovely,
appreciate
PvP, you had things to add without interrupting people, and that's all
Thanks, Tiger.
that anybody
I
really
do
needs
try.
to do.
I know
Tiger
sometimes
Stripes,
I'm an
any,
idiot, but
any final
I try
And,
not to.
Thanks for
and
bringing
you're
that up.
also
Yes, thank you,
sober,
Tiger.
and that doesn't hurt. All
That
right.
did it. That
Love
does
to
help.
all. See you
That
soon.
does help.
Bye-bye.
Good night, Tiger. Have a good one.
Later, Tiger.
Good night, Tiger Stripes. Have a nice night.
I gotta say, Spidey, you have really. Spidey, I gotta say, as a fellow Canadian and a fellow Okanagan inhabitant, you've really given us a really great fun stream tonight. And I just want to say
I hope so,
thank
man.
you, bud.
Yeah.
I want to say thank you.
I hope so.
Because I'll probably crash soon because I'm pretty tired myself. So
It's late at night. My muscles are cramping up.
yeah, it's like after 2 a.m. here now.
That's
So
right. But
I'm probably gonna crash.
I would like to hear Rod Thunderheart. What's your
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead,
Thank
please.
you. First of all, thank you for the time you too. And I just wanted to apologize to PvP for. Listen, man, I didn't mean to get too bent out of shape out of what you said earlier. And I just, I mean, okay, I kind of sort of probably took it the wrong way as well. And right, this is Cardinal stream, and we're just trying to make ourselves we love this motherfucking bastard, because like he brought us all together, and like, man,
we love this mother effing bastard.
Don't feel bad,
yeah,
Rod, because
we love this motherfucking bastard, man. You said it, Dalek. Absolutely, absolutely, man.
Well, I didn't. Well, I didn't. No, I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Rod said it, or whoever it was. What was it? PvP
it is weird how people can bring the community together, though.
That was brilliant.
Okay, maybe I'm not gonna name names, Dalek, but somebody brought it out of me. What I said, but no, never mind. No, I'm just gonna say too, like, Canadian Spider-Man. I remember that one goddamn stream. It was a midnight to midnight. Like, I went to sleep and it was like 8 hours. I was just kind of like, it was like 8 hours. Like I was like, it was like way past 8 hours past midnight, and like 8 in the morning. I'm like, I'm sorry, I gotta go. I gotta. Oh, I passed out for like 4 goddamn hours, and like at this point, like we were already laughing over the fact that like Canadian Spider-Man had passed out because they like, and we could hear his fucking snoring. We're like,
yeah, that's very,
and like we were
embarrassing.
laughing.
That's very. I think I've been there once myself. It's very embarrassing when
it's
you
not
fall
that
asleep.
Embarrassing.
Well, it is because
well,
you're
it's
snoring
not that
your
embarrassing,
ass off,
but
and everybody's probably laughing at you, right? Because you're a drunken idiot. So.
Well, it's honestly fucking funny.
Fun.
I mean, like
that's fun though.
Yeah, exactly.
We all been there, right?
And then also like
we've all been there.
We're
exactly.
all human beings.
Here's the thing. I passed out for like 4 hours. I woke up at like 1 or 1:30 or something like that, and then I woke up. I woke up at like 1 or 1:30, and like here's the thing. Spider-Man had he'd woke up by that time, and like he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Like, not even that, but by that time, he was already back into the groove. He's like, "Hey, I'm fine." Don't worry about it. But it was just funny because and Cardinal said like we'd all had a good laugh about it. It's like, because we're talking in the private chat, and like I'm like, holy crap, you woke up? I was like, yeah, no, I woke up about an hour ago. Like, I forgot. I didn't realize. I forgot. I forgot I had the stream on. Blah blah blah. Oh my god, that's funny. Like again, the private chat was probably funnier than what was on the chat, but like, but still, like the point being, it was just funny, and and it was on Cardinal stream, and I was just like, man, you can't buy these moments in life, like, man, and like that's why I'm like,
that's because they're real.
I love, yes, exactly, and I love Cardinal for like bringing us all together, because, man, we wouldn't be here if it weren't for him, and like, and like we're all trying to kill the stupid thing of like cable and regular TV for like, because like we fucking hate it, because we want our entertainment elsewhere. We want to find ourselves somewhere where like people that we can actually connect with, and like this is the place that we're going to find it.
We are our entertainment, aren't we?
We are the entertainment network here on our little community, are we not?
Yeah. Here it is.
I got a question. I got a question for Dalek.
Yes?
Dalek, did you have trouble connecting with Cardinal Sin streams because of the time zone difference? And I guess the same question applies to Captain Finity after you.
Good question.
You could, I would definitely say sometimes, I did. I mean, because there's the obvious big time zone difference because he's in the States, I'm in the UK, and
like 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours difference.
There's about 8 hours here.
I laugh in derision at your mere 9 hour difference.
Yeah, you'll get your turn. Go ahead, Dalek. You're right. You're not wrong. Go ahead, Dalek.
I'm not sure what else to say. I mean,
did you have to wake up at insane hours, or were you awake anyway? I mean, did your dog wake you up?
I don't have a dog. I don't have a dog.
Okay.
Well, if I understand it proper, the time zone properly, it's about 12 o'clock his time, or close to it.
It's about an 8-hour difference in the UK most of the time.
Oh yeah. So it's lunchtime. So you're having grilled cheese sandwiches now.
Yeah, he's like 8 hours ahead of us.
It's not quite. It's not. It's just gone. It's just gone.
11 o'clock.
It'll be lunchtime in about 2 hours.
The thing is,
okay.
We do have the time change coming up too. Don't forget, right?
That's true.
Bring forward, fall back. Oh,
Yeah,
Tony.
Yes, Captain.
Have you've seen Weird Science, right? Because you're in it.
Was I in Weird Science?
Yes, that's got Tony Stark in it. Rob Downey Jr., an early role.
Yeah, it was a very early role. Yeah.
Yeah, he steals the show.
Theme, was it not?
That's it. Oingo Boingo. So you're familiar with the story, right? Making a
love
girl,
Oingo
actually
Boingo.
making
They're
a
cool.
girl.
Very good band.
A girl that ended up having godlike universe manipulating powers.
Right? Yes. Yeah, that's the one. Right, Tony. You ever kick back with the Myers and watch a movie?
Shitting my pants.
Was that Kelly LeBrock that had universe powers?
Captain. Sorry, I thought I was addressing Tony Stark, CEO, for a moment
LeBrock
there.
would have powers over me.
What did you say, pal? There was a lot of.
I'm shitting my pants.
Anyway, Tony.
Scatter. Yes.
So you know the story. You ever watch Weird Science again recently, Tony?
Not recently. No, the last time that I viewed it was about 3 or 4 years ago.
But you ever watched the movie and just thought, what if we actually tried it? What if we actually did it?
What actually create something on a molecular level capable of
making a girl? Actually making a girl.
Now they made the girl, but they were unaware because this was the beauty of the 1980s. This was the
too smart for us. I'm trying to go somewhere with the story, Tony.
Okay.
Trying to tie it back to the video. So then I thought, what if we made a pop star? Tony, what if I made a perfect pop star, Tony? And can you make me big, Spidey?
Kelly LeBrock. Agreed. Kelly
Better.
LeBrock.
Make me big, Spidey.
Yep.
Yeah.
I fucking.
Yeah. Do it for Tony.
Kelly LeBrock can make me big any day of the week.
Yeah, thank you. We've done that joke several hundred times.
Well, what the fuck? I thought I'd give it 100.
You are hilarious. No, you are. You are the Eddie Murphy. Can you please make my screen big? No, all right.
I'm surprised up to this point, no one said. I've been playing.
Trying to tell Tony a story.
No one said anything about it.
Okay, I can't really see in that corner. You should.
I know because I need someone to make me big.
I will make Captain big.
All right. Yes.
We're all friends here.
Exactly. I'm trying to tell Tony a story.
We're all friends here.
To reinvigorate his belief in the fact that the universe can sometimes be a magical place that kisses you in your own time.
Who's
that? I have a conversation with Tony here.
Who's that, Captain?
Right. Well, if you make me big, I'll fucking show you. Anyway, so then I saw Weird Science, and I thought, would it be weird if I designed a pop star and then she existed? Now, if I designed, it's not fucking. Will you shut the fuck up?
Who the fuck is she?
If I designed a pop star, don't you think she'd look exactly like that?
She looks pretty good.
Well, I thought you had. Wouldn't actually know you do have a taste for brunettes, if I recall.
Yeah, well, brown, black. Anyway, and then she on the local listings magazine, and then read the thing, darling.
It's pretty good.
What,
I gotta say.
what
It's a
thing?
strange coincidence. Wait until we meet.
Can barely.
And then
Yeah.
I went to the concert, and then she picked me out of a lineup, and then I'll just wait for the book. Right, back to you, Spidey.
No, that was. Where did
Is
you
that
get
a plot?
that?
Is that a plot point you're putting into your book, sir?
Yeah, well, it happened, so they'll never believe me. Ask her.
That was brilliant.
I thought that was kind of fun.
And then I thought, would it be weird if she had a concert and I went to the concert, and then after the concert she picked me out of the crowd, because that's going to happen. And then
she made hot love to you.
no, come on, let's not be too ridiculous.
Okay,
it's a fantasy story, not a fucking musical, not a comedy.
Just remember, this
it's
is in
not
the
a
same
fantasy.
universe
It's not a
where
fantasy.
the odds of being struck by lightning 7 times in one lifetime is more than winning the
girls
Powerball
leave.
lottery.
This is where Tony gets it. It's like the Avengers. If you look at 78 billion
Hey, Spidey,
different
can I
types,
ask
yeah,
you something?
maybe you're one of them.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I mean, I
sorry.
got to the
Go
hard
ahead,
part.
Rod.
I mean, how many times you go to a concert and the lead singer meets
Spidey?
you? Bedding her should be the easy
ahead, Rod.
part.
No, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, the hard part's done.
Yeah, the hard part, exactly. Thank you,
Spidey?
Tony gets it. I actually fucked up because the hard part was done.
Can you
I
hear
met
me?
the pop star. Tony's right.
If you
Tony
have not
gets it.
betted her yet,
Hey,
the hard
Spidey?
part's not.
Hey,
No, the hard part is meeting the pop star.
All
Tony
right.
gets it.
Go ahead,
The
Rod.
hard part is when you actually bet her.
No, the hard part is meeting her.
Spidey?
How many pop stars have you met, PBP?
Yes, Rod.
You gone for a
A
coffee with
few.
Britney
I've met a
Spears
few.
recently?
No, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Not going into any names, but
Thank you. I wanted
Yeah, I've gone for a coffee with
I
Britney
wanted to
Spears.
say this. I wanted to say this before I got cut short earlier. Well, I didn't mean to get cut short. No, actually, on one of the private chats, I was talking with Gil, and I mean, because he's from Kansas, and of course, Superman is one of his semi-private. I say semi-private because like he's got a lot of like heroes that are like that he's fans of, and I happened to mention that I mean like my grandpa, well, and then of course my dad, passed like 10 years ago, and one of the things is that on both of their programs was written the Farmer's Creed, and I read it to Gil, and he was like, he kind of sort of half-assed freaked out because he was like wow, I did this more than a few times, like down here in Calgary, in Kansas, I meant to say. And I thought, well, the rest of you might want to hear this too, which is, like, again, and like it never ever appeared on any Superman movie or TV show, but like, I really wish it should have. But like, I'm like, here it is,
yeah, I think
A Farmer's Creed.
I think the Farmer's Creed is one of those things that isn't widely known amongst the population, but for ours, us that do actually give a shit and delve into things, I think it is a known thing in the farming community.
What's the Farmer's Creed, PvP?
Yeah.
Were you gonna?
Oh
Go
shit!
ahead.
I have no.
No, I got
have
it
no
right here.
idea. I'm the worst person
Red
to
Sky
ever
at
have.
night.
A
What do
farmer's-
women want?
Let Rod say
I'm
it.
sure
That's
somebody
what I was.
has it somewhere.
That's what I was trying to read before.
Well, please do. Please do.
Yeah.
Please go, Rod.
Yeah.
I'm gonna crash soon.
We're all here for Gil.
Yeah.
We're all
I
here
gotta
for
crash. I'm so tired. I gotta crash.
Yeah. Yeah. A
But
Farmer's
if you
Creed.
can read it, that'd be great.
Man. Man's greatest possession is his dignity. No calling bestows this more abundantly than farming. Hard work, and honest sweat are the building blocks of a person's character. Despite its hardships and disappointments, farming is the most honorable way a man can spend his days on this earth. Farming nurtures the close family ties that make a family rich in ways that money cannot buy. Farming provided education for life. No other occupation teaches so much about birth, growth, and maturity in such a variety of ways. Many of the best things in life are indeed free. The splendor of a sunrise, the rapture of wide open spaces, the exhilarating sight of your land greening each spring. True happiness comes from watching your crops ripen in the field, your children grow tall in the sun, your whole family feels the pride that springs for their shared experience. By my toil, I am giving more to the world than I am taking from it, an honor that does not come to all men. My life will be measured ultimately by what I have done for my fellow man, and by this standard I fear no judgment. When a man grows old and sums up his days, he should be able to stand tall and feel pride in the life he's lived. There you go.
Do you know when that was written, Rod? When that was published?
I wish I did, because it was just a blank thing on my grandfather's funeral program 25 years ago.
I got a feeling that was
20.
something. I got a feeling that was written some decades earlier. To be honest.
I agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree.
It must be.
That was really great, though. Like,
Yes, it
you
was.
get to my age, and that shit totally hits home. It's like that is so damn true.
Yeah.
It's very poetic.
I submitted that to.
Great.
It was.
Yes, thank you. I submitted that to the writers of Smallville, but they never used it. But on the other hand, I suppose I'm probably glad that they didn't, because I suppose it's probably also like what you would call it what's the word? Like it's
Maybe it's too
like
copyright.
public domain. Public domain. Public.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Maybe they were afraid of getting a strike or something. I don't know.
Jedi
That's
Bill,
probably
I want to apologize to
It's really
you.
good,
I didn't
though. I
realize
enjoyed
you
that.
were backstage for that long,
Yeah,
Jedi Bill.
I got a crash soon, though. I'm getting very
sorry about that.
Oh.
Rod, it sounded too classic
come in, man.
to be.
I'm getting ready.
Thanks,
it
brothers.
Too classic to be diminished.
Thanks. I wanted to, like Gil.
Thanks for being here, man.
Gil got
It's been
excited
a
when
long night.
Yeah, Gil got excited when I read that to him, because he was just kind of like he said he was pretty sure it came down from in Kansas somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what to say. It's just I'm glad to share that with you guys, but
we all have such different experiences. It's always hard to know what we're thinking, right? So anyway, I am going to bail. It's like almost 2:30 in the morning here, and
God
I'm
bless.
extremely tired.
Oh, no worries, brother.
I've probably been up for like 15, 16 hours, and I
Good
hate
night.
I hate to bail, Spidey, but I just have to because
No,
I'm exhausted.
that's man. You've been here
Good
long
night,
enough for that. I can tell.
Yeah, well, I guess I was out here like 4 or 5 hours or whatever, 6 hours, where the hell it was. So I am going to bail. Anyway, you guys, I love you guys. You're all awesome dudes. That's why I hang out with you, because if you were assholes, I wouldn't
Likewise.
hanging out with you.
Assholes.
So I just want to thank personally. I want to thank Spidey for giving us a great bonfire and a great stream and a great time to have fun together. And remember
Especially the bonfire, yes.
Yeah, remember a dear departed guy, Gil, which we're all thinking of tonight. And yeah, I need to get some sleep though because I'm very tired. And thank God it's Sunday tomorrow because I got one more day. But yeah,
Oh yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just gonna crash. So hey, anyway, I'm gonna crash and have some sleep. And you guys are awesome and have a good one. And have
Good
fun
night,
together. Okay.
You rock, brother.
Good night, PvP.
Good
Yeah,
night,
good to
guys.
see you, brother.
Oh, there we go. Yes, again.
Yeah, I love you guys. Good night.
Love you too. See you, brother.
Have a great night.
Later, PvP.
Um,
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, Jedi Bill,
No.
please tell me what you've done. Some fascinating streams. I mean, you're pretty big cheese in the YouTuber world compared to a lot of
Yes.
us. What do you have as far as relationships with Cardinal Sin? Do you, if you don't want to say anything, you don't fucking have to.
I'll tell you this. When I heard the news about his untimely passing, I did my character stream on that Saturday night. And I sung a song from Lord of the Rings trilogy, The Last Goodbye. I got really choked up singing that song, thinking about Gil.
Yep.
Yeah. Got really choked up.
Yeah.
Anyway, he was a good guy.
Us
He
all
was
by
good,
shock.
good friend.
Yep. We were all shocked.
Yeah.
Hey, Jason Fox, good to see you. Thanks for being here, man. I didn't from such a lively person that was such a force on YouTube. He was here all the time. It's weird to just not have his presence here anymore. And yeah, you're right. You're right, Jedi Bill. You've been here longer than most of us, I think. So you probably, this isn't the first time you've been through this, I suspect.
No, it's happened a couple times before.
Yeah.
Actually, this
Yep.
year and like
I remember JJ.
First year, JJ, and there was another close YouTuber friend who passed away, and then there was somebody who joined me on my panels several times. He also passed away this year. It's been a rough year.
Yeah. Yeah. But you know, if anything, it makes us all appreciate life more.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we all appreciate life, even if we live in New Zealand, right?
Yeah.
Jason Fox from 540 Studios, which he had something recently. I think he was blocked from Twitter for some bullshit of some sort. So glad to have you back here, sir. And Jason Fox, who's a friend of the channel, says, like I always say at the end of my stream and in real life, since is what my great grandmother said to me. Life is too short, make the most of it. I agree. Carpe diem. You know, if you're a fan of the Dylans, carpe diem.
Too busy carping all them DMs.
Yep. You wrote that in the chat earlier. We saw that. We saw that, sir. William Shakespeare is promoting Jason Fox. You know, you're a friend of the channel, Jason. We promote you, everybody. You know, if you haven't subscribed to Jason Fox 540 Studios, it's free. It doesn't cost a damn thing. You might as well go subscribe because he is a friend of the channel. Same with Daniel's Hot Topics, also as a channel of his own.
Got to go to bed now. Thanks, Canadian Spider-Man and panel. Thanks for a great time. Well, you're welcome. I sincerely, truly wish we were celebrating anything else than this, but that is the reality of it, I suppose. As much as I think I'm going to live forever, well, you know what? We'll see if that happens. M. Shakespeare Berg says, good night, good morrow. Daniel's Hot Topics. Good night to you all.
Well,
the Scogly. Hey, man.
See you on the morrow.
Carpe
I love
diem.
that.
You're not wrong, sir. You're not wrong. So let's go around the channel. Channel. Around the panel. Around the panel.
Well, we're on the channel, so go ahead.
I guess so. You know what? My legs are falling asleep. My brain is falling asleep. Fuck it. Push through. Fuck me, I miss Gil. I miss just knowing that I can just send a message and he's gonna answer me. Like, that's what fucks me the most. It's like I just want to message
You and
the
me
guy,
both, brother.
and I know he's gonna message me back. And
He was three quarters of the way through my book. That's what breaks me the most, is because like he wanted to put a review of my book on his channel and he wanted people to see it, and because he loved it. He said, like, Rod, this is so good, I can't believe. And he wasn't even halfway through it, and like when he got to halfway through it, he was like, this is so much, I can't believe where this is going. I was like,
he was supportive.
Keep reading, brother.
He was supportive.
Again, supportive. Yeah. Like, like,
so
I don't.
What? And I'm gonna go quickly around the panel. Let's do another quick shot around the panel. Rod, what's the one life lesson you've learned on your time on this planet? That's a big question. The rest of you fucking you got Rods in the spotlight. The rest of you think about it. Captain Finney, you're next. What's the lesson you've learned with your time on this planet? We're gonna go right around the circle. You got time to think about it. Go ahead, Rod. With everything you've learned, I mean, you've got a lot of cultural background. You've got different cultural backgrounds than a lot of us here on this panel. So, what's your lesson that you'd want to pass on? What have you learned?
You know what?
And I'm not shitting. I'm serious.
And this is thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks. It's not, like, this does relate to cardinal sin, and that is that. Sorry. This does relate to. Well, hey, it is awakened. What are we doing? We're drinking.
We love you, Gil. We love you, Gil.
Love you, Cardinal. Yes. Anyway, what is the one thing? Like, here's the one thing I would like that everybody to take away from the whole thing, and that is that.
Yep.
In the last 6 months, I have, I've been First of all, I've been working out, and
now you have.
Like every 3 days. Every 3 days, I've been working out, and every 3 days, I've been running. Like, I've been posting like my results on YouTube and not YouTube, sorry, Facebook and Twitter. My running, because 1 mile away from my place is a lake, but like the lake is
it sounds like the long version, Rod.
What? Sorry?
This sounds like the long version, buddy. Give us the
Okay.
short version.
Okay, fine.
I love you, but give us the short version.
Anyway, I've, as a result of the last 5 months, I've been, working out and running. Every 2 days, I've been lifting iron and running the hills by my place, and I have been getting I have lost 20 pounds as a result, and yeah, thanks.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, and and I have plans to return to pro wrestling under Rod Thunderheart, to debut my debut my move, the Thunderbomb, power bomb with the splits, but I will explain that later another time.
I will
And
drive to your match, my friend. I swear to God, I will drive to your match.
I'll let
you
drive.
I will drive to your match.
Wow.
I'll let you know. Anyway, but I have to say, Gil, he's the first guy that brought me onto so many of his live streams. And I don't know why he did. I don't. And
yeah, right.
A big part of me is just it's
cuckoo.
I wish he was still here, because that just, I mean, there's so many live streams that are now undone because of him. Because he brought me on, for no reason. I don't know why he did, but he did, and every but every live stream he kept promoting my book. He was like, Rod, what about your book? Let me tell you, and I was like, oh yeah, sometimes too, even I forgot, but as a result, it made me realize that, what a good brother, of all the weird things he had. Here's the other thing: a lot of the stuff that he said and talked about, played into my books. Not okay, maybe not in the first one. Yes, exactly, but not in the first one, of course. Because the first one sort of builds the foundation, for my book series, but on the other hand, it builds it for what's going to happen down the road, and when when you read the when you read the later books, and this is what I was trying to say earlier, I was like, each book is each book is going to be its own chapter, but if you had read the previous chapter, or the previous chapters, you'd be like, oh, okay, I see where this is going, but even if you didn't, it's going to be like a James Bond movie, where where you skip on to the next movie, you're like, oh, okay, this is James Bond, and this is a movie, and this is but it's a self-contained story, and that's exactly right.
The way to do it. Yep.
Yes.
Well done.
But
that is absolutely the way to do it.
Yes, exactly.
Well done.
Yeah.
And please, Rod, feel free to drop the link in the chat at any time. Any stream I ever do. Fuck, you know that. Just put it in the chat.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
And
so,
Captain Infinity, right? No, anytime, Rod. Absolutely. Captain Infinity, what's your what's your take? I mean, what's your summation, I guess, of Cardinal Sin's impact on you, I guess? What are your feelings, I suppose, about Cardinal?
Do you know what question? Hang on, that's a different question.
It is, right? Not to get too personal.
What's going on? I thought you were going to ask me
while
the
you're
same
at it,
question
throw
you
your
asked Rod.
bank numbers up there on the screen.
The what now?
Exactly. Any last words that you might have?
Yeah, I think the life lesson is if you think of the Avengers and you think of Tony Stark, calculating the odds of anything happening. So remember, next time you're watching a video and you think, just want to make that reality, it can happen. Just click on the video. So just don't let your dreams be dreams. Let your dreams come true. Anything is possible.
Captain, how many shows did you do with Cardinal Sin about the paranormal? The last one you were a bit late for.
Zero.
You were
That's
a bit
not my
late,
topic
and
at all.
I remember he
Can't
chewed
stand the
you out.
paranormal. Hate that topic. Ghosts. Don't believe in the what? No, we were doing The Prisoner.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
were
a
doing a
number. That was our
paranormal channel.
jam. Yeah. Totally all over that. Paranormal though, no way.
And I remember
I
you
can't
showed
even
up
do the
late.
normal, let alone the paranormal. Am I right? I can't even do a show called The Normal.
Of the shredder. Oh, crap.
What's going on there? Hey.
I'm not sure.
Hang on. Are those voices just in my head?
Nope, I can hear them as well.
Oh, phew.
I'm not offended by them.
Well, that's true. What about you,
Did we do a
Dalek?
Vulcan mind meld at some point?
I know, right? That was really weird.
It was.
Weird.
Anyway,
I mean,
nothing
that was
but
like
good things
thoughts
to say about
outside of my
Gil,
head,
right?
and
I
evidently
love the man.
so. Weird. What do you think, Dalek?
Moving on, Dalek. Yes, let's hear from Dalek.
Well, you just, I don't know if anyone was paying attention. I just lost.
Is it tea time or something?
Yeah, we are paying attention, and that was a terrible loss. That was dear, oh dear. Have you got opposable thumbs, Dalek?
Did someone just left? Shit.
Yeah,
Jedi Bill just
Rod
left.
left. Yeah,
Jedi Bill.
he wasn't
Well,
getting enough
thanks for being
airtime,
here,
so he
Jedi.
fucked off.
So what do you want? Okay, all right. So what's the question?
What do women want?
I'm still here.
Oh, thank you.
You're not Rod.
It's still
Thank you
here.
for being here.
We know you're here, Jedi Bill.
Oh,
We said
Rod
Rod
Thunderheart
left.
ducked out because he's
Is
got
your
a
name
long...
is your name Rod,
was
Jedi
my-
Bill? Is your name Rod Thunderheart?
I thought you said my
Spidey's
name.
question?
I thought you
did
said
say
I'm
your
all right,
name.
Spider.
What was
I'd love
Spidey's
saying your name.
question?
I'll have a
Jedi
coffee
Bill's
and water.
fucking awesome.
Welcome to the world of I thought you said.
All right. No one talk but Dalek.
Yeah, good luck with that.
About what?
No one
about
talk
what?
but Dalek.
I thought you said
About
I'm
what?
all right, Spider.
About what? What's the question?
What do women want?
No, that's not the question.
That is
what's
the
your
question.
favorite stream that you did with Cardinal Sin? What? And I know you were there for a few of them. I mean, did you like the paranormal? Did you like the music?
Are you talking? Oh, you mean which of his shows did I like best?
Yes, sir.
I think when it came down to it, I think my favorite. I watched a bit of his. What's it called? Into the Fringe. Is paranormal streams. They were kind of interesting, but I think my favorite streams of his was either probably either Midnight to Midnight or his unboxing streams. They were always good.
Yes,
he always had something. He always had something really good to show off in those streams. I like those.
Yep. Yes, agreed. And he had a lot of them. I think there were 76 of them.
Yeah, he did loads of them. It's like he did like two or three of them a week. It was he was busy.
My
with those.
favorite was when he unexpectedly opened that blow up doll. That was the funniest.
No way.
No, that didn't happen. I'm kidding.
Ari.
Yeah, I didn't.
No, that didn't happen. I'm kidding.
I didn't think that happened.
That's a joke. That's a joke, folks. No, and Dalek was he often referred to British sci-fi like he was fairly knowledgeable. I mean, compared to me.
He did. You're right, he did.
Right?
Doctor Who, Red Dwarf.
Do you know that he sent me the entire first 10 seasons of Red Dwarf, which are the only 10 he said was worth watching?
Oh, really? Oh, that's fantastic.
And I've got them on CD that he personally, like, he took hours to download them. I probably owe him.
I've still got like the. I've actually still got the. I've got two separate box sets. So like the first half of Red Dwarf and the second half of Red Dwarf. You know, see, first set is seasons 1 to 4. The second is 5 to 8. So I still got all those. I got all of the original episodes of Red Dwarf on DVD.
Nice, well done, sir. Well, physical media.
I love Red Dwarf. It's a fantastic series.
Captain Infinity, is this some sort of link to like a Playboy channel or something?
That's entirely your projection. It absolutely isn't.
Okay, so should I be promoting this?
It's a pop music video. It's just standard pop music. You could get it on the download store. Yeah, you should check it out.
Okay.
That's the pop star I was talking about. Well, pop star at the time. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm a pop star, not a doctor. I don't give a
exactly.
Right? Okay, thank you, Dalek. And you know what, Dalek? Thanks for. I know you've got probably a shit ton of stuff to do today. Thanks for being here.
Googly's right. It's a banger. My calculator.
It is the banger.
I'll see you later. Gave me my catchphrase. Say what?
Well, it's a Sunday, so and here in this house on a Sunday we always do. It's wash day.
That's right.
Or should say, or maybe you would
I agree.
Maybe you'd say laundry day, I guess. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, laundry day. Yeah. That's right. Screw church. Someone
nothing
Dalek said
right.
Screw church.
I didn't say that.
I'm kidding. I'm pulling your knickers.
What does that mean? Pulling your knickers?
Dalek knows what it means.
I don't know what it means. I'm not fucking Dalek, am I? I'm asking
the phrase is
I make it my business collecting cliches, idioms, and phrases. And I'm sorry, I thought I was talking. And I've never heard I've never once ever in my entire life of collecting cliches, idioms, and phrases ever heard the phrase "pulling your knickers."
And yet he understood.
Yes, because that's not
because I'm a master of communication.
I've heard pulling your leg.
Because that's not a real phrase. The phrase
right.
Is pulling
Thank
your leg.
you. That's what I was getting at.
But he understood what I meant.
Right, but I didn't say whether he understood it. I was questioning your actual use of language.
I've lived in 4 different countries, motherfucker.
What is this,
I'm
telepathy?
Communication.
Not how language works. You say things and we listen to them. At least I do. Excuse me for listening.
Well, you're not. I didn't say you're wrong. You're not wrong.
It's a British phrase mixed with a British slang word.
I just love saying knickers.
That's what that's where I was going with this line of inquiry. You like saying knickers.
You know what
That's
knickers
what it
is, right?
Panties.
You know what that means? It's ladies' underwear.
The best.
What do you prefer, knickers or panties?
In the English language, and I will go to my grave saying the best word in the English language is panties.
What about G-string?
That's panties. Tony Stark agrees with me. It's panties. Tony Stark, you're up next.
What am I being brought into this argument for?
You're up. Best
because
word
someone
in the
said
English
panties and we
is...
thought of you.
Don't make me mute you, Tony Stark. Best word in the English language is panties, right?
No, the best word in the English language is English.
So the best word in the English language is clitoris, but you have to find it.
Okay.
Okay.
Tony, it's your turn. And moving on, and William Shakespeareberg, and then Jedi Bill. Do you have a particular fond streaming memory of Cardinal Sin that you wish to share? And if not, that's fine too.
I'll keep it brief, given the runtime of the current endeavor.
No snickering. Dude.
We argued, Gil and I, back and forth as Rick and Christopher Walken for well over 90 minutes, and it was comedy gold. And that's all I got to say. Favorite moment.
Yep. That was one of his Midnight to Midnight, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Yep. I watched that. Yeah. I think I might have been too drunk to participate, but I did watch that.
We were also too drunk to participate. That's the
joke. But you know, that never slowed Gil. That didn't stop Gil.
You gonna be okay, pal?
I'll be fine.
All
that
right.
didn't stop Gil.
Nothing could stop him.
I'm drunk with that man for 15 hours straight. Yep, you're right.
I'm currently on a bender, and here you are coughing into the camera.
Well, I'm on a bender of two different sorts, aren't I?
Yeah.
No, you're not mixing your medicine again, are you, Spidey? You're a nightmare.
Dude, my homegrown that I grew right back on the hill. If it
Never cross the beams, Dalek.
Turned out perfectly. Okay, so next in line, not to be rude, gentlemen, next in line is a Shakespeareberg. Please, you said you didn't know Cardinal Sin, but how did you come across this group to begin with?
I think it was through Doomcock, but that's not the question I'd like to answer. I'd like to go back to your previous question.
Please do.
Spidey. Your previous question was, I believe your previous question was, what have you learned from losing Gil?
Ooh.
And
yes,
that's, you know, I must say I appreciate the entire panel for making me laugh in the last 10 minutes, because Spidey, when you shouted out, you're lamenting about missing the ability to talk to him and just email him, and knowing that you get a response right away, I lost it for a bit there, and I felt
I'm
like
crying
shit.
inside, man.
Well, I was full of tears, and the thing is that you're right. The first time that I emailed him, it was about 11:30 at night Pacific time, and I swear to God, I got a response from him about an hour later.
I know you did.
Been, what, 2:30 in the morning for him or something?
Yep, I fucking know.
And I was shocked.
Yeah. Yep.
You know, and to hear you guys say this, I just think to myself, fuck. The thing I've learned, the thing that this has taught me, is the preciousness of our friendships, the things we take for granted every day, our own lives for that matter, how quickly and easily they're taken away, and for fucking senseless, no reason at all, nothing that can be validated, legitimized. It's bullshit.
There's no sense in it, is there?
And it fucking breaks my heart. You know, it does. And I am so happy to see that 5 weeks on after losing Gil, we're still talking about him, or we're still gathering together to have such long chats about him. You know, we have to realize how.
Try 5 years. 5 fucking years.
Absolutely. I don't doubt it at all. You know, I mean, I've never seen anything like this. It's very heartwarming to see this, and I'm very glad. And I'm glad that I'm thankful that you've let me on the show, Spidey, and everybody. Just let me say a few things, even
anytime.
though I've known him less than any of you. It's been a big deal,
you know what?
Much more
You're
than
sincere.
I could have expected.
You sound sincere.
I'm just telling you what's on my mind. So, appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
Amen.
Did you hear? Did you get a chance on a happy note Did you know that Gil was a musician and like
Oh,
professional?
very much so. Very much so.
Did you hear
That's
his?
what I wanted to talk.
Like, I want a
Go
CD.
ahead.
Can I please have a CD of Gil's music?
We could make one. We could just pull.
Sure.
I mean, I know how to pull down everything off of YouTube in the highest fidelity that the thing offers.
I have, if you'll let me finish, I actually have a couple of albums that I've bought. I'll copy them for you.
He made some. He pressed some CDs.
Wow.
Did he?
That's awesome. Yeah, because I was just gonna contact his brother Ari and ask him if he knew.
No, I think there was a Spotify back in the day that he had.
Yeah.
Where he uploaded all of his band's music.
God damn it! I wasn't supposed to be crying during this. Fuck you guys.
And we all know so many of his songs after watching his shows and being on his shows.
Wayback Machine was my favorite project that he was part of, followed by the Overmen.
Me too.
Yeah. And the song that he wrote and sang, which is unusual for a drummer, and he hated it, Pretty Little Liars.
Pretty Little Liars. Yep. That's a good one.
Pretty Little Liars.
Yep. Every time I hear that, fuck. I'm glad you're all here, gentlemen. Cheers to you, Gil. We fucking
talk
missed
with
you.
me soon, Shake Spielberg, and we'll see about getting you some CDs sent.
Yes, sir. Wonderful. Absolutely.
Awesome.
We miss you. Jedi Bill.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, did now Cardinal Sin had a voice? Did he ever? Because you're famous for your karaoke streams. Everyone knows that. Did Gil ever come to your karaoke streams and showcase his talent?
No, he never did.
Because he's got a voice or two. But I know that you've been on a stream with him. You've come on Midnight to Midnight. I know that.
Yeah, I was there for many of those.
Yeah. That was good to have you. It's good to have you. And is much of your audience crossovers with Cardinal Sin, or was this just a different group altogether?
We shared some of the same, but he had his, and I had my following.
Well, thanks for being here, man.
Life is fleeting. There's never enough time. Never enough. You can give forgiveness, and you can always reach out and call or text, or even if you're really stubborn, get in the car or get in on a plane and fly to whoever. And if you have to fallen out with somebody, or you could always ask for forgiveness, give forgiveness. You can rekindle, but you do it now.
Well said.
Life is fleeting. There's no time like now.
Well said.
Well said. It's beautiful.
There is no time like now.
Yeah.
That Jedi Bill, do you get a chance to meet other YouTubers?
Not recently.
Like in person, I mean. Like Captain Finley's way on the other fucking side of the earth, but Tony Stark's all the way
I'm
over
right
there.
here. What are you talking about?
You guys are far away. Dalek is additionally
they have meetups every now and then. Some.
Have you met many?
I haven't. Not in person. No.
I've only met that 70s rock fan. And shout out to Brian. He's a good guy. He's another great guy. An Englishman, actually. Dalek. He's a good one. He's a Scotsman. Ooh, that's different than Englishman, isn't it? That's not the same, right?
Wait, who was a Scotsman?
That 70s rock fan. Brian.
Oh, right, yes, that 70s rock fan. Yeah, he was Scottish.
Yeah, he's Scottish, but he's a member. He's still like British-ish.
Technically, yes.
Right? But he's a good fella. I met him in person. He's the only YouTuber I've ever met in person. And he's a good representative of the Isles of Britain. He's a good fella.
The husk that remains of the United Kingdom, yes.
And each island has their own flag, right?
That's true.
They had colonies everywhere. That was the bit I was trying.
King George with the white.
Oh yeah, but they were never actually part of the UK. I mean, most people don't know the difference between England, Britain, and the United Kingdom, but never mind.
Correct. It's very convoluted. There was a lot of incest.
But I don't make the rules. I just have to understand them.
Pretty sure there was a lot of incest.
Well, that's not related to the difference between England, Britain, and the United Kingdom.
Yeah,
or a colony.
It was clarified.
I beg your pardon.
You clarified it. You clarified it.
Does anyone know the difference? Can anyone tell me the difference between England, Britain, and the United Kingdom? Does anyone here know?
Cardinal Sin could probably tell us.
Yeah, I bet Cardinal Sin would know.
Cardinal Sin would know.
In the absence, can anyone
tell
me, without looking it up, the difference between England, Britain, and the United States? I bet you fucking can't, can you? Not even Dalek. And he lives there.
Yep.
Yeah, I would say Cardinal Sin would know. In fact, we probably had that conversation.
He probably has.
Sorry for saying anything. It's fine.
No. There's no need for any sorries here. We're all friends here.
Yeah, I mean, it would be valid to say I don't care. No one has to care, but there is a difference. And some people are like, I didn't even know there is a difference. What's the difference?
So the difference between England, the United Kingdom, and Great Britain?
Correct, because they're three different things.
Well,
Parliament.
England is just one. England is just one country. It's just the country that's like probably the biggest part of the United Kingdom. Right, and then basically Scotland, England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. They're all their own separate countries, but they're all basically united as the United Kingdom.
He's good. That's 2 out of 3.
Australia aren't far behind.
And
that.
Great Britain is
for
the
that
empire, right? Great Britain's the empire,
right?
No.
No.
I mean, the Queen still has to, before we pass any laws, the Queen and the Governor General still have to give the thumbs up.
That would be the
Otherwise,
Commonwealth.
it's not a law. Did you know that? We don't have independence.
So
the
where
Queen
does
still has
what
to say
is Great Britain out of the other two?
England, Scotland, and Wales is Britain, and then if you add Northern Ireland, Britain plus Northern Ireland gives you the United Kingdom.
Oh yeah, right. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, England. The main part of it, the actual main part of it.
It's formerly known as United Kingdom England, of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Jedi Bill.
England, Wales.
I apologize
Scotland,
for the confusion.
That's Britain. That add in Northern Ireland, then it's the United Kingdom.
What about New England?
Well, there's a thing called 1776.
That
I do.
You had to bring it up again.
Contribute to this conversation.
Wasn't that a British colony originally? Before it became
That's what we called the First Civil War, and it was a draw. We let you keep the language. You're welcome.
Oh, geez.
Stop fucking with it.
I's got to runs. So
you have the runs? Oh,
be seeing you. No,
plenty of water.
Leaving.
Have a great night, Jedi Bill, or morning, or rather, planetary cycle, rotation, whatever.
I'll be seeing you.
Have a great Bill tonight.
Jedi Bill, thanks for being here, sir. Good night.
Good night.
And thank you.
Peoples.
You're welcome anytime, sir.
All right. See ya.
Good night.
I've messed this.
So, do you think that Gil believed everything that was talked about on his shows. I don't know. He was a fun, interesting guy because, I mean, Gil wanted to believe everything, but he was still like very analytical about how he approached every story. Some things I got the feeling he believed, and some things maybe not.
Well, I tell you what, Spike, I can now reveal to you, Spidey.
Pardon?
I can now reveal to you, Spidey, that about you, Gil did once say, I believe a lot of things. I believe that aliens kept in. But 10 years? That motherfucker was engaged for 10 years.
No.
This has gone horribly wrong.
On that note, the fire is dying out.
I really thought that was going to land a lot better. Oh, well, you do your best.
It is 3 a.m.
Yeah, there is that. Or maybe it just wasn't remotely funny. I mean, who knows these days?
I should go.
Spidey, are you going to go ahead and wrap up?
I should do my own stream playing this.
Wrap it up.
We're
approaching 5 hours
Correct.
live stream. I will give I will give my my roommate a little bit of sleep tonight, so I probably should go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I just again, I just wanted to come out here and have a drink in Gil's name, have a fire. His celebration of life was tonight, and personally, I mean, and I know a lot of my family. I've got a pretty big family. I know a lot of my family members are all into the traditional ways of treating someone who dies, but celebration of life is something that I particularly identify with. So yeah, it is a celebration of life, and I'm glad that that I was able to at least know Gil. Albeit, only for shit. I guess in a way, the fucking pandemic is the reason I met Gil and all of you. I wouldn't even have a goddamn channel if it wasn't for the pandemic. I wouldn't have known Gil. I've known him for three years now, 3.5 years, but none of that would have been a thing had the lockdowns in Canada and the insane. Don't even want to get into the politics there, but the insane lockdowns that took place here. So I guess that's all due to the pandemic. But it's about 3 years that I've known Gil. Very happy to have met him. I would have loved to have known him when he was playing live, banging on the drums. But I'm just as happy to have known him now. Coming up on 5 hours. Yeah, please. It's not the sort of thing where we're going to promote ourselves, but each of you, I know you're doing your own thing on YouTube and social media. So good luck with all your channels and all your endeavors. And Gil never, he always, even if he didn't know you, he probably would still give you good advice. And he just wanted everyone to succeed, no matter who it was. Gil was one of those people that honestly had no ill will and just wanted everyone to succeed. And thanks for being an inspiration, Gil. I guess is what I'd say.
Well said. Well said.
Fine
Spidey.
words. Fine words
Well done.
indeed. Yeah.
Correct.
Correct.
But you know, I mean, you can find us all here. We're all here on YouTube. I've started a Rumble channel. Some of us might be on Rumble. You can find us there. Yeah. Gil, man, glad to know you. Glad to know you, Gil. Cheers, buddy.
To Gil. Cheers.
Cheers.
Gil.
Whatever.
Do you think we might have a song queued up, Spidey?
Yes, please. Captain, Dalek, William, Tony. We're all here for the same reason. You know, the same person. So thanks for being here. I appreciate it.
Cheers, Spidey. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, guys.
Hi.
And Gil, you know, I don't know, Gil, if you're gonna hear this in this lifetime or the next lifetime. I'm not sure, Gil. Cheers to you, buddy. It's not the same without you. It's just not the same.
No, it's not.
Easy, killer. I know where you're headed.
Yeah, nobody can hear.
I've been there before.
All we can
Send
hear
the
is
fire department, not the police. We've been through this before.
Correct.
Tony, I'll make you big if you want to sing. And you know what? Anyone else, and there's not going to be any discussion on this, anyone else who wants to sing after Tony, I'll make you big, and please let me know.
Sure.
Is that okay, Tony?
Yeah,
I'm
sing
putting
one
you on the
song.
spot.
I got one song in me. I am quite inebriated, so I may not be as
good. We all are, sir. And anyone else who wants to have their
like
say, I'll do the same.
Like I said,
here who is
No.
Bender.
Anyone else, I'll do the same for you. But
right.
we're going to start with Tony.
All right. This goes out to Cardinal Sin.
This
And
is
I'll
for
sing
Cardinal
this-
Sin.
I will sing this a cappella. This is a song that he suggested that I get a metronome for. It is a song that I have spent many super chats requesting Doomcock to sing for me. And it has very deep sentimental value for it. And I'll sing it for you all now. And this is the only song I'm able to sing tonight.
Oh, dang.
My voice is a bit hoarse from my stream last night. So see if I can do this. And cheers. By yon bonny banks and by yon bonny braes, where the sun shines bright on the Lowman, where me and me true love were ever wont to gae, on the bonny, bonny banks o' the Lowman. Or ye tak the high road, and I'll tak the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye. But me and me true love will never meet again, on the bonny, bonny banks o' the Lowman. 'Twas there that we parted in yon shady glen, on the steep, steep side o' Ben Lomond, where in the purple hue the Highland hills we view, on the moon coming out in the gloaming. Or ye tak the high road, and I'll tak the low road, how to be in Scotland afore ye. But me and me true love will never meet again, on the bonny, bonny banks o' the Lowman. The wee birdies sing and the wild flowers spring, and in sunshine the waters are sleeping, but the broken-hearted canes nigh a second spring, though the rifle may cease fra the greeting, or ye take the high road, and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland a farty. But me and me true love will never meet again. Yeah, many cosmic shores out there, Gil. One of them has to be on the bonny, bonny banks all alone, man.
Hey, nice one, Tony.
Cheers.
That was absolutely beautiful, Tony. Absolutely beautiful.
No, it's the only one I got in me tonight. The only one I got in me tonight. But anywho, Canadian Spider-Man, you are muted, drunkie.
Son of a motherfucking bitch.
Hello. Hashtag I lol. If anybody else wants to follow that, you're more than welcome to. That was just, I mean,
not me.
It's been about a little over a month. We got to understand that, to quote Joe Dirt, we really do need to be keeping on. To do these and to continually grieve is one thing, and I have to be reminded of E.G. Simmons or Vincent Price's theater, Mystery Theater, and many instances where they discuss ghosts and how when you discuss somebody in mourning, a ghost is tethered to it in one way or another.
What?
Yeah.
Can you repeat?
A ghost is tethered to those that mourn it, at least in like the old radio dramas, like E.G. Simmons's Mystery Theater on CBS radio, or Vincent Price's Midnight Theater radio dramas. And it's often whenever you consider that, this, I've been listening to those recently. This is the reason why I bring this up. A ghost is able to explore the cosmos. They're ethereal. They're, for lack of a better word, free. And we should let them be free, because to continually call them back here at the end of the day is relatively selfish. Life is, at the end of the day, a very unnatural phenomenon. The cosmos follows a very
life is selfish.
The cosmos follows a very set, strict rules, where everything has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Whether it's molecularly, whether it's astrologically, if I could actually articulate speech in this drunken manner. I feel like fucking
I like to pronounce an astrology.
Really feel like
the affluence of Ingerhole.
Yes, I really do feel like Orson right now as I'm trying to articulate
but
speech.
This is the occasion.
Thing I'm going to start bitching about in July. The point I'm trying to convey is life is very anomalous. It's very unique. It's short. It's special. And we should not dwell on the loss of it, because we're all paddling against the river Styx here.
Right.
We are all just compounds and atoms that have decided to take up an oar and try their best to paddle against the natural flow of the physical universe.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, the Styx will take us all. And that's not necessarily...
We're all paddling in the same direction, Tony, right?
It's not necessarily...
No one gets out of here alive.
Right. We all end up returning to the
I'm not sure of that.
I won't be sure of that until my last breath.
We got a hippie.
You're right.
But anyway, that don't let me wax philosophical while being drunk and make me seem stupid.
That's what we've been doing.
If anybody else has a song to sing, by all means, please. But yes, we shouldn't be doing these until the end of time. That's the message I'm trying to convey here.
Can someone
I
please
understand we are
play
mourning, but
Pretty Little Liars?
What?
Does anyone have Pretty Little Liars? That would be.
Yeah, well, perfect. I would have to rip it from a disc, and I would have to locate the disc first, and my mobility is inhibited due to my libation.
So that's a no.
If you had caught me,
how about
just
no?
cut to the chase, man.
I'm being honest. Here.
Talk to the hand.
Being honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, thanks for being here. I'm getting cold. It's approaching 0 in British Columbia right now where I am. Thanks for being here, everybody.
Celsius, or worse,
Gil.
0K.
Man, yeah, it's starting to rain. I'm going to get out of here before I pass out and need the fire department to rescue me again. Don't send the police. Send the fire brigade.
Send the fire brigade.
Gil, on that note, brother, wherever you are, we as men support you. And we love you, man.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for being here, everybody.
Yes. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Spider-Man, especially for
thank you,
making this possible.
Yeah. Oh, holy shit! It's really starting to rain now. That's the fucking sign.
Comes the rain.
That's a sign.
Falling on your
Good night,
head.
Gil. Good night, Captain. Good night, Dalek.
Falling
on
like
your
a
head.
new
Good night,
emotion.
Tony.
Yeah, exactly.
Good night,
Talk
everybody.
to me like lovers,
do.
Do up, do up.